Morning, Chatty House.
Hi, everyone. How art thou?
Ramsey got the belt. All's right in the world. Well, we got our we up in here.
And Warren's in the building.
Mm-hmm.
What up, Warren?
What's going on there, buddy?
What up, y'all? Ramsey gets a belt. Congratulations, Ramsey. You know, Ramsey, you drag Russ all the time for being random, and you're dropping Evgeny Malkin 500th career NHL goal stats. Come on, man. Come on.
I don't even know what any of those words mean, Kyle.
Evgeny Malkin, Pittsburgh Penguin for a long time.
I know the Pittsburgh Penguins, but I don't know anything else you said.
What up, Weezy? What up, Drew? Michigan here. A big win for the Dodgers last night, Michigan. Jesus. What up, Drew? No. Oh, Russ is here. David's here. Norm. Manny's here. Jay's here. What's up, Chris? What's up, Jason? Oh, I didn't do a tweet. Son of a bitch.
Oh, I haven't said join us. Hmm.
I'm not gonna waste it. 30 seconds. What up, Tony? Yeah, as the gray comes in, I feel like it's more distinguished. Yeah. What up, Westack? Let's say hi to Tony. What's up, John Poles? What's up, Tyler? Hey, Peyton?
Chris Ochoa, I shaved like a week and a half ago. Come on, people.
Yeah, dog. Been shaved. Been shaved. Spencer, what up?
Maybe it's longer.
Oh, Will Z's in here. Cool Cat's in here.
Hi, Will Z.
Oh, we should probably do our show.
Oh.
You can tell it's almost basketball season by the participation in the chatty house.
Yeah, the chatty house is alive.
The usual suspects are there, but then you start to see some other people roll in who maybe are, maybe they're tapped in during non-basketball season, but they know that 1 week from today we will have basketball that counts.
It's happening,
at
Kyle.
Golden One Center. A, I'm happy the season opener is at home this year. B, I'm happy it's against a good team. I'm happy that it'll be a fun game where we can just get an early look at, okay, hey, here's the Kings, here's the Timberwolves. Two teams that figure to be in the playoff picture in the West. Excited to see what it looks like on game one, and then excited to see how that matchup evolves.
Yeah, I'm always intrigued to look at the teams early in the season and see who's meshing and who's not. And then there's always that question, like, how come that team is meshing faster than this team? And so I'm really intrigued to see what that team looks like, what Minnesota looks like with Julius Randle, what they look like with Dante DiVincenzo, what the Kings look like with DeMar DeRozan.
Dante DiVincenzo getting spicy against the Knicks the other night.
He's getting spicy just in general. Like,
bearded Dante is.
Dante DiVincenzo is one of the most intense players that I've dealt with.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's just like, he's all about business, like very much like an intense dude.
I love it.
Yeah,
I am just very quietly going to be a Dante DiVincenzo guy.
Yeah. Hey, I think he's a heck of a player.
Yeah.
I think the Kings would have he would have made a nice addition to just hold on to.
Definitely. Definitely. But before we get to the regular season, we got to wrap up the preseason. The Kings preseason finale is tonight against the Clippers at the Intuit Dome down in Los Angeles. I know it's preseason. I need a win tonight, man. I just need but seriously, I know it's not like they're eliminated from the playoffs if they lose, but you're playing the Clippers. It's no Kawhi Leonard. I assume starters are gonna play.
I would think so.
I would that
Yeah.
would be my guess. I just need a W. Can I get that runway going into the regular season? Can you go beat the heck out of a banged up Clippers team?
Yeah.
Please?
In all honesty, I think the Kings could use some good vibes. I think that their fan base could use some good vibes. I also think you're going up against a Clippers team with an owner that wants nothing more than to see, one of the first games in his building become a win.
Yeah.
And so I think the Clippers are going to be slightly motivated. I think the Kings should be motivated.
Yeah.
You
can, dude. Okay, look, because the Clippers were the Kings' opponent in their first ever game here in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And the Clippers beat the Kings. The headline in the paper the next day was Coronation Clipped. That's a fact.
Oh.
So you can go into their building, their debut in their new building, and you can give it back to them 40 years later. Come on. Come on. That's what I'm talking. Oh, man, my buttons still aren't working. Here we go. Come on. Let's. Really? Oh, because they're not turned on. There we go.
Now I need to look this game up. Is this a Derek Smith game?
Dude, I don't know. I know the headline and that they lost. That's all I got for you as far as info on the Kings Clippers.
I do believe that this is the game that Derek Smith, yes, the late great Derek Smith goes off for 36 points. She's 14 of 19 from the field, tears up the Kings. And then what do the Kings do to respond? They trade for Derek Smith, who has bad knees and barely ever plays for the Sacramento Kings.
Oof.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Wait, so this isn't their debut at the Intuit Dome?
It's possible that they played on earlier this week.
Man, I'm so confused on their schedule. Okay, they did play there earlier this week.
Okay.
Well, I take it all back. The Kings don't need to win anymore. Thank you to Jill Adge for the assist there.
Yeah, prior to the 1986 season, the 85-86 first year in Sacramento, 86-87 second year, the Kings traded Junior Bridgman and Franklin Edwards. No. The Kings traded Larry Drew, Mike Woodson, a 1988 first-round pick, which ended up being Hersey Hawkins, and a 1989 second-round pick, which was Jay Edwards, for Derek Smith, Junior Bridgman, Franklin Edwards. So, again, game one in Sacramento ever, Derek Smith blew up the Kings. The Kings went and traded for him afterwards, and then he played very few games for the Sacramento Kings because he had knee issues. Yeah.
That's it.
History.
Very good. No, I just I know that again, it's preseason. The games don't count. How you play in October and into November, and certainly through January into February, matters a lot more than how you play here on October 17th.
Yes,
but it'd be good for the vibes.
Look,
they played well in the two first halves against Golden State. Didn't pull out wins in those games. Whatever. It's mostly bench guys through the second half. You come home and you play Portland and yuck, and then you go to Utah and you played pretty well. Didn't come up with a win. Shot 34 more times than Utah did.
Solid performance. Yeah.
Now put it all together. Just get a W.
Okay.
I just feel a lot better if they got a win. That's all.
I think everyone would. Like, I feel the angst of the fans. Like, my Twitter feed is filled with like very, very frustrated and like people who are stressing out over preseason games. And it's like, man, can we calm down?
I think there's a spectrum, because there's that for sure. But I've also seen the none of this matters. Why does anyone care? Call me on October 24th, people.
Yeah.
Like
I know typically I get
area.
that during preseason. People are like, why are you doing 6 quick thoughts during preseason? It's like, because
you got thoughts.
I'm just like the players. I need to get ramped up and ready for a season.
1000%.
I got to be able to write quickly.
It would be a great bit if during the preseason you ramped up 6 quick thoughts. Like 6 quick thoughts, but it's just one thought after the first game. 2 games, okay, we're going to go 2 thoughts. Third game, 2.5. 2.5 thoughts. Here's 2, and then here's like half a thought on Malik Monk.
Yeah,
And then moving on.
I definitely have to go through and like make sure that I'm like looking at my typos and all that stuff because
Of
I
course.
bust through those things so quickly that I'm trying to get them up onto. I email those to myself and then cut them into because you can't do a thread the way I do that online on a desktop. You have to do the thread. How I build the thread for 6 quick thoughts only works on the phone.
Huh.
Yeah. So
Why don't you just tweet them out individually? Like tweet one, then reply to yourself.
because it doesn't stack them the same way when you do that if you're on desktop versus the phone.
Boy.
So I cut them into I cut and paste from my phone into Twitter.
How many people do you think read these things on a desktop?
Well, I don't know, but
is it worth the extra work for you for those few people who are viewing it on a desktop?
Well, no, because
I'm trying to help you right now.
It's not that. It's not that it looks different for them. It doesn't form the same way. Like sometimes they're out of order. Like like I've tried it both ways and it just doesn't string them together the same way.
So you write them
in an email to myself. I send the email to myself. I open the email with my phone. I cut each individual one, cut and paste from my phone to Twitter. And I do all of this in the final minute of the game as I'm watching it unfold. And then I have to change a couple of stats here and there. But I've got the list of like 6 of them, well, 7, because I have my intro. It's not easy, Kyle.
Yeah, no, clearly.
But you know what? People don't want to read game recaps anymore. And it's my version of a game recap. And to be honest, they're wildly popular.
Yeah, man. There's somebody so when I was not interviewing people, but talking to people to write at Niners Wire.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, do you have any clips of stuff you've written? And they sent me like 6 game recaps they wrote of their college team. It's like, dog.
Okay, so first
strong, gamer's fine. What else you got?
Yeah. No, it's tough because like I know a lot of people are just using AI to do a lot of that stuff now. And it's funny. I went to years ago the Sloan Analytics conference at MIT when I owned an ESPN blog. They sent me to MIT to go see the Sloan Analytics conference, which was amazing. And some of the smartest people that you're ever going to run into. And they were telling us then that they have like, you got a bunch of reporters there and they're telling you, yeah, we've got this this program that can write your game recap. And we're like, okay, we don't want that. Like, no, we don't want that because that's what we do. It's like,
but also like, dog, I watched the game.
Yeah.
I don't need, it's nice when it's, that's what I do with a lot of NFL stuff.
Yeah.
Is I'll watch highlights and then you go read game recaps. But even then, I would so rather read a beat writer's like, hey, here's my 6 takeaways.
Yeah.
Than in the second quarter, a fumble swung the momentum when such and such took over at the 50.
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
No, it's tough. I mean, what you're trying to capture, like in a game recap, at least in my book, and in 6 quick thoughts, are interesting tidbits to each player. Just like very quickly, the people who mattered in the game.
Sure.
And so, I mean, but I don't want to ever run full game recaps.
No, yuck. When I was doing TitansWire.com, that's how I got in at USA Today.
Mm-hmm.
And salute to Jill Adge. She posted a couple of stats in the chat that we will be getting to shortly in regards to the Kings preseason. But when I first started at Titans Wire, you're just following every beat writer. And I will never forget this dude. Paul Kaharski is his name. I think he was with the Tennessean at the time. Doesn't matter. Anyways, he would do after every preseason game, he would do a post called Something on Everybody. And it was all 90 players on the roster, assuming all 90 played. It was however many played in the game, 84 players.
Oh.
And he would go through and write something about every single player.
But like a sentence? Or...
Yeah, some guys it was, it would be like played on special teams, missed a tackle.
Okay.
But I don't no thanks. That means you're rewatching that preseason game like multiple times. Because during the game, Marcus Mariota, easy to get. DeMarco Murray, easy to get. Derrick Henry, that's easy. who is there? Corey Davis. That's easy. Like their receiver at the time.
Yeah.
That's easy stuff to get. Delaney Walker, Niners legend. Because during the game, they're going to be super involved. But all the guys who play like on special teams, you got backup linemen you got to go watch. Like, dude, big thumbs down. That's a no thank you.
No, that's very difficult. It's funny. Somebody asked in the chat if Monty McNair and Mike Brown were at the Sloan Analytics Conference pre-Kings, and David Jackson chat. I will tell you that Daryl Morey puts on the Sloan Analytics Conference, and he was sort of the headliner. And so, yeah, that's the first time I met Daryl Morey. Anyway,
so are Monty and Mike Brown there?
I doubt Mike Brown was, but I would be very surprised if Monty McNair wasn't there. Yeah, we just didn't know who Monty McNair was at that time.
Same. Back to the Kings needing to get a win.
Yep.
Jill Adge in the chatty house again. Salute to her for these stats. Since 2013, teams to go undefeated in preseason are 11-5 to the over on their win totals. Currently, teams undefeated in the preseason: Celtics, Warriors, Knicks. That's according to Matt Moore, HP Basketball on Twitter.
Oh.
Since 2013, so over the last 10 years, teams to go winless in the preseason are 7-3 to the under. That is currently the Nuggets, Mavericks, Cavs, Magic, and Kings. Need that dub.
Yeah.
I need a win tonight.
Okay. Good old Matt Moore. I think actually, I can tell you, Matt Moore, that's the first time I met Matt Moore in person, was at the Sloan Analytics Conference in like 2012.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Matt Moore's fun.
I feel like the Sloan Analytics Conference is one of those things that sounds more fun than it is.
It depends. Like, I think when I was there, like there were people, young people writing like incredible pieces on like injury predictions and stuff like that. And like just like the think tank that's there, like the brains and the presenters, like some of it's drab and some of it's like, okay, this isn't like something that I think anyone would ever use.
Sure.
But a lot of those guys go straight from MIT straight into basketball front offices because they're just, I mean, some of the best of the best of the best thinkers that you're going to find in the world. So
it's just one of those things, like they're so smart that it all goes over my head. Like the how and the why go over my head.
Yeah.
Just let me know the what. Like, let me know, okay, you have broken down this. I'm going to trust you, MIT guy who got hired immediately by the Raptors.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to trust you to have done all this correctly. Tell me what your stat means. Tell me what your research found in relation to whatever thing they've studied, whatever numbers they've crunched. Let me know the end. I just need to know the conclusion. I'm sure they went through all the what is it, like hypothesis, and you got to do the experiment and all the scientific process steps. I just need the conclusion, bro. That's all. For my purposes, I'm not going to be smart enough to understand all this other stuff. Get me the conclusion. That's all I care about.
I totally agree, but I'd also point out that that's, I think, one of the brilliance of Monty McNair is his ability to like swim in both pools. So he is somebody who can understand that part of it. I mean, he's a Yale grad. He's, absolutely a super smart guy. But then he's also someone who early in his career, it was his job to take whatever the analytics team is building and go over to the coach's room and say, this is what our numbers are telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't just look at the numbers. This is why we would do what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, okay. So, and we're running into this specific season where Monty McNair said, hey, I really do believe the numbers back up that you need to crash the offensive glass.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike's like, okay, go ahead and explain to the room why. And he said, when he got done, it was like, okay, like your explanation, he said it took a couple of these conversations for them to really commit to it. But now it's like, okay, we get it. We get it why it matters if we can get 3 or 4 extra possessions a game, not 34.
But, sure.
But I mean,
was it 20 offensive rebounds the other night?
Yeah, they broke everything. Like Monty's like, I told you. Like,
see, this is where I understand the process, and I understand why. If in my head they all meet in a conference room at the Kings facility, and it's Mike Brown and the coaching staff and the front office staff and analytics guys and Vivek and whoever, and they're all in a room. And Monty gets up at the front and he goes, I think we should offensive rebound more. Like, to me, it's just like, sure. No explanation needed.
Okay.
The analytics are 3 to 4 extra possessions is better than not having 3 to 4 extra possessions. Cool.
That's right.
But I know there's more to it that like this puts you in this kind of disadvantage defensively, but you can do X, Y, and Z, and it's the numbers bear out that more offensive rebounds outweighs the risk of fast breaks by the other team or whatever it is.
Yeah, totally.
But it just, when you break it down, it's like I always joke about how the analytics revolution in basketball comes down to like 3 points are worth more than 2 points.
Yeah, totally.
And I know there's definitely more to it than that. But when you break it down to the basest element, it's, hey, you can shoot it from 19 feet for 2 points, or you can scoot back to like 22 feet and it's worth 3 points.
Yeah.
Oh, great. We'll just do that.
Yeah. I have been corrected. It's Princeton, not Yale. Monty went to Princeton, not Yale. Yeah, but I mean, I really like the basics of analytics are very simple, and it's why like the Hack-a-Shaq or the Hack Dwight Howard, like it doesn't ever really work out. Like on occasion, you'll get a guy who goes on a bad streak and misses all of them. But again, if you foul a guy every single time, and he's a 40% shooter, it's basically the same point per possession as if he's shooting a mid-range jump shot.
Yeah.
It's worth 0.8 points per possession.
Right.
If he's just a 40% foul line shooter.
Yeah.
Which is the worst of the worst of the worst. So if you have a guy who is a 60% free throw shooter, right? For a lot of last season, Domantas Sabonis.
Sure.
If you decide to foul him every possession, it's the equivalent of shooting a corner three. It's worth 1.2 points.
Yeah.
So that's like one of the worst plays you could possibly do, is to just give a guy a free, wide open, not even anyone running at him. He's standing at the free throw line, 2 free throws.
Yeah.
So just interesting stuff.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, just with this whole analytics thing while we're here. I got this argument on the internet, if you can imagine that. During the National League Division Series, it was Game 5. It's Brewers Mets.
Okay.
And the Brewers starter is cooking. I forget who it was, but he goes through like 6 innings, and they pull him.
Oh yeah.
And the idea was, hey, this guy this season, when he faces a lineup for the 3rd time, that lineup rakes. Like second time through the order, they're hitting 202 against him with like a 301 on base. But then the 3rd time through the order, opposing teams hit like 380 against him with like a 410 on base. And the argument was, I was looking at that and I go, that's very obvious. You're going to pull that pitcher in this spot, especially when you're the Brewers and you have a good bullpen. You're obviously going to pull your starter in this spot. But the pushback I got from people was like, you need to stop looking at computers and start watching the games. It's like, I'm watching the game.
Yeah.
But the computer watches every inning, every pitch. And in this particular scenario, it's a bad idea to have this pitcher historically, over a large season-long sample size, have him face the order a 3rd time. It seems very obvious to me. And you have numbers that back it up, and you and your numbers. It's like, it's basics. Batting average and on-base percentage are not advanced stats.
Yep.
Hitters get better when they face it. So that's the other thing is I think there's with the whole analytics thing, there's a push-pull of, you have to, if one game, let's just, I'm throwing out a hypothetical. This is not a thing the Kings would ever do, but please bear with me. If over one game, the Kings went, hey, we've lost 4 in a row. We're going to start DeMar DeRozan at the 5 and Alex Len at the 2. Just again, insane thing on purpose.
Yep.
And their offensive rating is 200 with that group on the floor. That's not a sign to go, hey, that's the new starting lineup, right? That's a very small sample size over however many minutes. And nobody's going to look at the analytics from that group over 4 minutes and go, hey, this should be the new starting lineup, because everybody would know that's insane. It just happened. They fell backwards into it working. And there's such a difference between, over a period of time, that was the whole thing with Draymond Green playing center for the Warriors. It was this wild thing to have this 6'5", 6'6" guy playing center. But Steve Kerr came out and he was like, look, over this many minutes when he's at center, our offensive rating is this, our defensive rating is this, so this is how it's going to go. and they kept rolling with it. It wasn't a one game thing.
Yeah.
And so that's where the push pull of, okay, hey, here's the analytics over this sample. We're going to follow this versus, hey, you know what? The analytics say Kevin Huerter in the final 3 minutes of games shoots 10%, but you know what? He's 8 for 9 right now, and he is scorching hot. He's going to stay in the game. You know, that's probably a better example of the push pull of analytics versus like gut.
It's all about sample size, right? And that's always the problem. That's why 4 games of preseason, the Kings have shot 24% or 25% from 3. It doesn't really matter. Like they can come out in game 1 of the regular season where everyone starts at 0 and until they shoot a 3, and then they can go 20 of 42, and all of a sudden they're shooting 47% from 3 or something. And that's just the way it goes. And so you need to build off of something bigger, and that's also why teams guard Kevin Huerter more than they guard Keon Ellis, because Kevin Huerter has shot X amount of threes versus Keon Ellis, who shot X amount of threes at the NBA level. They know that Kevin Huerter hits so many threes, and they're still waiting to see if the sample size of Keon Ellis as a player continues.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting stuff. Again, somebody in the chat, I don't know who, is it Ari? He said that the Kings are signing Antoine Davis to an Exhibit 10 contract. I don't know if that's the case or not.
I'll bite.
But
who's Antoine Davis?
Antoine Davis is a player point guard who played for the Portland G League team last year. So if you're going to sign him to an Exhibit 10, that would mean that you were giving him a little bit of money, and then you're going to trade for his G League rights and have him be part of your program. But I don't know if that's the case. And it would make sense because the Kings brought in Jim Moran as one of their assistants, who was the head coach of the Portland G League team last year. But yeah, I have no idea if that's the case. But we'll have to see.
I'm going to be 100% upfront. I have zero thoughts on any of this.
That's fine.
I don't.
I don't either. I'm just looking, at someone wants to point something out in the chat. It's like, okay, that's fine. Whether they did or not, I have no idea. But I also mentioned last week that at the end of camp here, we're probably going to see the Kings waive a couple of guys and then sign a couple of guys and then waive those guys.
Yeah.
And people are confused by that. It's because you're giving them an Exhibit 10 contract, and the Exhibit 10, like 10, 15, $50,000, $75,000 in guaranteed money. And then when you waive them, they go to the G League, they get that money if they stick around. And it's just a way to give guys a little bit more money.
Okay, good for Antoine Davis. I hope he gets his bag. Thursday Night Football, Week 7 of the NFL begins tonight. Broncos at Saints. I don't think there's a more second screen game on the NFL calendar than this one. Yuck.
It's tough, man. Yeah, I think
this is a second screen game where maybe by halftime it's I'll check the box score after the game.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to see Spencer Rattler play.
Yeah, sure.
He's fun.
I'll watch the first half. Bo Nix is a little bit intriguing. Spencer Rattler's a little bit intriguing. Okay, I'll watch for the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But this has such huge AFC South energy to me. Broncos Saints.
I think it speaks everything to my fantasy football teams, and I'm contemplating whether I should pick up Spencer Rattler and start him tonight instead of Mahomes against the 49ers this weekend. Confidence is shook in Patrick Mahomes.
I can imagine why.
Just saying. Hasn't been good.
I'm not looking. That's why this is so annoying. Because Patrick Mahomes is not playing well this year. 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. I shouldn't say Patrick Mahomes isn't playing well. The Chiefs' offense as a whole is just not gelled yet. But they're going to come out here after their bye week. They're going to go into Levi's Stadium. They're going to look like the Chiefs again. They're going to win 27-17. And the Niners are going to just continue to roll around in mediocrity while everyone's like, wow, the Chiefs figured it out. Andy Reid after the bye week, they've done it again. And then they're going to go 15-2 and they're going to go win another Super Bowl. And it's all going to be like, wow, that Week 7 get right game against the Niners. I'm already annoyed.
Kyle.
It's all playing out up here. I already hate it. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. We got plenty of King stuff to get into. We didn't dig all the way into the NBA rank stuff from ESPN. They released our top 10 NBA players for this season. We'll continue getting into that. I think we got as far as Keegan Murray yesterday. And then there's 4 other players on the list that we got to get to. We've got a ton of King stuff. And I think and Giannis said a funny thing. Giannis told Sam Amick a funny thing. Ton to get to in the next couple hours. He's James Ham, Kyle Madson. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. Sacramento Sports Center. Christ.
What's going on, everybody?
Good Lord. What up, Katrina? What up, Pete?
What's going on, everybody? Hey, if you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up button for us. We don't do that enough. That and subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madson show wherever you listen to your podcasts. It would require me to put the podcast up every day, which I've seen out of nowhere. I forget every other day now, which I don't know how this happened. Well, I know why it happens. It happens because basketball season started and I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off most days.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah, Germs. I'm going to be out there on Friday. Hey, did I see that it's Johnny G's birthday? Happy birthday, Johnny G. Shout out. Wait, 67?
Do we have horns? I don't know if we have horns. No.
Oh, I can play horns. Yeah, for sure. Here you go. That's probably super loud.
Oh.
Sorry, everybody.
Here we go. Yeah, Stockton traded Stanley Johnson for Antoine Davis.
An outrage, dude. They're tanking.
When did that happen, Jill?
God, first they traded those 2 guys they traded to get Drew Timmy, and now they're trading Stanley Johnson?
Let me...
That's like they're trying to lose.
Stanley Johnson.
Hey, so have you ever had a thing where you have a thought about something and then you decide we're going to write about that or whatever.
Okay.
And you dig into the stats and it turns out your thought was just wrong. Like the numbers just don't back up your perception.
Yeah.
So the 49ers, I had this whole thing about, well, I say several people had started talking about how they were running less play action this year.
Yeah.
Like 17.6%.
We talked about it.
Yeah. So Shanahan got asked about it yesterday. And he basically said it comes down to how defenses are defending us. It's not like a conscious decision. Defenses are just doing different stuff. And so we're trying to figure out the best way to attack those defenses. And so I went and looked. If you take out basically what I found out is that when teams blitz more, the Niners run play action less this year. That wasn't the case last year, but it is this year. There's almost like a direct correlation. There's one outlier game, but the Vikings, the Niners ran play action at like 6% of the time. And then against the Patriots, it was like 13% of the time.
Okay.
And other than that, like all their other games are right in the range of where they normally run play action.
Oh.
It's just those 2 games dropped their season percentage super low.
Yeah.
And it's because those 2 teams just blitz like crazy.
And because your sample size is too small.
Yes, for the most part.
Yeah.
But last year I went through, and all of last year, there's no rhyme or reason to it. But teams also blitzed the shit out of Brock Purdy last year, and they're not doing that this year.
Okay.
Which was...
it seems like even early in the season that there's like, who do they play? Oh, it was Minnesota. He looked confused by what they were doing because they were doing something different that he hadn't seen before. And then we saw another quarterback go up against Minnesota and it was CJ Stroud and look confused as well. It was like they're doing something different that the quarterback's not being able to read.
Minnesota's defense is elite.
Yeah.
It's really good.
It's not just like personnel elite. It's elite in design and like their scheme.
Brian Flores is awesome. Yeah, it's a play on Sriracha. Just Sriracha instead. Sriracha.
Mm.
Antoine Davis did? Yeah. The Colby Jones fan club is losing members.
Yeah, he went to Antoine Davis went to Detroit, which I think is Detroit Mercy. Yeah, Detroit Mercy. And he was a certified baller there. Like he played 5 years and averaged over 23.9 every year, including 28.2 in his final year. Shooting 41.2 from 3, but 41.4% overall.
The second all-time leading scorer there, according to Jill. Jill is just going to do the show for me today.
There it is. We're tired, Jill. Just go ahead and roll with it.
Jill is the Kings Twitter MVP.
In his 5
it used
years,
to be John Bull, now it's Jill.
Yeah, in his 5 years at the college level, 588 for 1566.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Did you want to continue your Antoine Davis deep dive?
No.
Okay.
No, it's okay. He shot a lot of threes at the college level.
Can't wait to watch him in Stockton this year.
Yeah.
Good for him. I was listening to a podcast on the way in today, and they were just talking about the West and the Western Conference, and they started mentioning, so it started with the Nuggets. And they basically said that if Jamal Murray gets hurt or is banged up, the Nuggets would be screwed.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said, well, that would be the case for any of their key guys. Like even Aaron Gordon goes down, the Nuggets don't have the depth to withstand the loss of Aaron Gordon. And certainly of Nikola Jokic, and certainly of Jamal Murray, and probably of Michael Porter Jr. And then they started going through, and they were like Anthony Edwards in Minnesota, and LeBron or Anthony Davis with the Lakers. And every team had this like one guy that if they lose them, that team is hosed.
Mm-hmm.
And my knee-jerk reaction was, well, because to me, De'Aaron's the 1A and on the Kings. And I was like, well, man, if the Kings are without De'Aaron Fox for 2 weeks, if he says, I'm taking a 2-week sabbatical from basketball, I think the Kings would be fine. So then I started to go through, and I'm like, is there a player they could lose that would derail their season in that way? Where we talk, if the Timberwolves lose Anthony Edwards, or if the Lakers were without LeBron James for however much time.
Mm-hmm.
And Domas, I think, is the only player that if the Kings, if he said, I'm taking a month-long sabbatical, I'm not going to play basketball for a month, I'm going and I'm hanging out in Europe, Greece, or wherever rich people vacation. And Domas was the one player that I didn't think there was a like logical fix for. Like if De'Aaron goes out, okay, it's more Malik Monk, it's more DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan is out for a couple of weeks. It's more De'Aaron, it's more Malik. You figure it out. But they just don't. There's nobody that can really do. Well, certainly nobody on their roster. Not that many people in the NBA that can do what Domas does for the Kings. And if he's out, I don't know if he dips for a month. I don't know what they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge problem. You can see that the problem is that Domas is so unique.
Yeah.
Right. And the way that they run their offense is so unique.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all run through Domas.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't have him, that's asking a lot out of Alex Len. And I don't know that there's a world in which Alex Len could play more than 20 minutes a game and stay healthy long term.
Not night after night. No.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe. I mean, Alex does keep himself in great shape. He's worked really hard to shake the injuries that he had when he was a young player. But at the same time, the DHO game, the nonstop running the ball through him, the fact that he leads the league in rebounds and then he averages 8 assists per game.
Yeah, you would have to do everything would have to be different.
Yeah, you would have to reinvent yourself on the fly, which is a difficult idea.
And real quick, before you continue, I want to make this really clear. This isn't a flaw. I don't present this as wow, the Kings have a real problem if they lose one of their best players. Like, yeah, that's the case for every team in the league. This was just I thought Domas specifically was the one guy that like, okay, if you're picking one player on every team, it's Domas for the Kings.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make it clear that wasn't. Go on. Please.
No, totally. I mean, he's a one of one.
Mhm.
And not only that, but you've designed everything around him. So even a guy like Anthony Edwards, like you have scorers that can step up and give you that, right? But it's almost like if you lose your defensive anchor, and like, for as much as, again, I don't care to watch Draymond Green as a basketball player, there's no question that the Warriors defense is 500 times better when he's on the court than when he's off.
Not even close.
It's not even remotely close.
Yep.
Like his ability to yell and scream and direct traffic and to rotate and do all the things that you have to do as like a defensive floor general are elite. And if you don't have him, you would be in a lot of trouble. And that I think it goes for most teams that kind of build their team around one type of player. I think, again, we've seen over the last couple of years, the Clippers can survive without Kawhi Leonard, or in the past they could. I don't know if they can this year.
Yeah, no Paul George makes that tough.
Yeah, no Paul George, no Russell Westbrook. Like they don't have the scoring punch that they used to have. And the fact that, James Harden just maybe isn't the same player that he was before. Averaged less than 17 points a game last season and would have to like instantly jump up to like 28 points per game for you to keep functioning. But the way that Domas steps onto the court and is so like he is the Kings everything, I think he would be the most difficult player to replace.
Yeah, man. There's just the statistical production, and then just like you said, it's not just because if De'Aaron Fox says I'm dipping out for a month, I'm gonna go on sabbatical, and that's just, is Malik Monk as good of a player as De'Aaron Fox? No, but he can do a lot of the same stuff within the offense. You're not fundamentally changing who you are. You remove Domas, it's like, all right, hang on, scrap everything about the offense. We are redoing everything on the fly mid-season.
Yeah.
And you're losing out on 8 assists a game and 14 rebounds a game and 20 points a night. Like that's a lot of production to replace, and it's the hub of your offense is getting rid of that, and so that's why. But you brought up something interesting when we were talking about this earlier that I had not even considered, and that was where Keegan Murray falls in this conversation. Because while Keegan might be down the list of players the Kings are gonna go to on a nightly basis in terms of like offensive options, removing, I almost think that they could withstand a Monk or Fox absence based on what you brought up. It might be easier to withstand a Monk or Fox absence than a Keegan one.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I'm explaining what you said correctly.
Yeah. So I don't think you can't lose Monk and Fox at the same time.
But yeah.
But if you were to lose one of those guys, like again, if Fox were to go down he missed 9 games last season, right? I think the Kings were 4-5 in games that he missed. If I like my quick math, 3, 4, yeah, I think they're 4-5 in games that he missed. Something like that. If you were to lose him for, say 2 weeks, you would probably see, McLaughlin step into the starting lineup, but Monk play 30 plus minutes, 32 minutes a night. And he can't emulate exactly what De'Aaron Fox does, but he can do a lot of what Fox does. And so you have that covered. I think if you lose Keon Ellis, you would have, again, either McLaughlin or someone else would step in the starting lineup, like if Kevin Huerter's healthy, whatever. Like, and you can go around. I think the one other person, and we talked about this with the 49ers, like I think that the most valuable player on the 49ers is not a quarterback. It's not McCaffrey. They haven't looked good without McCaffrey. They're 3-3 without him, but it's Trent Williams. If you don't have Trent Williams,
host,
I think that team is absolutely host. The second most important player, it might be McCaffrey, but it also might be Fred Warner. And I think if you didn't have Fred Warner, the 49ers would probably be like 2-4, maybe 1-5. Like just what he's done this season shows you his value. Keegan Murray for me is that guy because the Kings do not have another player like him that can defend multiple positions, that can like consistently shoot the way that he does, that kind of, I don't think he's replaceable on this current roster. And it's because you don't have another 6'8" long wingspan, strong guy that can defend LeBron James one night and Kevin Durant another night, but then chase Steph Curry another night. As of right now, you just don't have another player like him. And again, I think Trey Lyles will probably step into the starting lineup, but what would that mean? And I don't know that it would be great.
Was that important 49ers non-Purdy edition?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think, Brock Purdy's important, but I don't think he...
Come
on. No, I mean, I get it. If they don't have Brock Purdy, they're in a bunch of trouble.
Yeah.
But I still think that Brock Purdy is quarterbacks aren't just replaceable, but you would have to figure something out. I don't know, levels of importance. I still believe that the other two are more important.
I think they're 0-6 if Brandon Allen is their starter right now.
Maybe. Yeah. It's possible. Maybe they would have already gone through Brandon Allen's. It's Josh Dobbs time. We're gonna need you to go win us a game or two.
Did you see Josh Dobbs is in a commercial right now as the backup, what is he, the backup husband, handyman guy? It's a husband and wife, and husband's trying to hang this photo, and he's really struggling to do so, and so they call in the backup, and it's Josh Dobbs. And he comes in and helps him hang up the picture. And I thought that was crazy. I love that for him.
I do too. I
just
had
embracing
no idea.
the fact that he's a backup quarterback, but he's getting paid. He's getting this endorsement deal.
All right.
Shout out to the Pastronaut.
Probably making more in that endorsement deal than Brock Purdy is for this season. I'm just kidding.
Ooh, might be though.
Yeah.
A whole television commercial that runs a lot.
Yeah.
He probably is.
There you go.
Brock's making I think he's still at less than $1 million.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It was funny. It was funny listening to him talk about that at camp this year. He got asked about basically dealing with fame and dealing with the fact that 2 years ago he could have gone anywhere in the Bay Area and nobody would have given it a second thought. And now he can't go outside of his apartment kind of thing. And he's talking about, and he basically goes, because I don't make that much money. He was basically saying that security and privacy cost money.
Mm-hmm.
And he's and he goes, and I don't make that much money. And my immediate thought was I'll take it. You want to switch?
Yeah.
I'll take $900,000.
Yeah.
And then he corrected himself and he says, I make plenty of money. I don't make a lot of money playing football.
Well, playing football in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Where it's just so expensive to live.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And roommates.
Yeah, I wonder if they're like the old A's. You remember the A's had the house where Tim Hudson and Mark Mulder and then they would cycle. Eric Chavez lived there for a little while. Whenever
I don't want to know anything that happened in that house.
No. Yeah, but when guys would come up from the minors, they would take a room in the house.
Huh?
Yeah. So
I don't think it was like that. I know Alfredo Gutierrez was in there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Fredo. No longer with the 49ers. That's fine. The Doug McDermott, we asked and the Kings delivered. We asked for news to break
during our show.
Shout
out to Money.
I'm now more, because we wondered yesterday when the Doug McDermott news broke, is this the move?
Mm-hmm.
Was this the kind of response? Jalen McDaniels got traded. There's something else in the hopper. Was this it? And the further we get from the Jalen McDaniels trade, the more I think this is it. The more I think this is kind of the move.
Yeah.
And they're just giving themselves flexibility against the cap.
I think that's what we're learning. I'm not going to say that down the road that they're not going to make some move and go into the luxury tax.
Yeah.
And, we don't know, we always fight with Rory in the chat about what it is that all of this means and whether the Kings will ever go into the luxury tax. They might not.
Mm-hmm.
And they might also want to see what they have before they go into the luxury tax.
Yeah.
They might want to see how this team functions and looks on the court.
Sure.
And so when they make a move to save money like this, they save some money, but they also sent out millions of dollars to cover part of his salary. But when you make a move like this, there's usually all of these mechanisms that we look at of why did you do this move? What advantages does it have? And one of the advantages is that you can go out and sign a guy like Doug McDermott and stay under the luxury tax.
Well, because how many times have we said, we don't know if the Kings will go into the tax? Maybe they won't.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be the thing that handcuffs them for the next 5 years because they're not willing to do that. I don't think that's the case, but we'll see. But we always talk about how if you're going to go into the tax, if you're going to do that, it has to be for that move that puts you over the top.
No, yes.
It has to be. If they're sitting at the trade deadline and they are number 2 in the West, and there's some player out there that they can go get in a trade that's going to put them into the luxury tax, but man, it makes them the best team in the West. It makes them real contenders.
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, I would be stunned if they didn't do that. But anyways, Doug McDermott was not that move.
No.
And you're not going to go add Doug McDermott and be like, yeah, well, because if you're 1 penny into the luxury tax, it counts.
Yeah. So you no longer get the luxury tax like check.
Yes.
For the teams that are below the tax.
Yes.
And so again, if you're $1 million under the luxury tax and you go out and you sign Doug McDermott and he puts you $1 million over, all of a sudden you have a whole bunch of problems, right?
Yep.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what it does is it not only does it cost you the $1 million, you go $1 million over, it's dollar for dollar. So you owe $1 million in luxury tax dollar, and you don't get the 11, 12, 13 million dollars for revenue sharing from the luxury tax paying teams.
Right.
So again, that player better be worth it. If there was a player that you thought would impact like 4 or 5 wins, okay, I'm in.
Yeah, for sure.
But like, I don't think anyone is expecting that Doug McDermott is going to have that type of impact on the Kings. He's a veteran that you would like to have because he can shoot and because he's a good teammate and because he's a smart basketball player and he knows his role. He's all of those things matter.
You feel way better about Doug McDermott playing 10 minutes than you did Jalen McDaniels.
Yes, exactly.
And that's I think kind of the long and short of it here.
Yeah, and there's a cost to do that. My only concern is that whether you're going to regret that cost down the road.
Sure.
And like we talked about this a little bit before we came on, like let's just say that the Kings did want to go out and trade for a guy like Brandon Ingram. We see these rumors out there. The Kings aren't done. They might still be interested in Brandon Ingram or Zach LaVine. First of all, the Zach LaVine thing, just punt into space. Like I don't want to get into all the semantics of it, but if you have what it would take for the Kings to accumulate $35 million plus in salary in order to get Zach LaVine, to trade out players to get Zach LaVine and still stay under the hard cap, which at the 178.1 million, whatever it is, the first apron. In order to do that, what it would take is just like crazy talk. And there's almost no way to do it. But to get to the Brandon Ingram contract, so he's at 36 million, you're going to have some confusion as to how much money you have to actually come up with in order to trade him. But if you're chasing a Brandon Ingram and you're going to go make, we all kind of can piece together the salaries that work. You can't trade Malik Monk. You can't trade DeMar DeRozan because they just signed their deals and you have to wait 6 months. But that means that you're looking at like a contract like Kevin Huerter's, a contract like Trey Lyles, and then you need another $4 or $5 million contract. And yesterday, 2 days ago, it was Jalen McDaniels that would have fit into that deal, and the deal would work for those 3 players. And then whatever compensation, draft compensation, whatever. The only way that deal works now is with Devin Carter. And that's because you still have to match that money because you're going over the cap. So now you're like, okay, or can you piece together, can you get a team like New Orleans to take on, I don't know, 2 other young players? But even like if we're talking Colby Jones, you don't have another player that you could throw in on top of that. And so you need to come up with $4 or $5 million. You don't have the other players. So unless you're giving up Keon Ellis, then at $2 million, then him and Colby Jones would equal the $4 million. You could get up to the dollar amount. So it's just really difficult. And so that's why when they made the move, you have to wonder, okay, is something big coming? Was it that they were working with a team and they said, hey, we'll do the deal, but we don't want to take on that contract? That happens in the NBA. But at this point, it's looking more and more and more like they just did this deal to get below the cap and below the tax. And again, I'm not going to blame them for that. It's, you need to manipulate the cap the way that you can.
The Spurs waived the dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not like they traded a rotation player to go like, oh, hey, it's so important Did we get? No, they got rid of a guy who wasn't going to be on their team or who wasn't going to play.
The only
to
thing,
get a guy who might play a little.
The only thing you're concerned about in this deal is a 2031, 7 years from now, second round pick. That's the only thing that Kings fans should be worried about.
Do you know how long 7 years is?
It's a long time.
On this day 7 years ago, Jimmy Garoppolo was still on the Patriots.
Oh, yikes.
7 years is a long ass time, dude.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox was entering his rookie season.
Yeah, come on.
He's now going into year 8. Yeah, wild. Anyway, it's just kind of interesting. Yeah, when you look at the whole, you pull back and you look at the whole entire what they're doing and why they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not simple, and they have to play like 3-dimensional chess. Like this, the salary cap adds this element that makes everything very confusing and very difficult to manage. And I know a lot of people just get all excited every time, our friend Sean Cunningham tweets out that, they're trading Jalen McDaniels to the Spurs, but there's something else happening. It's part of a sequence of events.
Mm-hmm.
And so everyone's like, oh my gosh, something big's happening. And sometimes it's not.
Well, same. Like that's human nature though.
Yeah.
You hear, hey, they made this trade to clear up space because something else is happening. It's like, oh snap, here we go. And especially because there was all this stuff with Kyle Kuzma as recently as the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And you're thinking, okay, they're getting closer to the season. We just saw a Karl Anthony Towns move happen. That was a whole big trade. It's understandable that you'd get really excited when you hear, hey, they cleared all this space and now have what, $13 million to play with
under
the hard cap.
Yeah.
Oh man, you might get a nice little player.
Yeah.
And then Doug McDermott.
Doug McDermott. And like, look, we don't know also what McDermott's contract looks like. He might not be on a fully guaranteed deal. I think he probably is, just because of years of service and stuff. But I wouldn't be totally shocked if he was like, if he had 500,000 or 750,000 guaranteed until January. So yeah, we'll have to see.
We got Golden Sky Beer and Country Music Festival tickets to give away. Actually, you know what? We're gonna be nice. We're gonna give away 2 pairs today.
What?
Yeah, dude. I'm just doing it.
Do it.
Well, because so here's the deal. Just to be 100% transparent with everybody, we were supposed to give away a pair tomorrow.
Oh.
Of 3-day passes. We're supposed to give that away tomorrow. But doors open at 11 a.m.
Oh, that's tough.
And our show starts at 10. So we were going to have to hey, we're giving away these tickets. You have to enter. We'll notify the winner. And then you got to go pick up your pass. And then you got to go.
Yeah, that's tough.
So we're giving away 2 today to make those logistics easier for the winner.
Awesome.
You're all welcome.
That's right.
Me and Jackie M Promotions worked that out together.
Sweet.
And by that, I mean, I said, hey, is there a solution to this? And she came up with the solution.
All right. So is it the person who's number 27 and number 28 or what? How are we doing this?
Yeah, that's 100% how we're going to do that.
Oh, sweet.
We'll give that away coming up here in a bit. I want to do some housekeeping before we get out of here. The NLCS continues tonight. The Dodgers and Mets. The Dodgers with a thunderous 8-0 victory last night at Citi Field. 4:30 p.m. coverage begins Game 4 between the Dodgers and Mets. I'm at the point where I just want games.
Yeah.
I would like to see the Mets win just because they're the kind of lovable losers here. But I just want games. I want both these series to go to 7.
Okay.
I'm a little bit afraid Yankees Guardians are going to go like 5.
Yeah.
So I need the Mets. I need the Mets to get it together a little bit here.
Okay.
And figure this out and can I get 6? Can we get it to 6? Can we get a good Game 6? I would take a good Game 6.
Okay.
I'm not going to be super selfish and ask for a Game 7.
It does kind of feel like the Yankees are just going to just roll.
I think they're steamrolling these games.
It's just like they look like a professional team that's walking in, and the other team's like, oh, shoot, I don't know that we belong here. What's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Guardians are good. It's not like they stink. The Yankees just kind of feel like they are they're a juggernaut right now.
Yep.
All right. We got tickets to give away. I want to keep, we got a little bit sidetracked on the Doug McDermott thing. I want to bring that back because there's an angle of that we didn't get to. We'll have more King stuff coming up for you in the second hour as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. You're listening to The Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. That's Sacramento's sports leader. That's a good question by Leezy. We'll get to that.
What was the lazy question? Let me look at your start. Yeah. I've got time to get coffee, right?
Oh, thanks. This is great.
You need to
Unless
go
he's
anywhere?
not talking to me. What?
I'm gonna go grab coffee.
Okay.
You need anything?
Oh, the tickets thing. No, I'm good. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, I think Yamamoto is just kind of a gangster, man. He might just go out and shove tonight. I think there was a sneaky silver lining for the Dodgers with Yamamoto getting hurt and coming back when he did, so he got a chance to ramp up, because now it's not like, oh man, he's up against it innings wise. He's thrown 227 innings or whatever. He's more in like mid-season kind of form, and I think that's probably super helpful for him. But if the Dodgers make the World Series, given how their pitching staff is shaken out this year, that would be some bullshit. Yeah, hey, win or go home NLDS game. We're gonna go bullpen game and it's gonna work. Man, what? Silly. So silly. Yeah. Probably Yankees, Dodgers. It's just, I think it's the two best teams. But Yankees Mets would be fun. It'd be electric for sure. But I think Yankees Dodgers is probably the better. Because the Mets have been fun, but like they've won so many games that they just had no business winning in these playoffs. Where if they just kind of ran out of gas, like if they figure it out and beat the Dodgers, it wouldn't shock me if they just ran out of gas against the Yankees and get swept or losing 5. Whereas I think the Dodgers could put up a real series. Yeah, come on. Yeah, this would be the most fun for sure from a like, oh, it's different standpoint.
Yeah,
but I think there's a level of like, it's just like Yankees Dodgers is such a like historic, that goes back to the Brooklyn days, that's, I don't know. And their series in New York this year was a ton of fun. Some really good games there.
Oh, Kings fans. The Crocker Art Museum celebrates 40 years of Sacramento Kings basketball with a new exhibit.
Ooh.
Exhibit showcasing fan art opens today and runs through January 5th.
Oh, sick. I'm pulling up. I'm going to that for sure.
I love the Crocker. Like, it's amazing.
Oh, yeah, shout out James Outman. Is Nathan Lucas still with the Guardians, or is he's in Toronto now, huh? Sorry, I'm zoned out. Crocker Art Museum. Go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. Go down and support local art.
Nathan Lucas is in Toronto now. Never mind, guys.
Wait.
Hey, Katrina being such a hater is so funny. Yeah, I'm totally with you, Ramsey. I badly need a Guardians win tomorrow. Also, I would love to, the Yankees collapse after being ahead 2-0 would just be gold. It's his second team or third team. I don't know. Are the Mets his second team? I gotta never keep track. Okay, here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. One of them will be in for the handoff here in about 45 minutes. Justin Case from the Eagle is walking around the lobby right now brushing his teeth.
That's my guy.
Like, salute to dental hygiene. There's no shade at dental hygiene. Walking around the office brushing your teeth is nuts. I feel a little weird in the morning because sometimes in the mornings, if I'm running a little behind while I'm brushing my teeth, I'll go downstairs and I'll start my coffee. Just click the kettle on.
Yep.
I feel weird walking downstairs while I'm brushing my teeth.
Okay.
Walking around an office while brushing my teeth.
You know what's
insane? That's insane. That's psychopath behavior. What's happening over there?
I went to the dentist not too long ago, and you know how they used to give you like, here's a toothbrush and go ahead and brush up and get ready for it. They now have like a toothbrush that's, you can't see it, but like it has the toothpaste like built in.
Gross.
So you just put it under water and start brushing.
Just raw dog it.
And it just foams up, and there's actually toothpaste built into
that
the
feels
bristles.
Gross. I don't like that.
But then you just throw it away, so it's like a one-time use thing.
We're just generating plastic waste.
Of
Excellent.
Course, there we go. Yep.
Ugh. That's gross. That's nasty. Dude, I went in for my last, and I brush my teeth, floss, got to make it look like I do that. And then I do, at least I do now. And I do mouthwash, right? You're doing all that, and you do the whole dental hygiene thing. And I go in there. They didn't have me brush or anything. They were just like, sit in the chair. Let's go. Man, what? You're not even going to ask me if I want to brush my teeth?
Yeah, that's
what if
weird.
I hadn't done the whole routine before I went?
I think I had
that'd have been nasty.
Hey, do you guys have a toothbrush in an area? They're like, yeah, here you go.
Oh, bro, that should be a requirement.
Oh yeah, totally. That's
Can
what
you
I was
imagine
always
it? Like
to.
I said, it just is nasty. Ugh.
Oh no.
I don't know how dentists do it. Salute to the dentists out there.
You know, it's one of the most stressful jobs in the world, right? Because they can sense the stress of the person that they're like, they feel your anxiety, and so it's like dentist life expectancy or not super long.
Oh my god,
they feel the stress. And they're
oh my god,
like tense.
Well,
all
yeah,
the time.
I can imagine. Like,
yeah,
you don't like. You don't want to hurt a person, and if that person's like twitching and like, I try to joke with the dentist.
We get sidetracked with the most random things. Go ahead.
That's fine. I try and we got Kings coming up here in a second. I want to continue the Doug McDermott discussion. I try to like joke through it because like ultimately chances are I'm not going to die while having my teeth cleaned.
Mm-hmm.
Does sometimes it hurt a little? Yeah, for sure. But is it pain that is unlike? No, it's like, oh, hey, what that hurt. So I try and like joke with the dentist, and you can tell that there's like an uneasiness there.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I'm just like, we're having a good time. We're good. Thumbs up.
Kyle's like, just turn on the laughing gas. We're all good. Just crank it up.
You don't even need to do that. You don't even need to do that. I'm there to have a good time. Like, do you guys mind if I play games on my phone? They're like, the light. And I'm like, it's jokes. Like, I very obviously can't play games on my phone while you're in the middle of this.
Yeah.
Come on. Anyways. Oh, another thing, real quick. I swear, real quick. Last time I got blood drawn.
Okay.
I'm not good with needles.
Oh, I'm horrible.
Do not like them. Not a fan.
I pass out.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm right there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I turn on some music and I just like look away and I try and like zone out them. And I'm telling the lady who's about to draw my blood, I'm like, hey, can I listen to music? I don't do well with this. And I have tattoos on my arms.
Uh-huh.
And she looks at my arm and she looks at me and she goes, then why do you have those?
Oh, she got judgy on you?
Dang, lady.
Wow.
Back up. Because it's just, I'm not being stabbed as much as being drawn on.
Yeah.
If you had to put the needle as far in as the tattoo needle goes, then yeah, let's rock.
Searching for a vein. Yeah. Oh no, I had a
dude.
I had a bad situation.
Yeah, man.
I passed out in the emergency room, slid right out of the chair and onto the ground. I woke up surrounded by firefighters who were there doing something else, picking me up and throwing me on a gurney. I literally, the lady was digging in my arm. She's like, I'm going to go get a different needle. I'm like,
gross.
Don't walk away. I'm going to pass out. Gross. Yeah.
Digging around in the arm thing.
Oh, no. That's horrible.
Hey, if you're going to pass out, though, the ER is a good place to do it.
I guess. At least I had medical care.
Doug McDermott. We reacted to his signing yesterday. Here's what I want to kind of get to, because we did not get a chance for this to happen. I'm not going to get greedy and tell the Kings that they need to start doing news earlier in our show. Okay. Anytime during the show is fine, even if it's the final segment. That's fine. Right. So I don't want to get greedy. Let's assume the maximized version of the Kings is on the court. Kevin Huerter out there, Trey Lyles out there. We'll even throw Devin Carter in there. Actually, you know what? We're going to leave Devin Carter off to the side.
Okay. Jordan McLaughlin.
So no Devin Carter.
Okay.
But you have McLaughlin, you have Huerter, you have Lyles. Where does Doug McDermott fit? If you have your starting five, you have Malik Monk, you have Trey Lyles, you have Kevin Huerter, and you have Alex Len.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the problem. Like, I think it's an 82-game season, so you know that there's going to be some injuries. Mm-hmm. You know that McDermott can play the 3 and the 4, mm-hmm. And give you like shooting from those positions.
Yeah.
You're going to have games where no one can hit anything, and you're like, can somebody stand up and please go hit a 3-point shot?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have those games. But outside of that, it's tough to see where in a rotation he's going to fit long term. I mean, that's why he signs a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
But also, I think people need to understand, like, Kevin Huerter is like just starting to play through contact.
Mm-hmm.
He's just starting to get through, clearance to go back to play.
Right.
Trey Lyles isn't there yet. We do not have an update on Trey Lyles yet. We might tomorrow. We might not tomorrow, but tomorrow I think it's a 3-week mark. If Trey Lyles can't go, like, I expect Doug McDermott to play minutes in the opener. I do. Like, It might only be 8 minutes.
So that was the second part of this question.
Yeah.
That's the maximized version of the Kings, but I don't think he was acquired for the maximized version of the Kings.
No.
I think he's required for kind of the scenario that they might be walking into on night 1, where they have no Trey Lyles and they have no Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, and I think, look, if you're going to look around at the available players, like, he's affordable, number one. He knows the system. He's played with Domantas Sabonis. He has chemistry with Domas. He runs a lot of the similar sets.
A lot of dribble handoffs.
That Kevin Huerter runs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he understands what the game plan is, and he's a smart guy who busted you up for, like, 36 points, like, 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a guy that can still score. He's always been a bucket, and it's not that you're going to need him all the time. But, again, you need players to practice. You need players to be a scout team, whatever, Kevin Huerter for that matter. And so I like the idea of him. I mean, it's not like, again, I don't think it's going to make the difference between the Kings winning, 47 and 51 games or something. But at the end of the day, if I have to choose like where my 11th, 12th, 13th roster spots are, I would prefer that those are seasoned NBA players.
Yeah.
And not a kid who may or not know what his role is in the league. And so I think that's where the problem lies.
Yeah.
It's that you needed more depth at that little area before you get to the young players that, the 2-ways and the other young players that aren't going to play all that much.
He might play a lot until Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter come back.
Yeah, I mean, he might, but there's also a possibility we don't hardly see him at all. Like, we're going to have to wait and see.
Okay, so if you're starting 5.
Yeah.
Running through this. You have Malik. That's 6. Again, no Huerter, no Lyles.
No Huerter, no Lyles. Jordan McLaughlin's playing. Alex Len is playing.
Okay.
And then it's probably going to be Doug McDermott, Mason Jones, Isaac Jones. Yeah. 2-way players. Yeah. I mean, I don't think we're missing anyone. They just, traded Jalen McDaniels, who would have,
Boy, did they.
like, you would thought he would have played in that scenario. I don't know.
Maybe they looked at that. In fact, I don't want to say I'm sure this is what happened, but it wouldn't shock me if this is what happened. As they looked at it and went, hey, until Herter and Lyles are back, Jalen McDaniels is going to have to play.
Yeah.
He's our 8th guy right now. And they went, is there someone better than that? Is there someone who can contribute differently? And I think Doug McDermott can.
No, I think he can
Good
too.
for Doug McDermott.
Yeah. I don't think
hope
he will.
hits a bunch of threes.
I don't think he'll play tonight. Like he just signed yesterday. He signed maybe Tuesday night, right?
Mhm.
So, Monday night. There's a possibility that he's already. What is today? Thursday?
It is Thursday.
Okay.
Best day of the week.
So he signed Tuesday night. So it's possible he's already in Sacramento getting his physical yesterday, and he stepped on the court. Well, they're not in Sacramento; they're in LA. But it's possible that he joined the team. It will be on the bench. I can't imagine he'll run out there and play because you don't know what kind of physical shape he's in.
Yeah.
If this
Yeah,
was
it's not like he's been in a camp.
Yeah, if this was mid-season, then you would be like a guy gets traded to you. He can fit in on the next
Mhm.
day. But there's going to be a ramp up for him to play as well.
Yeah. Doug McDermott, Sacramento Kings legend.
Yeah.
Speaking of shooting, you had a note after the Utah game that we did not get to yesterday that I would like to get to now.
Okay.
You noted that Keegan Murray took 11 threes in Utah. And that's a lot, and it feels like a lot. But if Sacramento isn't shooting it well, if we talked a little bit yesterday about is there a potential regression from De'Aaron Fox in that area?
Mm-hmm.
Is Keon Ellis going to confidently put the ball up the way he did last year in the starting lineup? There's all these kind of question marks, and maybe they bear out in the affirmative and everything's fine. But I think going into the year, and this is a note you had, and I totally agree with you, that this is just kind of what the Kings are going to need from Keegan if their shooting woes continue into the regular season. Because I don't know how many players, it might not be 11 threes a night, but between 9 and 10 a night. I know it's a lot, but I'd way rather Keegan be doing that than trying to force DeMar DeRozan into something he's not, or having De'Aaron put up that many threes if he's not being efficient with it.
Like, look, last year, Dante DiVincenzo playing for the Knicks averaged 8.7 threes per game. That's where I'm at with Keegan. Like, the 6.6 threes per game, that's fine.
That's nice.
But this team needs him to shoot the three.
Mm-hmm.
They need him to space the floor. And he doesn't just have to be a three-point shooter. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that he has to be a three-point shooter. Not just only a three-point shooter, but he has to be a three-point shooter. He's got to do both. He can go and get his buckets at the rim.
Yeah.
He can go in transition and score some buckets. He can get rebounds and putbacks. He can, make cuts through the lane and stuff. But for the Kings to optimize their offense, they have to have him and they have to have Keon Ellis shoot as many threes as possible. I don't think Keon Ellis can get above like 5 3-point attempts per game. And even that would be astronomical.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Keegan has to play is he needs to understand that last year you had Harrison Barnes shooting like 5.5 threes per game. And this year at the same position, you have DeMar DeRozan, who shot, I think, 2.8 threes per game last year.
Mm-hmm.
And you want DeMar DeRozan to shoot more threes and try to get closer to where Harrison Barnes was. But the easy answer is not to ask a 33% career 3-point shooter to shoot more. It's to ask the guy who shot 41% as a rookie to shoot more.
Yes.
That's where this really lies. And look what defenses are doing with Keegan already. They're running small players at him.
Yep.
They're leaving him not unguarded, but they are putting smaller players because they think he's not going to be as much a part of the offense.
Tim Hardaway Jr. got up 7.6 threes a game last year in 27 minutes a night. Whew. There's Keegan's got to be upwards of, I said between 9 and 10. That's probably a lot, but he's got to be up over 8 to me.
Yeah. Well,
last year, Bogdanovich, 30 minutes a night, 8.1 per game.
Yeah, that feels like a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would tell you the problem that you had with Hardaway is he shot 35.3%, right?
Mm-hmm.
On those threes. So as opposed to asking him to do that again and to shoot that many and to maybe not play that as many minutes, they went out and got Klay Thompson, who averaged 9 3-point attempts per game last year and shot 38.7.
In 29.7 minutes a night, Klay was hoisting 9 threes a game.
Exactly. But you understand what I'm saying, as opposed to asking a 35% shooter to do what he did again, or to shoot maybe more. Go get Klay Thompson, who is a bigger threat and will shoot more. And that's kind of what I'm saying with, again, DeMar DeRozan is not a natural 3-point shooter.
No.
He needs to shoot threes. That's not a question. But what you realistically need for this thing to balance out, it might be for him to shoot a couple of less shots per game and to have Keegan Murray shoot those shots.
Yeah, to me, when Keegan's open beyond the arc, he just has to let it rip.
Yeah, I think everyone in Sacramento is disappointed that Keegan Murray didn't shoot 12 threes because he had the wide open look at the end of the game and passed it back.
Yeah, you got to take that, man.
He's got to take it.
Got to shoot that.
Yeah, and so, again, he needs to have that confidence, and he needs to.
So that's go ahead.
Every game needs to be like the standard is 8 or 9 threes, maybe 10 in a good game, and maybe 7 in a game that you don't need it as much.
Yeah.
But he needs to average 8, 9, 10 threes a game.
Well, and I think the confidence aspect of that is what matters here, because it can't just be, oh, Keegan has 3 3-point attempts with 5 minutes left. Go shoot 6 real quick.
Yeah.
That's not what it is. But within the flow of their offense and with the things Keegan is asked to do, he should have 7, 8, 9 attempts a night pretty easily. It's not a matter of forcing those shots to him. I don't think that's what it's certainly not what I'm asking. I don't think it's what you're asking. It's not like, hey, you need to figure out a way to get Keegan 9 shots a night. It's like, no, they're going to be there. He just has to hoist them.
Yep. And his teammates need to find him.
Yes.
They need to feed him.
I think they will.
Yeah.
Keegan Murray in the corner is going to, he's going to shoot like 50% from the corner this year.
Yeah, you'd hope.
He could.
Like 45% at least, from the corner.
50 is a lot. No, it's crazy.
Yeah, but at the same time, Keegan is that type of shooter, and you need to get him back to where he was as a rookie, where he was just knocked down on every single shot. And look, I keep saying that he's going to have a ton of open looks. Their offense is to race down the court, so Keegan and whoever the other wing to get to the corners and wait. Right, that's the first thing you do.
Yep.
There are so many open looks in the first 8 seconds, 7 seconds of the shot clock as you're moving the ball up the court. Find those guys. So I think those are going to be open. But when you get into the half court and DeMar DeRozan draws all this attention, he's going to be open. Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan in a 2-man game, Keegan Murray's going to be wide open. There's going to be so many opportunities. And it's right now, I still feel like they're trying to figure out their spacing and who they are. Once they figure all that out, the easiest, the way for this thing to function is for Keon and for Keegan to shoot, I don't know, between 14 and 16 threes a game between the two of them. That's it's kind of how it has to work. I mean, again, this team shot 39 threes a game last season. You lose a bunch of threes with Harrison Barnes not being there.
Yeah.
And we don't know what Kevin Huerter's gonna how many minutes he's gonna play. You could lose threes there because he's not playing as many minutes. So you got to figure out a way to get these guys involved and a way for, that's how the game is easy, as if you have him shooting threes.
And that's another ripple effect of, we talked about Domas yesterday and how aggressive he was against Utah, and just kind of in the preseason, how aggressive he's been, or how decisive he's been as a scorer, or as a person who is rolling down the lane, catch the ball. It is one dribble and go up with it, instead of catch the ball, stop, look around for a pass, and then try and go do post moves as the defense has gotten set. That's another, if he starts to do that regularly, where defenses are now, every time he touches the ball in the paint, they're immediately collapsing because they think he's going to go up with it. Well, now all of a sudden that kick out's going to be there. It's just another way to try and get open looks for Keegan, Kevin Huerter, Doug McDermott,
whoever
it is.
Trey Lyles.
Trey Lyles.
I think too. We're watching the
spray threes, baby.
The spray three, a spray to the hot guys.
It's got to spray the hot guys.
Yeah, we're watching the Kings. We're watching Domantas Sabonis in particular. Just everything he's doing is quicker. His processing, it's almost like they pulled out an old processing chip and put in
he's just running a little faster.
Yeah, what is it, RAM, right, in your computer? They
just RAM it.
Yeah, there it is. They just upgraded his thought process.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be amazing because, again, if he's making a decisive move at the rim, and that means that the other team is going to adjust after a couple of those where they're collapsing quicker. And that means that the next decisive move is to hit the corner three way quicker, who's going to be wide open. Again, I think there's going to be a lot of open looks for this team.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You would sure hope so. What was I going to say about Domas? You're talking about his decision-making. It's also like, it's his age 28 season. It's just, hey, he's in the middle of his prime. This really good player might have just had the light bulb go all the way on.
Yeah.
And we're just going to see the maximized version of whatever Domas is as a basketball player might just happen over the next couple of years.
Yeah. It's also possible that we're going to see a guy average like 19 points, 13.5 rebounds, and 8 assists a game for the next 5 years.
I know that's really good. This is not a that's bad take. I'd be so annoyed. I'd be so annoyed. We're like, hey, look, looks like he's being a little more decisive, a little aggressive, more to the basket. Just nope, same player.
It's funny, you and Sean Cunningham,
chugging away.
You guys both have the same thought that I need 22 points a game. I need more. I need more offense from Domas. And I've always been like, hey, if this is who he is, he's great.
It's not necessarily like I need more, because again, I said this yesterday. Asking for more is kind of it's tough for a player that plays as hard as he does night in and night out and does all the things that he does to impact the game, both inside and outside the box score. Like I'm totally with that. But 3 more points a game, that could come by way of, hey, those open threes, just take them. Team's going to leave you open from 16, take that. Like we've seen him confidently do that. That's all. Like that's it. Not anything insane. It's not like all of a sudden we need Domas to turn into Jason Tatum and he's handling the ball and he's trying to break down defenders and get to the rack. Like, no, it's not that. It's just those 2 to 3 open shots a night that he passes up. Like, yeah, dog, let those rip, man. That's all. That's all. That's all I want.
I'm with you. I totally get it.
22, 14, and 8. Talked about it yesterday. Is so much different than 19, 14, and 8.
Yeah.
I had 3 more points a night. He's got it in him.
Yeah. Last season, I'll just go back to last season. 26.4, 12.4, and 9. That won the MVP. That's Jokic. 26.4, 12.4, and 9 assists per game.
Yep. Just add that little bit scoring to your bag. Also, the team's got to win.
Of course.
Like that's the other aspect of the whole MVP thing. We didn't talk about these yesterday. There's a couple more Kings things I want to get to, but Tom Brady was officially named a minority owner of the Raiders.
He went through the process.
Yes.
Yep.
He's now officially a minority owner of the Raiders and also the Las Vegas Aces. He's going to continue being a Fox broadcaster, but because he's a broadcaster, there's like a bunch of stuff he's not allowed to do that broadcasters have to do.
Yeah, because he's an owner.
Right. So he is now barred from, he's not permitted to be in another team's practice facility. He's not permitted to witness practice, which is a whole part of being a broadcaster. He's not permitted to attend production meetings, either in person or virtually. So all those little nuggets that their broadcaster drops throughout that because they've been talking with coaches and players.
Yeah.
Not going to have it. He's prohibited from publicly criticizing game officials and other clubs.
Oh.
So he can't say that was a bad play.
Oh, they missed that call. Wait, what?
What is he going to be doing? He's subject to the NFL's gambling policy, which, okay, that's fine. And he's subject to the NFL's anti-tampering policy, which means he now can't be like, wow. Like, he can't talk about
He can't go do a
players in certain
sit-down
ways.
interview
Correct.
with a player and have a general conversation where, the future of that player might,
Correct.
He can't ask about the future of a player.
Correct.
Ugh,
What is he going to... Fox is paying $325 million for this.
this is wild.
Because here's the deal. He started to really come into his own.
He's figuring it out.
Tom Brady is very rapidly becoming a very good broadcaster.
Mhm.
That is without a shadow of a doubt. He is, like I said, it's coming along, but
He's mastering the red area.
dude, he is. Nobody loves the red area quite like Tom Brady.
Kyle. Yeah,
We're just gonna roll past that.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, like, hey, all these things that make you a good broadcaster are no longer allowed. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from Tom Brady if Tom Brady is not allowed to criticize a player or an official, if he has not been in meetings, if he's not been at practice, so he's watching film and just recalling being Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Like, that's okay for a minute.
I don't know. It's very odd what they're good. Maybe he'll just sit there and call plays out that are coming. I think there are things that he can talk about, and I'm not sure that the league is going to be all over him and just keep finding him and stuff. Maybe they will, but they do know that they've got their thumb on him, and he's not allowed to lambast the officials for a bad call.
The Roger Goodell might not be sitting there, but other teams are going to be paying attention for sure.
Oh no, that's true.
For sure. That'll be fascinating to watch. All right, we got more King stuff. Giannis said a wild thing in The Athletic that we'll get to. And 20 years ago today, a pretty major sports moment happened. We'll talk about that next. And we'll be giving away Golden Sky Beer and Country Music Festival tickets, 2 per of 3-day VIP passes. That's coming up next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. You're on ESPN 1320.
Are they VIP passes? Oh.
Oh, wait, maybe they're not.
You said VIP passes. 3-day passes.
Nope, I lied, everybody. Sorry. Whoops. Actually, speaking of that, I need to go talk to Jackie real quick.
All right. I will talk to the good people. Hello, good people. This is funny, Drew. I mean, in all honesty, Lou, I don't have any idea who any of these people are, at all. I mean, again, I know who Keith Urban and Luke Bryan are, but I don't listen to country music at all. It's not my jam. I agree with you, Drew. Thursday is not. And Kyle's dragging a little bit today. I haven't heard him say that Thursday is the best day of the week. Michigan Wolverine, how are you 0-6? Your season is over. That's not good. If I were you, I would pick up Spencer Rattler and just ride with it. Okay, Lizzie has a question. You know what, Lizzie? We started this question when you asked that earlier. Are you a scary movie guy? Have you seen? I have not seen this. I'm not a scary movie guy, but I got to be honest. My sons are on fall break. Both of their schools are on fall break right now, so they're just hanging around the house doing nothing but watching scary movies all day. So like they went through the first 10 Saws, and so that was on the other yesterday. And my wife and I were sitting there like, what are you guys watching? They're like, Saw. This is Saw 10. We're like, okay. And then
they're gonna play a game.
And then it starts happening, and I'm like, oh no, she's sawing off her leg. That's not good.
Insane, dude.
Yeah. So
hey, you people who are into that stuff are sickos.
He said, "You people."
Yeah. It's scary movie season, bro. If it's here, you know how there's like spice scales? You know, when you go to like a wing restaurant, there's like original, like mild, up to like flamin' habanero or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
On the scary movie scale, if like Hocus Pocus is down here, I'm at whatever level Nightmare Before Christmas is. That's as far as I'm going.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
I can deal with some of it. I just it's not my jam.
I don't like. I can do the haunting stuff. The jump scares aren't my favorite, but like, what was that movie that came out? Oh god, like 15 years ago now. Where it's all the security cameras.
Blair Witch.
No.
Oh, Paranormal.
Paranormal Activity. Thank you.
Okay.
Like that one's fine. That one doesn't. Like I said, the jump scares aren't my favorite thing, but whatever. That's at least like
Yeah.
I get the sawing off legs and the
gore,
the torture stuff doesn't.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Nah, I can't do that.
Yeah.
This is legit, bro. I saw one time. I saw a person had a tattoo right here, like down, like in this area, and I thought it looked really cool. And then I was like, you know what? If you have this here, you have to be able to watch Saw. You can't cry at Amazon commercials, and that's me. Like, not a neck tattoo guy.
That's funny.
No, Spencer. No.
I don't know why are you yelling at Spencer?
He said to watch the Human Centipede. I was being dramatic on purpose.
I got it. I think it's funny. My boys are total like movie buffs, especially my oldest.
Facts. This is facts. Yeah, Signs doesn't count as a scary movie for me. That's a thriller.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, not a scary movie guy, man.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Like I'm into, if you have your favorite, like Hocus Pocus, fine. Nightmare Before Christmas, if you're like, yeah, it's spooky season, it's time for Jack Skellington. Yeah, okay, fine. That I'm fine with. That I'll rock with. But even like the Michael Myers movies. Okay. That's fine.
I can deal with the campy. I'm okay with campy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like the Evil Dead series, Evil Dead 2.
Never seen it.
Oh, okay. Sam Raimi, Spider-Man.
Oh, okay.
And Bruce Campbell, which Briscoe County, you would maybe you know Bruce Campbell. If you see Bruce Campbell, you would know him.
Okay.
Anyway, it was like their college film I think they're at USC. Is The Evil Dead.
Oh, yeah, you've told me about this before.
Yeah, and then the second one
Bruce
is like a little more like refined version of the same thing. And then it gets stupid with like the Army of Darkness and weird. And then there was a Evil Dead like Netflix series.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't think I knew that.
It's fun. It's more like, I mean, there are things that happen in the movie that are grotesque and crazy.
Sure.
But it's campy.
Yeah, if it's over the top, fine.
Yeah.
But when it's I just like the Saw movies, I just don't get, that doesn't do it for me, man.
Yeah, it's a little wild.
Yeah, I'm out. But salute to everybody who's into that stuff. Your FBI agent knows for sure. We're gonna give away a couple of away a couple of 3-day passes. 2 winners today. 2 winners to the Golden Sky Beer and Country Music Festival. Sunday afternoon, Shabuzi is out there. Shabuzi will be there. Friday, El King. The headliner on Friday, Keith Urban. The headliner on Sunday, Shabuzi's not even the headliner. That's crazy. The headliner on Sunday, Luke Bryan. Which is, like, if you told me Shabuzi was going to be there, I'd be like, oh, he's headlining on Sunday. No. Luke Bryan is headlining on Sunday.
That's amazing.
Of American Idol fame.
Yep.
Plus, there's going to be so much beer there. Cannot wait. I'm going to be out there Friday. You can win your tickets now. Download the free Odyssey app on your phone, or if you already have it, just go ahead and open it up. Search ESPN 1320, and when you get to our station page, you'll see a Listen Live button. Right next to that Listen Live button, there's a little microphone.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to click on that microphone, and you're going to let us know your name, your birthday, your phone number, and your name, your phone number, and your email address. Not your birthday. Don't need your birthday. name, phone number, email address, and just let them know that you're entering to win the tickets to Golden Sky. And message numbers 27 and 28 will be our winners today. You can enter more than once. If you're nervous about speaking into the mic or whatever, it's not going to get played anywhere.
Yeah.
We're literally, if you're not number 27 or 28, we're not even going to listen to it, to be totally honest with you. Because they come in order, and we're going to click on number 27, and we're going to go, okay, that was so-and-so in such and such. They're our winner. You will be contacted. 2 winners today. Download the free Odyssey app. Search ESPN 1320. Favorite it while you're there. Is that way when you open the app, our station starts playing. And then hit the microphone next to Listen Live. Let us know your name, email, phone number, and that you want Golden Sky tickets. And you'll be entered to win.
There it is.
3-day passes. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Good way to spend a weekend, man. It's going to be a good time. I can't wait.
That's right. And if you're confused by the instructions, just go to ESPN1320.com.
Thank you.
And hopefully we have some winners in the Chatty House. Oh, we already did today.
Did we? Oh, yeah, Germs.
Yeah.
Germs is a big winner. Yeah, I'm going to be out there on Friday afternoon for a little while.
Yeah.
So if you want to say what's up, let me know. I'm going to be working for a little bit, but at some point I'm going to be not working.
So basically, L. King, Keith Urban, and the headliner is Kyle Madson will be there.
Yes. Yeah. I'm going to not performing.
No.
Unless somebody starts playing Blow the Whistle by Too Short, in which case, hand me a mic.
It sounds like Donkey Kong.
I don't think that's going to be the crowd. I don't think it's going to be a Blow the Whistle by Too Short crowd.
That's right. I don't think so.
Golden Sky Beer and Country Music Festival. Also want to remind you that Socktober is here, and people need socks. We're working with the Gathering Inn. They distribute socks to the unhoused. You can bring those in the wrapper, in the package still socks. We don't want your old nasty socks.
Nope.
Keep those at home. But buy some socks, bring them to 3010 Lava Ridge Court. That's 3010 Lava Ridge Court, Suite 220 here in Roseville. We have a big bucket you can drop your socks in. I just ordered a bunch of socks that are being shipped here that I will drop into the bucket.
Nice.
But if you want to stop by, drop off the socks. If you want to hang out for a second, let us know you're pulling up, and James and I will come say hey at a break if you're down to hang out for a minute. And do something nice. We talked yesterday about putting your damn shopping cart away is an easy thing to do.
Oh, yeah.
Easy way to be a good person for the day. Make this your good deed for the day.
There it is.
Run down to your favorite place to buy socks. I go to TJ Maxx or Ross for my socks.
Okay.
Typically. Go wherever you get your socks.
Okay.
Get some and pull up. Say what's up to your boys and do something nice. Shout out to the Gathering Inn. Socktober.
I love it.
Is here. It is 9. Okay. The Kings play their preseason finale tonight. And I know the game doesn't matter, but I do think the Kings need a win. Jill Adge dropped the stats earlier about teams who go undefeated in the preseason are like 11-5 against their over-under win total the next year or that season. And it's like they're 7-3 to the under when they go without a win during the regular season.
Okay.
Or during the preseason. Jesus. I need a win tonight. But that's not the end all be all. There's other things going on. If they play horribly and somehow escape with a win, that's going to feel differently than if they go dominate and come out with a win. Or if they dominate and play really well and you know what? Missed a couple of shots late. Clippers had a bunch of guys hit shots, whatever. Anyways, I've gone on too long. Here's what I want to ask you.
Okay.
Will tonight matter will this thing that happens in the game matter? I'm going to ask you, James. Will it matter if the Kings get in foul trouble again?
No, I don't think. I mean, it just depends. I mean, look, you're playing. If James Harden is actually playing, he's one of the biggest foul getters there ever was. So I think the problem that you have is if it's an equal foul game, that's one thing, where both teams are playing with force and both teams are highly competitive, and you pick up fouls in a game like that happens. I think it kind of depends. If you're picking up fouls because you're a step slow and you're picking up fouls because you're not being physical enough, and I know that sounds really weird that you're not being physical enough, but you're fouling.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Mhm.
Like if players who aren't playing physical enough sometimes pick up fouls because they're grabbing and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. So yeah, I'm not overly concerned with the fouls as much as some of the other aspects of the game that would be concerning.
Yeah. Will it matter? Yeah, I'm not worried about the foul stuff.
Yeah.
That's a regular season problem for me. You got refs out there who may be calling the games differently. It might be players who are running. You're probably not game planning at all for these games. You're just going out and doing your own stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't think it matters if De'Aaron Fox fouls out. Not worried at all. What if the Clippers shoot 40+% from three?
Okay, that's a little bit more of a concern because the Kings have looked really, really. It's not just the game one of preseason where they gave up a bunch of threes. Overall, they're allowing their opponents to shoot well over 40%. I think in almost every game, they're allowing their opponent to shoot over 40% from three. That's not good. The rotations need to be crisper tonight. The high fives, you need to get to the closeout faster. And I think that they'll be better. But again, they're making some adjustments here. People need to know, like Jordi Fernandez was a defensive coordinator for the last 2 years, and Luke Laux is a defensive guy this year. They have slightly different points of emphasis, like same basics, but slightly different points of emphasis. And I think the team is still learning those points of emphasis.
Yeah, and this is where it's a concern for me. It'll matter tonight if the Clippers get loose from three, because this is a continuation of a problem from last year. And the Kings didn't do anything dramatically different in the offseason that would say that this is going to be something that gets remedied. But opponents shot 38.7% from three against them last year, which was the second worst mark in the league. And the fact that that's carrying over isn't a great sign to me.
Yeah,
I don't love that.
The one good thing is that after the All-Star break, they were much better defending the three.
That's true.
But that's because, and they finished second worst in the league because they were so bad, like the first 55 games. They were just like atrocious defending the three.
It was really bad.
I mean, it was like every bad team that could not shoot, every team that was the lowest percentage in the league would walk out of Sacramento and they were no longer the lowest percentage in the league.
Yes.
Shooting the three.
There was one, I can't remember if it was the Spurs or the Magic. Which one came first? I think the Magic came first. And they hit all those threes. I think the Kings ended up winning in double OT.
Yeah.
Or double overtime with the Magic. But the Magic were terrible at threes and hit a bunch. And I think that the next home game was the Spurs, I think.
See, the Spurs or Detroit.
It was somebody. But we said on the show, like, well, there's no chance that another team is going to shoot like that from three. And then they did.
And then they did.
And then they sure did. They sure as heck did. Domantas Sabonis shooting three or more three-pointers. That's something I'm looking for. I don't know about mattering, but that's something I'm looking for tonight.
I'm looking for it because we've seen it, I think, 3 games in a row. He went 0 for 3, 0 for 3, 1 for 3. Like, he needs to keep shooting the 3 attempts, and I think he will. And especially against Zubats. That's a huge man. If you drag him out away from the basket and start shooting those threes and hitting those threes, you could change the game with that aspect there.
Yeah. And that's just another thing. Whether he makes or misses the shots in the preseason doesn't matter as much. But if he's putting on tape in the preseason that this is a thing that he is doing now, just changes the way the Kings get defended. I would like to see him. I would like to see him keep putting those shots up. I think the same thing. This is in the same vein. Keegan doing what we just talked about. Can he get 8 or 9 threes up? Can he get 10 threes up? That's kind of what I'm looking for from Keegan.
Yeah, and I would say the task for him in this game is that the players he's going to have to that are going to defend him are much better than the players. They're better defenders than what he's seen in the first couple of weeks, in the first couple of games. So, like, Terrence Mann is a very good defender, and he could end up like seeing plenty of time on him. You know, Kawhi's not there, but like I kind of want to see how he adjusts when the players are more defensive minded, and maybe we'll stick with him. But if they start hiding James Harden on Keegan Murray, I need Keegan Murray to go for 25 points.
Yeah.
I mean, just straight up.
Just go be aggressive. Go get it. Yeah, for sure. Will it matter if the Kings lose? Are you buying into the stats?
Not really. I mean, I think it's how you lose. Like,
Sure,
again, if you're trying to
sure.
figure out how to win and in the last 4 or 5 minutes of a game, you miss some shots and you don't
Mhm.
figure out how to win, that's one thing. If you lose by 25 because you don't show up, then I think, yeah, people can be concerned. They can be unhappy. But outside of that, like, again, it's preseason. To me, I don't like that you could go 0-5 in preseason, but I also don't really care.
Right. Okay. So this is where like there's a line to walk, because
Yeah.
if they lose tonight, it literally has no impact on the regular season.
0.
It doesn't matter.
Mhm.
But at the same time, for me personally, and for my vibe, I would like to see them win. That's all.
Yeah. I would hate to see a week of like fans freaking out because they went 0-4.
Kings need to win
0-5.
tonight, Damian.
No.
It's time for the handoff. I need a win.
They don't need to win.
I need a W.
No,
You can't go 0-5 in the preseason and feel good about it.
you don't have to feel good about it, but they don't need to win. Like, I don't even want them to play tonight. Just if your last name is Jones, go out there and play. That's about it. Get Mark a uniform. You got Colby. You got Isaac. Who am I missing? Mason. You got Mason.
Yep.
Go find Damon. Just throw everybody out there, and like I don't need to see. I'd love for DeMar and De'Aaron and the starters and Malik to play the first half. I'd love to see Mike Brown run a regular rotation first half. I'd love to see that offense look exactly like they did against the Golden State Warriors.
Mhm.
What was it, a week ago?
Mhm.
A week ago yesterday, and then dip. I don't care what happens.
Don't play
in
the
the
second
second.
half.
Well, I mean, Mike can play. Isaiah Crawford. He could play. Doug McDermott if he wants. Do that. Like it doesn't matter to me. Like I'm not gonna. No, I have concerns already. Like I don't feel great that they're struggling to guard the perimeter.
Mhm.
I don't feel great that they're missing free throws. I don't feel great that these are all things that we talked about last year.
Yeah.
I don't feel great that I understand it's the preseason, but I also don't feel great that they look like they just want to get through it, right?
Yeah,
because I feel
no
like
doubt.
there's going to be games where, it's 6 games in 10 nights or 9 nights or something like that. And I don't even think that's a thing, but you know what I mean? It's a bunch of games in short order. And you're looking at them like, okay, they just want to get there. This isn't going to go good. They just want to get through this. And like, I don't fault like the human behavior, but it's also like these were problems last year. And it's the reason you finished with 46 wins instead of 48, or as James will say, it's the reason you finished with 46 wins instead of 50.
Mhm.
And why do I believe that just because you add DeMar DeRozan, those tendencies you have are exactly the same? Why do I believe that they're going to be different just because you added DeMar DeRozan?
Yeah.
And nothing that happens tonight is going to change that. I'm going to go into Thursday's game with some concerns. If they play a full 48 minutes, look like $1 million, and De'Aaron is full, 15 of 15, and he scores 50 tonight. All right, cool. If they lose by 15, like whatever. Okay, don't lose by 30. Don't. I take that
There's
back.
limits to this.
Yeah, don't do what you did against Portland. But
Yeah.
other than that, like I'm not gonna get anything out of this game.
I kind of feel like not
We're
last
very
year.
different people.
The season
fine.
before, the Kings had this thing where after they lost the first 4 games of the season, they never lost, was it 3 in a row until the very end of the season? Like they never lost more than 3 in a row. Like they had this resiliency to them that when they got beat or when they laid an egg against a bad team and they had a big game coming up, they would rise up and beat that team. And I want to see them find that like very quickly, because that was like such an identity piece for them in that first season under Mike Brown. And the other thing is, you brought up Damian Jones. Like I personally think the Kings should just call Damian Jones and bring him in, because I think they could use Damian Jones.
Where is he?
He's nowhere.
Oh,
He's 29 years old. Last year he played in Cleveland, and I would love to. That's the type of player that, like, why not as your third center?
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. Patrick says in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House, D'Lo, you do realize it's preseason. Thanks, Patrick. Had no clue. They aren't going to bring the physicality for these games that is needed to defend well. Fair enough, but wasn't this a concern last year?
Yeah, dude, they haven't done enough. They haven't done anything to earn the right to do that.
And that's the thing where you kind of miss me with the it's just preseason, because Patrick is right. It is just preseason. But these are issues that they had last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
right now you're saying, oh, well, talk to me in 2 weeks if they're playing like that. No, they played like that for 82 games last year. I don't need to talk to you in 2 weeks. I saw this for an entire season last year.
Yep.
You talk to me when it gets better, because I have a far bigger sample size of it not happening than you have of it happening in your imagination, because the Kings defending and being physical is only happening inside some people's imagination. They're telling themselves, oh, it's just preseason. Great. You're imagining them defend well. I know this because you haven't seen it. I know this because it's my job to watch this team over and over and over again. They're not. And there's a fine line between panicking and just acknowledging that it's not happening.
Right. This is a thing I'm watching out for.
And I'm not panicking. I just told you, I do not care what happens tonight. But I am acknowledging what I saw. And it would be naive of me to pretend like I'm not seeing it. And this isn't a problem that's an extension of last year. Oh, they're going to start making free throws when the games count. Word? Tell me more.
Yeah.
Did the Bucks game count? Did the Suns game count?
Oh, boy, did it.
There's 40 wins. There's 47 and 48 wins. James doesn't even count those in his tallies.
I don't.
So, work with me a little bit right here.
Yeah. Have you considered the vibes, though?
See them. Vibes, I think everyone is going to be I don't know. Maybe if the Kings light the world on fire, the fan base will be thrilled going into Thursday. I just want Thursday to get here, and I want them to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves.
That's the other thing. That's my own counter to the I need to see a win tonight. More just for the vibe of it. Just, hey, yeah, they did it. Nice. Hell yeah. But either way, they could lose 1,000-0 tonight. Is going to be cracking next Thursday at Golden One Center.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
absolutely.
I think that's kind of your point.
And if Mike plays the guys tonight, I want to see them play like they did against Golden State.
Yeah. Let's go play well.
They played bad against Portland. I don't think they played very good against Utah. I don't think they played well. I don't think Utah is very good. They're bigger. They hit a bunch of shots. I don't think the Kings played well. I thought De'Aaron was going through them. I thought a lot of guys were going through the motions. They just wanted to get shots up. Domas was busting his ass, but a lot of guys were just kind of like, we're vibing. It's cool.
We talked about
and I'm not really mad at him for it. It's just if you give me what you gave me against the Golden State Warriors, I'll take that. Whatever happens with the results of the game, I don't care, but give me that.
40 seconds.
I want to see the check-in games. Like we saw Domas check-in. I'm here. I'm
present.
present.
Oh, yeah.
And Keegan a little bit. I'm here.
I would really like to see Malik.
Yeah.
Because I do have concerns. I don't have concerns about Malik. I just kind of feel for Malik because we were so worried about him signing. We forgot he was hurt. And I did not give it a thought at all until training camp started. Like, oh, he did get hurt at the end of the year.
Yeah. And they sat him all summer.
Yeah.
All right. What do you guys got coming up?
Probably this. Got you coming up at 12:15. Katie from the Wake Up Call is coming in. She's got very strong opinions on starting five that she can't wait to share. And it's Thursday, so Matt George will be with us at the end of the show.
Excellent. Right. D'Lo and Casey coming up next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders. Back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and also be nice to people. Later, y'all. Good show today. Appreciate you.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, baby, one more time for the good times. Hey, welcome in here to the Thursday, October 17th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
The worst.
That's always that's just a badge of honor. Saying that, I love that.
Just the worst, man. We are so happy that you are here with us, though, man. Plenty to talk about, as we just mentioned. As I just mentioned on the Insiders, Kyle Madson of the Insiders going to be with us. Normally, he's here on Friday. He's going to preview the 49ers Chiefs game with us today. Katie from the Wake Up Call, she's got thoughts on starting 5.
Oh, it's lit. Is Katie in studio or
she's in studio? Nah, she's in
via
studio.
Satellite, ain't that?
Nah, she is in studio.
That's late in the game.
The Wake Up Call is going to be out at Roosters on the River tomorrow. We'll check in with them. They're going to be giving away tickets to Golden Sky every 10 minutes. So we got a lot to talk to her about.
Tell Stephen Brown he loves him some Katie.
Well, Stephen Brown loves him. Well, all right. But I've already taken the chat off of Katie's computer as well. That is just not anything that we need in life. We do not need her seeing how this show conducts itself. So.
You know, when you were gone, that I should have thought of it. When you were gone, Tristy came on the show. Yeah,
I saw that actually.
Yeah,
they
were the chatty house.
Yeah, I know.
Just thirsty.
I know.
Boy, that chatty house thirsty, boy.
I know. I had a great morning, man. I'm going to share something with you real quick. And I'm not going to harp on this, but I got a chance to jump on a conference call with some members of the Sacramento Kings organization, our people. Nice. Kendra Montgomery Black, yes. Our man Mo been there a long time. He runs the entertainment ops for them. Obviously, KMB runs the DEI department. Man, she's a needle mover. I introduced her as nothing happens in Black Sacramento without Kendra Montgomery Black. Okay,
that's a fact.
Like if we need to mobilize, Kendra gives the go ahead. Mm-hmm. If we need to raise money, Kendra gives the go ahead.
It's borderline. I ain't being blasphemous, but it's borderline Malcolm X when he's here and tells him to go.
That's it. Yep. That's it. That's what Kendra does. And I got an opportunity to link them up with a designer I've worked with in the past that I know you're familiar with, my man Prep Curry.
Oh man, hell yeah.
And you know, absolutely nothing is finalized. I was just making an introduction to people. Last year they worked with our man Laney and Actively Black, and they worked with a number of local designers, Black designers, female designers, LGBTQ plus designers, all of that. And I think there's an opportunity for Prep to work with them. And I talked to Prep a little bit after the call, man, and he was so excited that I was just like, man, this is dope. Like Prep is someone I didn't know. He did a line like around COVID time, maybe just before. I can't remember if it was just before or just after. But he did a line, I think it was before, with Banana Republic. And he was the first Black designer who's ever worked with Banana Republic before. And that's where I found him. And he has these like really colorful, like floral patterns and designs that you would never in a million years think to pair together, but he doesn't. And it just comes out beautifully. And, you know, I started following him on social media and then commissioned him to make a couple of pieces for me. And I just watch his work, like he does stuff with the University of Memphis, the Memphis Grizzlies, and his work is just, God, it is chef's kiss amazing.
Yeah, he's really dope.
And the idea of him working with the Sacramento Kings got me pretty hyped, man. So that was kind of cool to see how, you know, those people work behind the scenes and how they set all of this stuff up. And HBCU night, I believe it's February 5th. So go on to mark your calendars now. They got 3 home games in February, so plan your days off accordingly.
Hey, look, can we get a HBCU homecoming this month and HBCU night? I need more HBCU nights. Boy, I tell you, it'd be lit.
Man, we might be able to. But that was just a cool little thing to be a part of. Because Prep was just a dude that I admired on social media. So if something comes about of this, man, I'll be really excited.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Needle mover. He said D-Lo told you he a needle mover.
Oh no, that's not me. That's I just know
making connections, man. Come on, man.
I just know talented people. Y'all go follow my man Prep Curry at Prep Curry on social media, on Instagram. Go follow him. See, just supremely talented individual. Man,
you want to talk about it?
Oh my!
You want to talk about a supremely talented individual?
My God, absolutely epic WNBA Finals game. In 2 of these 3 games so far have been brilliant. And Sabrina Ionescu, the similarities in these 2 games, in Game 1 and Game 3, are pretty amazing. In Game 1, it was the Lynx that came back from double-digit down to have it was an iconic finish of sorts. It was certainly a chaotic finish, but to be able to walk away with a victory in Game 1 the way that they did, only for the New York Liberty to return the favor a couple of games later, come back from 15 down themselves, and Sabrina Ionescu hit what is going to go down as an iconic WNBA shot from about 28 feet out to give, with 1 second left on the clock, to give the Liberty a 2-1 lead in that.
Brilliant. Sabrina Ionescu, or as they're calling her in New York, Sabrina Ionescu, with the 2 minutes for the ages. I mean, the final shot is the one that we're always going to remember, but just the last 2 minutes. I mean, she, makes a great move, drops a dime to Jacquez Jones to give them their first lead since like 5-4. That was her, and then they get a stop. She comes back down and hits just a deadly 3. I thought it was curtains. I thought it was a wrap after that, but the Lynx come back, tie the game up, and then they great job. I don't know if it was the coach's call or if it was an Escu's call, whatever the case may be. When I saw Jacquez Jones, she was setting up to come set the screen. I said, no, do not give her the screen. I don't want nobody else around here. It was a slip screen or a ghost screen, whatever it was, and it was one-on-one, and that little hezzy sidestep to the left, like you said, from 28 feet, one of the iconic shots in professional basketball history. That was a moment last night. That was a moment. Wow.
I think there have been 4 go-ahead 3-point shots in the final seconds of a WNBA Finals game. 2 of them the Liberty have done.
Wow.
One of them is Sabrina's. The other is the iconic teaspoon shot that will get played forever, only because confetti for the Houston Comets is actually falling from the sky. But of course, the Liberty did not win that finals game, so it doesn't hold kind of the same regard. I know Maya hit one. I can't remember who the 4th one was.
Maya against Indiana.
Maya did it against Indiana. Yep, good memory. And there it is right there. That 28-foot shot to make it 80-77. She got the Kobe sign off for a reason. And that right there that we're looking at on our screen is the reason. She got that Kobe Bryant signed off because of that. Goodness gracious.
She is nasty. I told y'all in the chat. I told you they ain't gonna be able to hold it. That's the Lynx are doing a great job on it. They did a great job on her all year, but they ain't gonna be able to hold Sabrina all series. She's the truth. She is the truth.
Yeah, and this is tough now because it's 2-1, and the Lynx are going to have to find a way to recover quickly. Like you can, you had the game 2, kind of throw up game, so you can't afford another one of those, or they'll be celebrating in the 3rd quarter. They've got to find a way to recover. I think they're absolutely good enough to recover. I think they are a brutal matchup for New York, and I desperately want to see a 5th game.
Yeah, I think we're going back to Brooklyn.
I hope so, man. I really hope so.
The Lynx, they probably look at that game as much like we talked about with the Liberty after game 1. The Lynx are like, man, we got this. We at least this next game, we got this. We just got to finish it out. Like we are talented enough. We're at home. We're good. Just keep doing what you're doing, and you guys will be good. And I think that'll be their mindset.
There it is. It's Nikki Teasley. That was the other one. 2002.
I don't
Nikki
remember
Teasley.
that one.
I don't either. Nikki Teasley, that had to have been the Sparks. The Sparks against the Liberty in 2002.
Oh, I thought they might show them, but I guess not. But yeah, I don't remember that one at all. Wow.
Oh man, that's tough. Steph had a typo. That's tough. I think. Oh, that's tough. Steph had a typo. Oh, that's the worst. He couldn't even go back and fix it. Oh, it got too much traction.
Well,
the Kenny Caraway model got too much traction. He couldn't take it down.
Can't take it down. Steph is verified. Shouldn't he be able to edit?
I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works.
Isn't that a feature for the verified people?
I think so. I'm not rich enough to have verification. I don't know.
It's whatever.
He probably didn't even notice it. He might have just saw it on the screen for the first time.
Said I'm Steph Curry. I don't care.
Steph saw it and was like, everybody knows what I mean. It's fine.
Yeah, I think the Leaks are going to send this back to Brooklyn. I think the Liberty are still going to win, but I think we're going to get a game 5 on Sunday afternoon.
Man, I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Give us one more. Yeah. Give us one more because this has been the classic finals that we needed for the year that we had. This has been the finals that we needed.
And it's good to see the ratings do what they do, because I think game 1, I saw it somewhere the other day. Game 1, or maybe the first 2 games, are the highest rated WNBA games or WNBA finals games or whatever. So, look, Caitlin has brought so many eyes onto the the sport.
First team all WNBA, Caitlin Clark.
So, salute to her, much deserved.
Sabrina was like, "Oh yeah, okay, okay."
She's brought so many eyes to the league or whatever, and she deserves all the credit for that. And just to be real, you've got to worry sometimes, at least this year. Okay, Caitlin's out of the playoffs. Will the ratings dip? Were people just there to see Caitlin? And it seems like they've stayed, and that's great for the league. Caitlin and the Fever are always going to do numbers, crazy numbers. So that's not in jeopardy, but you want to see these people stay for the league. And it seems like that's what's going on in these WNBA finals. So.
Well, we've got a lot more to talk about, as Shams Charania of ESPN reported just moments ago. The Sacramento Kings, of course, are in Los Angeles to take on the Clippers tonight, though no one expected Kawhi Leonard to play tonight. It's been reported that Kawhi Leonard is expected to be sidelined for an indefinite period of time to start the NBA season.
I say the rest of the calendar year.
And as Bobby the Brain Heenan used to say, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. I do not think this man is playing before Christmas. We'll talk about that, because I think injuries are going to be a big conversation when the season rolls around at the start of next year, because Kawhi Leonard is not the only superstar who people are unsure about if they're going to play in the opening game.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that. Again, we're thrilled that you're here with us. Kyle Madson on the way. Big game for the 49ers this weekend, 49ers and Chiefs. I ask, is it a big game for the Chiefs as well? It's coming up. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, Drew Down, that's a hell of a question right there. I don't know, man.
I don't think he qualifies for awards. So I don't know how many he plays,
I think
but
that's
I don't think
it.
he qualifies for awards.
I damn near think that's a given.
So what I was going to say, that, and I'm going to just say it on here, because I don't want to say it on the air, because we do enough of that. But this show is so different, because I was listening to the morning roast, and Vontae and Butcher were talking about quarterbacks and worst quarterback situation. They got talking about the Browns, and Butcher was talking about with Deshaun Watson, what the Browns should do, and he goes, "Yeah, man, I don't know what they're gonna have to do. You might just have to take that dead cap, take the money that you gave them, and just swallow it." And nobody batted an eye. Nobody said anything. And I'm in the car like, whoa, bro, whoa.
That's tough.
And I was like, I can't imagine somebody saying that on our show. And the conversation not stopping. The conversation would just stop.
So your boy Kyle was in on Kyle did the Fun Deliver thing when he had the stuffed caterpillar with the wake up call.
Yeah.
So Gavin goes, so I guess they have a strategy for selecting packages out of the box. And Gavin goes, yeah, well, Katie likes a big package. And neither one of those two respond, but Kyle catches his ESPN 1320 instincts kick in right away. And he goes, well, okay. And it's just neither one of them flinched. They just kept going. It was like, all right.
Oh, man.
And all I could think of is Kyle is dying inside. He's absolutely dying inside.
We are unbelievably sophomoric. But yeah, Butch said that. Butch is like, yeah, I don't know what they're gonna have to do. They're just gonna take that contract and swallow it. Like, I said, yo, chill.
Oh man. It also leads me to believe Butch might not know how much it is.
No, they broke down the numbers, and it's crazy. Like, it was like the June 1 thing.
Or Butch, it's quite a load, man. I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you want to go that route.
Oh man. But it was actually, they distracted me because it was actually an interesting hypothetical we could talk about eventually. Is this like an NBA contract? Will you have to attach a first rounder to get rid of Deshaun if you wanted to?
Man.
And their first rounder is going to be crazy. Their first rounder might be top 10.
You can't give away. You can't give up a first rounder.
I think you either just
certainly
sit them there
year.
or just
you might or what?
Or just
the boss is here. Be careful. Be careful.
Is he getting out of line? Hi out there, Chatty House. How you
there
doing?
Go my main man, Charlie.
Hey,
Hartford Whalers. You know what it is. Yes. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah. So I don't think. Yeah, I agree with you. You can't attach at least this year's first. What about any first rounder?
Yeah,
this
I think you
no,
can.
but...
I think you can't do this year's. I think if it's that important to you, you could do it. But who does it? Like, he doesn't have any redeemable qualities. You can't. Like, even if you're a team with a bad quarterback, you can't take him. He's terrible.
He's finished.
He is absolutely awful.
He's finished, bro.
Charlie, you didn't need to print this out. I love you, Charlie, but is parking lot 10?
I thought it was the one across the street.
That's the one. That's the one I think it is too.
Yeah.
Our man Andy. I told Mark and Ryan we're pulling up too.
Oh, that's a good look.
No bar graphs, Dr. David. This is business for D-Lo and KC this weekend. We're going outside.
So I'm doing the whole hit. I'm trying this new like artistic thing where I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna be halfway.
The Isaiah Thomas look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, we're back here with our man Kyle Madson. The insiders, Kings, Clippers tonight. Some news coming out of the Los Angeles Clippers organization. Kawhi Leonard's going to be out indefinitely, which is, again, if you were with us, I think yesterday, the day before, it's no surprise to any of us. I speculated they already know Kawhi might not play before Christmas.
Yeah.
And that sucks. That absolutely sucks. I think that's terrible news for the Los Angeles Clippers. Great news for the Sacramento Kings.
Great news.
But
I was already out on the Clippers.
I understand. Yeah.
So this doubles the outness.
Real quick, let me ask you guys about the Clippers. Do you think that they might be able to rally around what they have? You know, they got some guys that play tough, play scrappy, and be a team almost like that team. Remember the team that ended up playing the Warriors in the first round that out of nowhere, then they pushed them to 6. And it was
they had
supposed
the
to be
27-point comeback at Oracle.
Yeah, and that was supposed to be like a throwaway Clippers team.
Yeah.
Like whoever, whether it was Blake or Chris Paul, like they had gotten rid of that group, the Lob City group, and it was supposed to be a throwaway Clippers team, and they end up scrapping and winning. Doc Rivers, I think, got a lot of credit for that too. But do you think that's a possibility with these guys?
No, because Patrick Beverly is not my favorite player, but they don't have a player like him who would drive that kind of thing.
Lou Will and Montrezl Harrell were crazy on that team too.
Yeah, I just don't like James Harden's the leader. Like, ugh, no thanks.
I say this regularly, but I believe there's validity to it. If I think the scenario that Kenny presented right there, I think that is possible if it was like Kawhi's gone for the year. If it's a constant state of like, when is Kawhi playing? I don't think that's good for a franchise. I don't think that's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the coaches. I don't think it's good for anybody. But if you just had Kawhi's gone, he's out the whole year, then I think your approach is completely different. Guys who might not feel like they have a place now know that they have a place. Mm-hmm. So I think being stuck in limbo, I think that's one of the worst things that could happen to your team. I mean, I think the only time I can ever think of it being successful was Jesse Celtics. And you wound up having two of the top 10 players in the league you had two players who wound up becoming two of the top 10 players in the league on that team.
Yeah. So one of the things about that though is, and I agree with you, is us as the public, we look at it as being in limbo. That the guys on the team might be talking to Kawhi, and Kawhi might be telling them, it's probably like the first of the year.
That's a good point.
So the first 2 months, they know, Kawhi not coming back, so let's ball out.
Might be the case. James Harden has already come out and been like, I'm still that dude. I just haven't needed to be that dude, so I'm going to be that dude again. I'm out. I'm out. I don't want any part of that team. No thanks.
I understand.
No, I'm not going to argue with you because I agree.
I'm not repping for James Harden ever.
That Clippers team, Kenny, that 2018-19 Clippers team, Tobias Harris shooting 43.4% from three.
Wow.
Danilo Gallinari, 43%. Landry Shamet, 45% on 6 attempts a game. They could shoot it a little bit.
Yeah, they were.
Pat Bev, 39.7%.
That was like the best year of his career. That was Doc Rivers, right? That was Doc Rivers' team.
I would imagine so.
And Doc,
yes,
Doc. I mean, look at that roster. Look what I did with that roster there. I wish everybody look at it. We had Tobias Harris out there.
This
Doc, why were you throwing oranges at a wall?
I mean, it was the riots. I was really upset. I came home to my white wife, and I didn't know that. And it's one of those things where I just had oranges.
It was the riots is such a funny response.
It's amazing.
To anything.
That's absolutely amazing.
This Clippers team, though, reminds me a little bit of the Warriors this year. The 2018-19 Clippers. They don't have a player of Steph's caliber, but it's a bunch of dudes that you feel great about as like your 7th through 9th guy. And not necessarily that you feel good about as like your 2 through 5.
That's how you feel about this year's Warriors?
A little bit. Not to this extreme.
Oh.
But a little bit.
Okay.
Like I'm not sure if, and again, I don't know. I'm a little bit on the fence, but I'm not sure if they are a team that has a bunch of good players where it's like, man, don't know it's going to be tough to mix and match all these dudes to find the best, or is it, you got to find the like 7 or 8 guys who are the most effective, just NBA players. Like, I don't know. I'm fascinated. I'm endlessly fascinated by the Warriors.
They have some really solid players on that roster.
Yeah, but like Kyle Anderson?
I'm out on Kyle Anderson.
Me too. He's one of my least favorite players in the league.
I'm out on Kyle Anderson.
He's going to have to play the 5?
That's the thing that I worry about with them, is just the size. Like they when the Kings played them, they looked a little small in the paint.
And that's a tough look.
Like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Kings are the bigger squad.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So that's the thing that I wonder how they do. But they seem like they're going to really lean into that whole idea of, we're going to try and outshoot you.
Pace and space, yeah, just big time.
All right, they got the shooters to be able to do it.
Also, real quick, just because I wasn't here when you brought it up, I had no idea if the wake up call was that kind of show.
Yep.
Do you know how difficult it was to not be like?
No, I got you. Yeah. No, I think they are. I don't know that they necessarily drop that line on purpose, but they definitely talk about inappropriate things on the show.
Okay. because I had no
I think
idea.
Kevin's anatomy is a frequent discussion.
Oh,
on that
my
show.
lantern.
Yeah, no, it is. It is.
It would've
Wait
been-
a minute.
It would have been.
I think we were told that. Like, remember Casey the cat with the broken?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
they just go at it over there. They're just,
I did not know.
it's
by
more
the way.
medical and less funny.
I did not know, by the way, that there were cats named after you guys.
Yes.
And I walked in there one day because I'll go say what's up to them in the morning when I get here. And I walked in there one day as she's talking to Gavin, and she said, "Yeah, and KC with his, and she described.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yes.
what?"
Yeah.
She was like, "Oh, I've named my cats after." I was like, "Oh god, oh."
Well, Casey, he's not. He
RIP.
didn't make
RIP
it.
flip side.
I see
Yeah.
you, big dog. I
Yeah.
see you.
Well, apparently he was, because he just couldn't get that thing under control. And as Drew Down says, Casey the bricked up cat. This is just the way it was.
That's crazy.
Hey,
Yeah,
man,
it's
he
just the
he
way
was
it
just
was.
trying to do his thing, man. He was
well,
just trying to do his
apparently.
thing.
Apparently, just a walking blue chew ad over there, Casey the cat.
That's crazy. I don't even know how I would react if my pet was. I don't even know. Bro. I'd be like, I can't help you. I don't know what to do here. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really tough. Had to put the cat down. Why? Well,
Well, it's a long story. It's even
Oh,
tougher to explain to the kids. The 16-year-old understood. The 3-year-old, not so much. Not so much. Didn't quite
Then
get
the
it.
poor guy wouldn't even eat. It's crazy, man.
Well, he wasn't thinking about food. My man's mind was elsewhere. That's funny. All of the things that we talk about on this show, I just don't want to use that word. I just
no doubt.
just refuse. I think we said it once, and it made Sean Cunningham uncomfortable, and I never want to use that word again.
yeah, no, that's fine. That's
we
totally
good.
fine.
We good. We ain't gotta use that.
You surprised the 49ers were favorites going into the weekend?
Not really.
It's just gambling stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
That 1.5 is even money, or not even money, but like a pick 'em basically.
It's
So.
gambling, but is that do you think they look at this as an even matchup?
Yeah, probably pretty close. Gambling. What I've found in talking to people who gamble like for a living, not your friend who works and gambles, not Leezy, right? Like I'm talking about guys like this is his job.
Yeah.
This is how he makes his income.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a team of like doctors and sports psychologists and all this. It is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They don't react to things the same way we do at all, like ever. And so the 49ers first 6 games, they look at what happened in the against the Vikings in week 2, completely separate from what happened against the Rams in week 3, completely separate from what happened against the Cardinals in week 5. Every single one of those things is an isolated thing. They're not looking at the game against the Chiefs and going, okay, what have the Chiefs done this year? What have the 49ers done this year? And how has it gone? What's the narrative? What's the perception? They're going, here's these numbers. Here's these numbers. How do they match up? And that's it. If the New England Patriots are playing the Minnesota Vikings and they think that the Patriots have some advantage in some way, they will bet on the Patriots. Doesn't matter. So that's where the sports betting thing comes in. Like we can talk about the Niners and the vibes and this and that, and like, oh man, the injuries, but man, if the numbers line up and the books mess up one way or the other in terms of the line, the sharp guys are going to jump on it. So they're just trying to get even money on both sides.
Patrick Mahomes 10-3 is an underdog, by the way.
10-3 outright.
No, again,
Versus against the spread. Is that
Yeah.
the two difference? Is it?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe he's 10-3 outright as a dog, which is crazy.
Did you see? So we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and our guy Corey Benjamin over at CBS has his weekly quarterback rankings, and we had a little fun with that because he's ranking it in real time, right? So
Mhm.
not like almost like a better, right? Like I'm not worried about the lineage
Sure.
of this person, this
Mhm.
quarterback. This is who I think is the top
Yeah.
10 quarterbacks right now. Patrick Mahomes wasn't in there. Do you think this year, if it's even possible, like separate who Patrick Mahomes is, do you think this year he's been one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league?
Probably not. Again, if you're separating last year or the last half decade of Patrick Mahomes,
Mhm.
then yeah, I think just in a vacuum, I don't know how you say this year he's been one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah,
6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, I think, on the year.
Yeah, man. And he just and there's so much context, right? Like that's why doing rankings is so tough because there's so many different ways you can go about it. But I think if you're just looking at statistically and how he's performed this year, I've seen Patrick Mahomes do more head scratching stuff this year than I have in his previous, whatever it was, 5 seasons combined. Like there's several plays a game where you're just like, man, what is he looking at? What is he doing? And I understand that the wide receivers are not great. They're super banged up there. Travis Kelce may or may not be old. Their running game is a mess. So I understand. I get all the context, but yeah, if you're just looking at straight up quarterback play, I wouldn't be mad if somebody left him out.
I kind of wish Corey would have left him out next week, not this week, because I don't know. Patrick may see this and be like, for real?
He definitely
for real.
He definitely saw that.
Has anyone been critical of Travis Kelce? Like,
I don't know if critical. It was the first 2 or 3 weeks. I know people were like, "Yo, where's the guy at?" So I don't know if it was necessarily critical, but
critical
it was,
of the offseason he had.
He lit it up
Like,
the last.
I haven't
weeks,
seen that.
Okay.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen people like, "Yo, if you would have just
focused
a
that's
little
what
bit more."
I'm just asking.
That,
I'm not suggesting.
that started
Okay.
for sure because he had like 6 catches in the first 3 games, and he had the one game with like 1 catch for 5 yards or whatever he did. I don't know. I don't have Travis Kelce's game log memorized, but the last 2 weeks he's been awesome. So it's like whatever chatter was going to start up. Yeah, it's just, and there's the Patriots used to do that with Gronk, right? Toward the end, it would be like, hey, Gronk's not super effective in the regular season, and then the last 2 weeks of the regular season in the playoffs, it's all Gronk all the time.
I have a thought about this game. I want to see what you think. So, I was listening to our guys on the morning roast, and they've been really hyped up for this game this week. And they've been talking about how it's a really big game, and it's comparison. They would use is this is like when the Niners would play the Cowboys in the regular season back. Like it was a big game, like you had to win it. A little different because it was NFC compared to the Chiefs being the AFC. But I look at this game not as much as this big defining moment potentially game. Like I don't look at it that way. I look
not
at
even
it.
Close.
Yeah, I look at it as a game where, if we're being honest, I'm not sure you're ready to win based off the injuries, the roster, where you're at. I just don't I'm not feeling super confident about the game based on like how the Niners are right now. And that's okay. I'm looking at this team right now as get me to the bye. Worst case at 4-4. Get me to the bye there because I believe after the bye, I think they would have gotten their legs under them. The malaise of the Super Bowl loss and getting out of last season would probably be over. And now you're fully into this 2024 season. And I think you combine that with possibly getting some people back, that I think they'll be ready. But I need them to get to that bye at 500. And if that means you lose this game and you beat the Cowboys, okay, so be it. This game isn't as much of a concern as starting yourself up for that second half push.
I think you got to win on Sunday, but it has nothing to do with the Chiefs being the thorn in their side, really. I just don't think that matters that much. Like this isn't a big game for the Chiefs. Like that's kind of part of the thing. Like with the Niners and Cowboys, at least there was like a lot of back and forth, and it was both sides. Like what beef did the Chiefs have with the Niners? It just not been in their way really.
But they're a good football team.
Yeah, no doubt. But the Chiefs are 5-0. They don't have any revenge to go get. They're just like, yeah, hey, here's week 7. Hopefully the offense starts to figure it out. Like they got other stuff to worry about.
Well, that's what I mean. I kind of feel like maybe it's a bigger game for them than we're giving it credit for because of actually all of those reasons that you just laid out. Maybe they aren't playing particularly well. Maybe their offense isn't flowing particularly great. But if they can get out there and they can correct, maybe for lack of a better word, those things against the 49ers team that despite their record, we know is good. And despite their record, I think they're still fully expected to be in the mix to represent the NFC at the end of all of this. I think it might be a slightly bigger game than just a week 7 game.
Yeah, maybe a little bit for sure.
Or I
just
could be
in the
full of
context
crap.
of the season. I just mean from in this specific matchup standpoint, like 49ers versus Chiefs. I don't think the Chiefs circle the Niners and are like huge
I
week,
got you. Yeah,
huge
I got
week.
you. Yeah.
Whereas the Niners obviously do, and it would make sense. I do think though, with Kyle Shanahan being 0-4 against Andy Reid, I do think that there's a little bit of a mental hurdle you have to clear, where the Chiefs, if you're going to be competitive this year or any time in the next decade, like the Chiefs are going to be there. Chiefs are very likely going to be along your road at some point, and you got to beat them. Like that's what I keep coming back to. It has nothing to do with like revenge or this is going to make up for the Super Bowl, because it's not. Like nothing is ever going to remove that or make up for those losses. But I think getting a win, there's like if you lose again, it's like, my God, what do we got to do to beat this team? I think that could start to get into some guys' heads.
I think about how I felt, and Damian can co-sign on this one, when the Niners would continually beat the hell out of the Rams. And when we got through that playoff stretch and it was like, all right, now you're playing the Rams in the NFC Championship game. I said, okay, don't feel great about this. At the time, Niners had won like 7-8 in a row. And the thought was, oh, yeah, Kyle Shanahan owns Sean McVay and all this stuff. I said, well, he might, but he can still own him with a 7-1 record.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like the only thing, and that's what I would think about if I was a 49ers player for this game. The Chiefs have been a problem. The Chiefs have dominated whenever you've seen them. If you win on Sunday, that would be great. If you lose, it doesn't really matter. You just need to be better than them at the most important time. And if you beat them on Sunday and then face them again in the Super Bowl and lose, ain't nobody going to be worried about Sunday. Ain't nobody going to be like, well, you cleared the hurdle by showing that you could beat them. It don't matter. You got to beat them when it matters the most. And that's the level of focus I would have if I was Kyle, if I was that group or whatever. Yes, you want to win this game, but it does nothing for the one thing that this team is yet to achieve. Like they've done it all. They've won big games in the regular season. They've won big games in the playoffs. Like, I don't want to say none of it matters, because you got to get a certain record to get where you're trying to go, but it don't matter. There's only one thing that matters with this group, and you need to make sure that that's when you beat them.
Yeah.
And it's easier said than done. And it's, for us, it's definitely a big game and you want to prove something, but they went on Sunday. It's more important that they're 4-3, not that they beat the Chiefs, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I'm right there, man. They just can't afford to lose a lot more games. Like that's a little bit the problem here. Their second half schedule is really tough. Their schedule after the bye is really like, you open up at Tampa Bay and that might be your easiest game. Like that's brutal. So they can't afford to lose any games, whether it's the Chiefs or whoever. Yeah, that's kind of where my thought process is.
You think Ricky Pearsall plays this weekend?
No.
Really?
I'd be shocked. I'd be surprised if he's active.
What would keep him what would keep him from playing?
That he just came back from being out for 6 weeks.
Okay.
The thing I keep going back to is he had the hamstring injury to start camp.
Right.
Came back for like 2 days, I think.
Yeah, like one practice, I think.
Yeah, hurt his shoulder.
Practice.
Yeah, hurt his shoulder, and then was out again, and then gets shot in the chest. And then
that was the
again.
worst of the 3 injuries he had. That was the easiest of the 3
right,
injuries he had.
And I was listening to Dr. Brian Feely from UCSF on Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he talked about how it might not have broken anything, it might have gone clear through and everything, but like it's still getting hit there might hurt. Like, there might just be a pain tolerance thing that matters. And I don't know how up to speed he is with anything, because of how little he's practiced. Like, he's been around, but he hasn't.
But I was going to say he's been around everything.
Yeah,
right?
but you got to get your wind back. Like, I don't know how much he's been able to do. I don't know. I've never.
Are you
been
suggesting getting shot in
before.
the chest can affect your cardiovascular abilities? Okay,
I'm willing to go there.
Dr. Madson,
not a doctor. Yep. But I would imagine that has an impact. So I think they activated him when they did, because you get the extra practice on Monday. He gets 3 practices this week. You get 3 practices next week. Then it's the bye.
Mhm.
You get a practice or 2 in, and then they got to activate him by the Monday after the bye, which gets him ready to play in week 10, which is what I would imagine they're probably aiming for.
One of the things that trips me out about the Ricky Pearsall situation is just the thought of him, if he plays, and his first snap, he's going to run out, his first ever snap in the NFL, he's going to run up against the world champs and probably the best defense in the game.
Yeah, if he plays.
Like, what?
Yeah, go enjoy that, Rick.
Yeah, you don't see that a lot, right? Like, because at the very least, like your first NFL snap is in the preseason against somebody.
Mhm.
No, you going up against, hey, get in there. 12 personnel, gets out there and lines up against the Chiefs. That's crazy. And
and then scores on a 75-yard touchdown catch.
I think if he does, that's the thing is, I think if he does play, it'll be like on punt return.
Make a movie.
I don't think he's going to play on
a
offense.
Disney movie called Ricky. I don't know how you shoot someone in a Disney movie, but they threw Scar off a cliff. I'm assuming you could shoot someone.
What's the name of a Disney movie? Hardball. That's Jesse's movie.
Hardball.
Hardball. Yeah. Was that a Disney movie?
I don't believe that was a Disney movie.
I don't think that was a Disney movie, but shout out G, baby.
Yeah,
I
was going to say he got shot in that movie, right?
Yeah,
Spoiler
I was 7 years old and distraught.
Same, dude. I watched that movie
I
one
was
time.
gonna watch it this weekend, but I guess that's gone.
I watched that movie one time and I never watched it again. That was
Jesse,
Jesse
don't like when I say that movie.
Yeah, you always disrespect that. You need to stop. All right, you need to stop.
The wildest thing to me with the Ricky Pearsall thing is writing about a player being shot in the chest as though he strained his hamstring in practice. Like Ricky Pearsall, who's been out since the weekend before the season started with a gunshot wound to the chest. Like, man, what? I feel insane writing it, but I can't, you can't give all the context every single time you write about him, because then it's silly.
Well, Al Michaels, Ricky Pearsall, he's out with a gunshot to the chest. Back.
Right.
No, how they do it in the like the headlines, Pearsall out, shot.
Oh, Jesus. Parentheses.
Yeah, that's how they do it.
Like, dog.
That is crazy.
It's just, I feel
he's back, man. I'm glad he's okay.
Crazy writing about it.
That was a scary situation when I heard about
just
that, man. So I'm glad he's.
Bro.
Yeah, it was scary till he just he just walked away. He beat up the gunman and just left.
Yeah.
It's like,
also
hey,
the gunman got shot?
Ricky, just go to the hospital. You got, I'm good.
And then they had the video and he had his shirt off in the blood. He's holding the wound. It's like, yo, this is crazy. And it's like 3:00.
Looked like the final episode of Ghost. Just Kane Pearsall out there. NinersWire.com, The Insiders, Candlestick Chronicles. By the way, this dude talking to Kyle Juszczyk.
Oh, that's what we doing.
Who else? Fred Warner.
Yeah, man. George Kittle's been on the pod.
Candlestick Chronicles got.
Yeah, we're out here. Jerry Rice, man. Patrick Willis.
Man,
come on.
Sometimes I dream.
Hey, that's what I'm saying.
That he is, man.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Kyle Madson of The Insiders here with D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Is this true?
Pro tip for all the kids listening: get on a PR email list.
There you go.
There you go.
Is this true? Bambi's mom got shot in a Disney.
Facts. Yes, absolutely.
That's right.
Bambi,
that's right.
Bro. Yeah, dude.
That's right.
I don't remember.
Hunter
Bambi
came through with the
at all.
That's
gone.
Did what's his name? John Thomas or whatever. There goes my.
You're gonna sit here. I'm just lingering.
In Pocahontas.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Did someone get shot?
Yeah, someone got shot in Pocahontas.
Don't the parent dinosaurs in Land Before Time die too?
Hey, dang, Land Before Time. We don't need to bring up all that. But the good dinosaurs.
What do you have against Land Before Time?
That's just sad.
Yeah, that's a sad movie.
Those are tough films.
Oh.
Yeah. Mufasa gets 86. That was nuts.
No, that was terrible.
No, that's the worst.
The live.
Yeah, a lot of moms.
The live version.
I've not seen it.
Oh, that's terrible.
It's
a phenomenal movie. I don't watch that scene because I'm not watching Mufasa die. I'm not watching the real Mufasa die. Like, I'm just gonna leave.
The cartoon
way
one
worse,
is terrible.
Way worse way to die than what Casey the cat died of.
Well, way worse.
Well, we don't know. We don't. Hey, sometimes some people might want to go out that way.
Well,
We don't know.
Casey's working on his exit strategy now. Like, how can I die that way? The real life Casey. How can I die this way?
No, Mufasa dying was that's
Yeah,
the
Chatty
worst.
Gang.
That is cartoon, real life, whatever. That is just awful.
I'm trying to remember how Mufasa dies on Broadway, and I can't remember how they did it. Because, See, that's terrible.
Oh, my mic wasn't on.
No, yes, sir.
My man.
Katie from the Wake Up Call. What's up, girl?
Hi, honey.
I was happy when they said you was gonna be in studio. I don't know.
I have a lot to say.
Are you working for free right now?
I'm a salaried employee, sir. I like it. I like the shade. It says my mic is muted.
It's okay.
Okay.
Yep. We got you.
I'm sort of not.
Yep. You can turn the monitor. There you go.
Okay.
Yep. Make you get more comfortable.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
You got it.
Oh, that is
You got
true.
it.
Big Hero 6, the brother did get blown up. That was kind of tough. I do remember. Big Hero 6 is a really good movie.
Big Hero 6 is a great movie.
We saw.
I was gonna say,
yeah,
I remember. we
They
were
got him
sa-
at Disneyland?
yeah, she was like, "Have you seen Big Hero 6?" And I said, "Yes." And she does like that. I was like, "Oh, it
There's
was
a
the
whole
bridge."
San
Yeah,
Francisco.
yeah. It's very cool.
We didn't go over there.
Was that
Why
California
didn't we do that?
Adventure?
Is it California Adventure? Yeah.
Yeah,
Because there's really not much over there except for shops and food.
that's like everywhere we went. Like everything was shops and food. That's where you lost me. You lost me in a shop.
Oh no.
That's a true
I
story.
did.
She
I
lost
did.
me.
I assumed a whole grown-up person we could stay together, but
Oh.
We were trying to find Kyle's gift, and I knew what we were looking for, and I guess we just.
well,
I'm not sure what happened.
I
But
sent you to go look for it.
yeah,
And that was too much.
it was a lot.
right.
It was not one of the smaller stores
no, it was
either.
one of,
It was one of
yeah,
the bigger
like the
ones.
biggest one on Main Street,
And
like the very first one.
she's not the biggest person.
No. What
So
you about 5'2"?
I say 5'3".
5'2". So then it became now I can't see. Now I'm
Yeah,
it's-
you couldn't see me
and
over
it-
any of the racks.
It was tough. Like it was like, well, this is it. Like this
I
is
said,
it.
I said I have to like put my phone number like in your bag, so
Yeah.
if you get lost, you find a grown up. You find
Oh,
your
it's a bag
mom.
again. No, it's good. It's nice. It's only a purse when she's mad at me. It's a bag when she loves me. It's a purse when she's mad at me. It's fine.
Well, what do you call it, Casey?
It's a bag.
I have to tell you, I was
My
gonna
wife
bring
calls it a purse,
bring
like calls my
sunglasses
stuff.
in just to bust your balls
Who,
and
me?
put sunglasses on.
I like glasses. So like the sunglasses, they chill out because now I got regular glasses.
I was just at the gym, so I can't wear my glasses because they keep fogging up because I'm a little sweaty. Map
Because
training.
you was working hard. Yeah.
Getting it in.
This segment is brought to you by Train
Getting
with
it in.
Matt.
What was today like?
Today
tries?
was buys, tries, shoulders.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I want you. Let's see. What can we do that would be difficult right now? Like maybe reach for this
Oh,
bag.
hang on a
No,
second.
I'm not that sore.
Katie from the Wake Up Call with us, brought to you by, if you were tuning in during the commercial break on the live stream train with map.fit/ESPN 1320. She just finished her training
I did.
over
There we
at
go.
the facility in Granite Bay. You can go to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320. Take advantage of the free nutritionist consultation they got going on, the free macro calculator that they got right there on the website. And of course, there's a link to maptrition.com as well, where you can grab your strength enhancers, your fat burners, your cravings crushers, all of that good stuff that I take right there on the website. If you have any questions about it, Greg develops this stuff right here in Sacramento and can answer any questions that you have about it. Again, it's trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320.
You know what I realized like a few weeks ago?
What?
Is that Granite Bay is like around the corner.
Yeah,
So like
we're right
I come
here.
to work and I go home. Like I don't
Mhm.
really hang out around here.
and you live
for no
in,
reason. I just got a long drive back to get home, so I don't really hang out. But
You live in Elk Grove.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was because in my head, Granite Bay is
Folsom.
yes.
Well, yeah.
And then I went and got coffee or something like that, and it's like, oh yeah, this is the Granite Bay location. I said, No, this is the Roseville location. What are you talking about? No, it's like right around the corner.
Yeah. It was great. I'm a little sweaty, so forgive me.
No, that's okay. No one notices, so it's fine. But if you feel the need to point it out, it's like it's okay. Katie from the Wake Up Call here. Another thing about the Wake Up Call, they're going to be at Roosters on the River tomorrow.
11 to 1.
11 to 1, giving away tickets to Golden Sky every 10 minutes and 65 seconds. That's what
so
we're
I've heard.
Every 10 minutes and 65 seconds.
Took me a while, but I was like,
branding,
okay,
guys. Great branding.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
You guys have done this before.
10 minutes and 65 seconds. They'll be giving away tickets to Golden Sky, so you can head out there to Roosters on the River to hang out with Katie and Gavin. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to talk about. We never got to do a Disney wrap up because well, just circumstances prevented that from happening.
I did everything I could to infect you as much as I could.
No, you did a great job.
I did.
Yeah, you did it. You did a great job. I will point out my girl was a trooper. She started not feeling well Sunday morning at about 2:30 when we woke up to catch the flight. So I wake up to a text thinking, hey, just making sure you're awake. Nope. The text is, hey, vomiting. Can you check to see? Can you check to see if we can move our flight?
Yeah.
I'm like,
you tried.
All right, sweetie. I don't think we can, but I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
And like
the answer was no.
The answer was, it was like, look, if we move our flight, we have to call Disney. And so it was like, can you get there? Like once we get there, we'll get through everything else, but can you get there? And God bless her. It
was rough though, man. I had a pillow on the plane. I put the pillow against him. I was just laying there, and it was just like, please don't throw up on the plane. Just please don't throw up on the plane. And I didn't.
That's great because I was thinking, please don't throw up on me.
Well, yeah.
Please don't throw up on me.
I ain't gonna lie to you. If I was Dame and it looked like you were about to throw up, I'm getting out the way.
Well, he didn't have a choice because we were in row B on a Southwest flight.
I would have been real quick. Wouldn't have threw up on me.
Well, she didn't.
I didn't.
She didn't.
Fell over, hit her head or something because I got out the way. I'm like, no, hey,
just pivot.
Watch my shoes. No,
what did you think of your Disneyland experience?
Oh, I had a blast.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Were you filled with Disney magic?
I was filled with Disney magic.
Okay.
Just as Kyle Madson was hoping. I was filled with Disney magic. No, it was a blast.
We did go to that tiki bar, Trader Sam's, and you weren't as impressed as I thought you were going to be.
I wasn't.
Okay, what was Trader Sam's?
Okay, what is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a tiki bar, but depending on what people at the bar order, the environment changes. So if somebody orders, I don't know, whatever drink, they're like, oh my God, a volcano. And then like the windows change and things shake.
And that's pretty cool. It was cool. It happened like once or twice.
I think it happened twice while we were there.
And then they like, hey, it's water. And then it's like spraying. And it's but like also I could imagine like if it's a little later in the day and everyone's like super hyped and they're like, oh yay. That wasn't really the case. It was just like,
well, we were also trying not to throw up.
Well,
so,
you were trying not to throw up.
Yeah.
And then I think really we both just wanted a nap.
Yes.
But our rooms weren't ready. So we were just kind of like lingering around.
Yeah.
And that was the second drink we had before noon.
Oh, that's hey. Now we turned up. That's what I'm talking about.
It was 10 o'clock. I was like, you want an adult bevy? He goes, it is 10 a.m., but I am not saying no.
And the drink was fantastic.
Yeah.
Wherever we had it.
We went to Pim's Kitchen, the Ant-Man.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah.
Before noon drinking.
We had
you're on vacation. So
and that was the other thing. Yeah. We were on vacation. We were working a lot, filming videos. And
great videos too, by the way.
Thank you. He was a great sport about it. We had a very good time. Those videos got a lot of views too.
Yeah, they all made me.
Oh my God. And then somebody tagged one of the videos and said he should be on Dilfs of Disney, the Instagram account.
Oh man.
That was
oh snap.
Okay.
And started tagging Dilfs of Disney.
That was Good Kid Dad City, by the way, who did that.
Dilfs of Disney. Yeah.
Can't lie. Didn't register with the hand. I was like, what did Good Kid just tag us in? Oh,
it's just an account with just hot dads of Disneyland.
That is wild.
Yeah.
They got an account for everything.
No need to tell anyone I'm not a dad. I was just
your dog.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, dog dad.
Dog dad. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But Disney was a blast, and it's spurned all sorts of ideas for Katie and myself. And one of the good things about the first ever time I called in sick in my entire radio career is she was home, I was home, and it was, hey, Netflix just dropped this basketball series. And she's game. She's like, oh, I'm gonna watch it.
Because reality TV.
That's her bag.
Right.
And so I laid in bed for 10 straight hours with minimal ability to move, watching all of those episodes of Starting Five, which I don't think you made it through all 10 in one
I got
sitting.
through most of, not in one sitting.
But you did watch a lot of them.
Yes, I watched most of them.
You had a lot of questions through the first few hours of that viewing.
Yes, and I do have some questions for you guys now.
Okay.
Well, first I want to break down like why this was a great reality show. But none of it's going to be about sports, guys. So
that's what makes it great.
But feel free to ask me questions. Okay. So with any great reality show, you need a couple of different players. You need the fun one, which is the one you like really want to be friends with. You need the OG. Okay. You've watched Housewives. Casey.
Yeah.
Okay. So like, Vicky Gunvalson, the OG of the OC? No. Okay. That's fine. You need a villain. Now people will be like, oh, I hate this person.
Yeah.
You have to hate someone.
Okay.
It's just part of the formula. Okay. Then there's the one you're rooting for. And then there is the nice one, like the sweetheart. Okay. And that exists in this series.
I don't want to mess up what you're saying, but can I take a guess on who these people are?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'd love that. Yeah.
Sabonis obviously is a nice one.
Really? I was going Tatum.
No, I think Tatum is more of the. Well, Tatum might not have a category, but we'll see.
Okay.
Sabonis is a nice one.
Okay, he's right.
Ant-Man's the villain.
Is he?
Yep, he's right.
LeBron is the OG.
Correct.
Jimmy's the fun one, and Tatum doesn't have a category.
He's the one you're rooting for.
Oh, you're
now
rooting
I understand.
I thought Domas would be the one you were rooting for. Because he was the one who missed the All-Star game. He was the one who missed the playoffs. He was the one who they talked about being criminally underrated.
Okay, but he's also a single dad. The only woman he seems to have in his life is his mom, right?
That's Tatum. Yeah. Jason Tatum.
Yeah. Isn't that who you were talking about?
I was talking about Domas, our guy.
Oh no, he's the
No, I got it. You have him as the nice one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But
All right.
there's reasons for all of this. So obviously LeBron, the OG.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although LeBron could fall into the category as the fun one.
Yes. Okay, that's part of my notes here.
I love that you have notes, by the way. This is a shoot. She keeps looking down at something. She has notes.
I have notes.
Look, typed out notes that she printed because she's 60 years old. Do you print your directions too?
MapQuest.
MapQuest.
MapQuest, Katie.
How do you guys do it?
The notes app.
You know what?
Like every civilized person, we use the notes app.
Professionalism.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe
I saw a printed email for you over by Complex's office.
Okay,
Like, what is this?
Can I tell you something? I went over to get something to get this off the printer, and I saw that, and I was like, "When did I print this?"
Katie and Charlie keeping printers around America working.
Okay. So LeBron could be the fun one. You're absolutely right. And this is why this guy is so marketable. Okay. Obviously, he's really good at basketball. The GOAT, as they say, or something.
You got it.
Or something.
Men, don't underestimate being silly. Okay, because it's an adorable quality. And he really leans into it. And you would think that he would be somebody that would like take himself so seriously because he is so good at what he does. But no, he's doing Halloween makeup. He's doing Christmas with his kids, all matching jammies.
Yeah.
Adorable. I do have to also say, his wife said he wants to live in my skin.
That was a bar.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that was a bar.
And I said, ooh-wee. Now, men, listen to this carefully. Say this to the right woman, okay? You don't want to you meet somebody on Tinder and on your first date you say,
hey girl, I want to live in your skin.
Girl, please let me just live in that skin. Because
here with Buffalo Bill or something.
Right, that makes it sound like I'm going to be found in a shallow grave. Okay.
Yep.
But if a man loves you and he says, I want to live in your skin.
It puts the lotion.
Okay, you can. Okay, so that's
That was a
LeBron.
bar. That was a
Oh,
bar.
the other thing I wanted to touch on,
Mm.
the time limit he's allowed to play.
Okay. I think she hit me. I think you're misunderstanding the minutes restriction.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The minutes restriction.
Yeah. It's not that he's not allowed to play that long. It's
No,
okay,
we should actually implement that. I like that. LeBron, you've got 2 minutes left. I know it's the third quarter, but you're gonna have to get your ass out of here for the rest of the game.
Well, then what does it mean?
it means he's 40.
This is my point. Okay,
No,
because
it's
he's
not
40
ageism. No, it's not because he's old. It's
because of what?
They're trying to monitor. They want to keep him available as long as possible. They don't want him to put the
But
same
he's
wear
not
and tear on
doing
his.
anything that would make like his performance hasn't been failing. So why would you limit a person? It reminds me of like women in Hollywood where they get older and even though they are still just as talented, they become less valuable.
Well, LeBron's still pretty valuable. Just to be
What
clear,
what Katie's saying is LeBron's argument. He said, "Let me play. I'm fine."
I'm just as good as I always was.
Just to be clear, do we think Darvin Ham is telling LeBron James we're going to restrict your minutes to 30?
I would love to read a quote from Darvin Ham.
That sentence is
Okay. He said they are limiting James' minutes to around 28 to 30 minutes per game to help the team be mindful of his effectiveness. That is word salad that means nothing.
Can I tell you something you might not know?
What?
Darvin Ham was fired.
Oh, good.
So
well, good. I support that.
Oh, damn. He's got no
Katie and
allies.
Jason Jones. Everybody hates Darvin Ham.
Yeah, you should ask me. I would have said do it a lot sooner. Okay, Jimmy. Come on, man.
Jimmy's
He
fine.
is like would be the best girlfriend to have. He's like good time Charlie, ready to let his hair down. You know he'd sit there and gossip with you.
Yeah.
He's got things to say. Did you know though he is like regularly tied to like all kinds of like Hollywood actresses,
Yeah.
Shakira,
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought I was
Yeah.
informing you guys of something.
No, we appreciate. No, you're doing
No,
good.
you
Okay.
did good.
I feel like
yeah.
I'm doing great.
I don't know
No,
if I
you're
heard.
killing it.
I don't know if I heard Miley Cyrus.
I didn't hear
though.
Miley Cyrus either.
And Lolo Jones.
Yeah, well, Lolo's an interesting character.
Lolo, yeah,
No,
We could move on.
Lolo.
Yeah. yeah.
Okay. Anthony Edwards, obviously the villain.
Uh-huh.
I think I have a very interesting take on him.
Okay. For what was your first impression of Anthony Edwards?
I said that I hated him. I
Then to
texted
be
you.
clear,
I texted you and I said, "This Anthony Edwards, I hate him."
this was like 5 minutes into the first episode that she sends this text. I'm like, how far in the series are you? I just started.
Didn't like him out the gate. I think he's very insecure.
Oh,
I know that he is very talented at what he does, but I think personally he has a lot of insecurities, and all of this is just vibrato so that nobody can see that.
Mm.
Also, I have a question. Is he called Ant-Man because he's small?
oh, okay.
You-
Well,
No,
no, that's
it's not.
It's not
It's because his name is Anthony.
because his name is Anthony.
Yeah.
Well, you know, maybe he's not insecure then, because to let people call you an ant when you're a man, I guess you have to feel kind of okay about yourself, right? Because that's like basically like it sounds like they're saying, "Hey, little guy."
Oh no, they're not doing that.
They're not doing that.
No.
Okay.
yeah, man, Anthony.
Yeah.
That's how I
Yeah.
took it.
Man,
No,
well,
no.
Jesus. To your point about Anthony Edwards, though, I don't know if he's insecure or not, but I can only imagine there's things that he hasn't dealt with. You
It's
lose your
cer-
mom as a child
It certainly seems
and all
like
this
it.
other stuff, and you just keep going. You're
Yeah.
this great basketball player. I haven't gotten that far along, but I don't know what the dad situation is.
I don't think we touch on it.
Yeah, I don't think the dad has mentioned
Yeah.
it once. Come to
Yeah,
think
so I
about it.
mean,
his mom, his grandma, obviously. I
yeah,
don't think his
I'm
dad has mentioned it all.
I'm sure there's things he's had to work through.
Kind of like Deuce's
Without dealing
mom,
with
just not referenced the whole show.
Yeah, yeah.
Never brought up. As far as we know, Deuce was just
Couldn't find
fell
her.
out of the sky.
Yeah, couldn't find her.
So,
yeah,
yeah.
I think he reads like somebody who has some stuff he hasn't worked through, and he is putting on a show so that nobody knows that. That's what I think.
That's a good observation.
Jason Tatum.
Did you Google Anthony Edwards at all, by the way?
No.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Why?
Yeah, they didn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, they left a lot out
Like
of that.
what?
Well, so
This may add to her theory, though.
Well, you know how Anthony Edwards, the primary story with Ant is the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a lot of them.
He does.
Yeah, he's got.
Well, he's got a lot in the last 365 days.
Yeah.
Like how many?
I think we're at 4.
I think we 4 that we know of.
I don't like to talk about a woman's looks, but I expected his girlfriend to be cuter.
I thought she was cute.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you can talk about a girl's looks.
Okay.
I don't think we can.
Part of also being a reality TV viewer is being bitchy about it. Please understand.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Let's get Jason Tatum a dating reality show.
Well, we can't do that.
Why?
He's involved.
With who?
With a star. LMA.
Fill me in. When did this happen?
They've been dating for
Again, not referenced in the series, just
No,
for the record. So
I
it's
know.
okay. It's okay that you didn't know that.
they've been dating for some years now, and
Some years, and she wasn't referenced?
Yeah, I think it's off and on, and they just had a baby. Like she was
It's
pregnant.
off and on, and they're having a baby?
She was pregnant during the finals. She had the baby before the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, then.
She's a star. They're a beautiful couple.
Well, I thought I had a moneymaker there. I thought, bravo, call me, because I have some ideas.
What did you label Tatum again in your categories?
The one you're rooting for. But that's because I thought he was a single dad.
Well, I think he is a single dad. Like that doesn't make LMA the Deuce's mom.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if he's a single dad.
Well, if he has a partner and they have a kid together, I assume that they're
Well, at what point do
cohabitating,
you
no?
become a partner? I don't know.
Well, and then also like if they split up when Deuce is with him, then he's not technically a single dad, right? Like if he don't have full custody.
If he is with somebody when Deuce is with him, I would say he's not a single dad.
I think he has full custody.
I get that impression.
If he's got full custody, then
they sure made it seem like he had full custody of Deuce. Like it's him. Like it's him and his mom.
Right. And if
like his mom goes everywhere with him.
Mind you, I haven't watched all 10 episodes yet.
Well, you don't have to because I'm here.
That's fine. It's the podcast version of
I told
Starting
Katie,
Five.
I told Katie that she'd be great on a podcast. Just kind of forgetting that she has a radio show.
Yeah, he's like, you should have a podcast.
She
He goes,
had-
well, I forgot what you did.
She has the biggest radio show in the entire cluster, but it's cool.
It's fine. Okay. Domas. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We love Domas.
So sweet. Their either son or daughter, kind of couldn't tell, probably son, is one of the most beautiful children I've ever seen in my entire life. Like that is a gorgeous baby.
Tiger's a son, but they have another baby.
They
didn't
had another baby. Yeah.
Yeah, because she was pregnant
Right.
at the stomp.
Let's talk about the stomp.
Okay.
I see.
Okay.
I got there. Yeah, okay. I need to know.
I understand this is what these men do for a living. Not that stomping is a part of it.
It's not a thing.
Let someone stomp on my man and see how well I react.
Well, wait a minute, Katie. You can't run onto the Golden One Center floor.
Angela Bassett waiting to exhale that man's stuff. I would lose it.
You can't do that.
Then I'm not, guys. Then guess what? I'm not cut out to be a basketball wife. Okay, cancel me.
You can't run on the Golden One Center floor, and you can't burn up the Draymond Green's car.
I could bully him later or something.
I personally think Katie could beat Draymond Green's ass, if I'm being completely honest.
She might, but she can't burn his car up.
Well, I would
That's
have
what she
somebody
said.
else do it.
Angela Bassett did it. I don't see why Katie can't.
Right. And you get your own meme. It's great.
Did I send you the video of did you see the actual that
I looked it up,
you saw the actual play at
and
the
that's
Golden
when
One
I
Center?
got mad.
Okay. All right.
And
Because
they might have showed it. Did they show it?
They did, but what they showed and discussed was a very abbreviated version. They brought up the stomp. Domas instantly starts laughing and goes like, I don't care. And then he kind of goes, but ask her. And she's off in the background. And then the camera cuts to her. okay, the
Yeah,
stomp.
right.
Let's talk about it.
Take off my
Yeah, like
take off my. I'm
and
like,
again,
oh yeah, let's talk.
It's very abbreviated. It's not a long segment. They don't show the aftermath. They don't show the stuff with the crowd. I remember, like, I told her, I was like, this.
Oh yeah, you did say like something.
This got really bad.
Yeah.
Like we were.
And was that at home?
Yeah, it was here. It was here, and it got. We thought something was going to happen.
Were you guys there at the time?
Yeah, we were. It was the closest it was the most I've ever felt something really bad is on the verge of happening. Because
what would people do? Go after?
I thought they were. I thought he was going to go in there. I thought they were going to attack him.
Yeah, we
throw
thought,
stuff at him.
Yeah, no, it was that. Like it was that because what they didn't show was again that part of it's really short. Like they do not harp on it a long time at all. It's literally Domas's wife saying, she was pregnant, and then they just kind of left, and that was it. It was never brought up again. But what they don't show is after he does it, the crowd is furious.
Sure.
And he starts egging the crowd on, and he's doing all this, and the crowd is getting like he stands on the
Green is doing
Draymond Green is doing that. He stands on the benches facing us, like where we're sitting, like where the media is. And he's like, come on. And we're watching the crowd like, oh God, like this is about to happen. And there's people like you see people pulling other people back, and off right behind him on the other side of the court is the commissioner of the NBA watching the whole thing transpire like this.
Okay. Arms crossed.
Folded, just watching it. And eventually they pull him. The Warriors get him off of the seat and send him to the back. He gets thrown out of the game. Obviously, he gets suspended.
Okay, I was going to ask if he got
afterwards.
suspended.
Yeah, but
Fine,
no,
I'm sure.
it was the most tense arena I've ever been in. Like it was
egging
tough.
people on.
It was bad.
And that is why sometimes you get your car set on fire. Allegedly.
One of the I don't know if they do it throughout the whole show, but when they introduce Domas and his wife, I like to call it like the Spike Lee effect, where Domas is he's talking about his wife, and he's like, yeah, she, she's really critical of me, and she'll say something like, and then they go to her and she goes like, why did you disappear in the third quarter? And they match it up with his voice. I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of dope.
That is great. I love that. I love that. So those are my thoughts. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I didn't finish it, but
that's fine.
I mean,
that's good.
I
did have to.
Is more basketball.
She called,
right?
yeah. So I did spoil it for her yesterday. I was like, well, Tatum did win the title.
Yeah.
Like, so,
I'm like, I have like 2 episodes left. Do I need?
Which it couldn't have worked out better when you think about the cast. You had, it sucks for us, but Domas doesn't make it. Jimmy gets eliminated pretty quickly. Ant-Man goes to the conference finals. LeBron gets eliminated, and then Tatum
all the way,
wins the championship.
Yeah.
So from a series perspective, Netflix, when it was all over, had to think, oh my God, like this could not have been better for us.
That's how they started the show with Tatum. Like, you can't win.
Yep.
Like that was like I said, I don't know. But
setting like the narrative of the guy you root for.
Right. The overarching story was Tatum's in this place that only accepts championships.
Right.
He can't win it. And will he get there? And he ends up getting
One of the things I thought was so sweet is you can see in his house a really big canvas picture of him dunking on LeBron. And like, because he's so young, obviously this kid grew up probably worshiping LeBron James, as I assume all up and coming basketball players.
Kobe Bryant. Yeah.
And to have that moment where he is overperforming on this person that he, I'm sure, admired for so long.
Yeah.
Like, that like makes me emotional. I think that's amazing.
Well, just for those unaware.
I knew you were gonna
just
say
for those unaware, Katie gets emotional a lot. Like she is.
I can't even watch sports in slow motion because it makes me cry.
Slow motion.
Katie is an emotional little creature. Zebra PT asking, can we keep her? Yes, in fact, we can keep her. And Jesse, I think I'm going on your show tomorrow.
Yes.
And we're going to play. So this kind of sucks. I didn't tell you this, but this is whack. Kyle comes on the show and gets to open presents. I have to come and like perform for your audience. So
You're gonna play No Name Movie Game.
So I've listened to your show a million times and I know how this works. So I'm going to be paired with a caller.
Yes.
and I have to describe a movie and they have to figure out what I'm
But
describing.
you can't use any of the words in the title of the movie, any of the actors or actresses from the movie, or any of the characters from the movie. But
So
don't worry,
can
I
we
printed
practice
more stuff.
So the difference between your show and ours is we don't really have to go to commercial break. So we could just I know you have other things to do and you're probably tired, but you've missed your nap time. So let's just keep
nap time is what, 11 or so?
Oh, God, I hope so. But it's like for 3 hours too. So
her nap time is like a full night's sleep just in the middle of the day.
I go down to like 11:30 and 3:34. I'm like, oh, woo.
Dinner time. Little reality TV, back to sleep.
Yeah, it's a good life.
So are we gonna practice this?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
so
let's go.
So you have a list of movies.
Yeah.
Okay. How is this gonna work? Do I have to do it like describe them to Kenny?
Caller?
And Kenny's like the
role
caller.
of the
Okay, yeah, let's do it that way.
Okay.
And I've got to guess.
You have to guess. Okay, because here, Pat, my arms are short.
Well, yeah, I can't.
Oh, right. Okay, I have tiny little
Arms are
T-Rex
short.
arms. Okay.
Oh, you printed it too. That's what's good.
Yeah, if I put it in my notes, how would you have it?
Now, I might be the worst person to play this game.
Oh man,
There's probably only 50 movies in the world I've seen. So this will be interesting.
Okay, now here's the thing. You don't necessarily
is
have
gonna
to
be
have
tough.
hold on. You don't necessarily have to have seen the movie, okay? You could just find ways to describe the title.
Okay, I don't have a clock like you guys do.
You want me to set a timer?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, it's
and
45 seconds.
It's 45 seconds.
gosh.
So we got to get as many as we can in 45 seconds.
Oh, there's multiples?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's as many movies as you can
this-
get in 45
All
seconds.
right, let's do. We got this.
Okay.
We
Okay.
got
Well, we all remember the
Okay,
rules.
hold on. Just I can go in any order I want.
You can go
right?
in any order you
Okay,
want. Okay, ready? See,
this is gonna this is so whack. All right. Okay.
Okay, ready?
Okay.
Okay.
I got. Okay.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Set, go.
Okay. The opposite of big,
Little
and then they're at the dive bar. You see him at the dive bar.
Little Mermaid.
They okay.
won!
It's in the sea. Giant teeth.
Sharknado.
No, we have them.
Shark beard?
No,
Okay,
no.
if you've seen the movie, you
No.
could try to describe the movie.
Giant fish.
Pass.
Okay. What do you get for Christmas?
Presents.
Not presents, but it's
Gifts.
nope, not a gift. Like for a kid.
What?
Like for a kid.
Toy.
Like
Toy
what's an-
Story.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, two.
Okay. What is this?
Okay, time's
like
up. Time's up. Time's up. Okay. I think you could have said shark for Jaws.
The Chatty House got it. I didn't get
I
it.
kind of thought they might.
I said beard.
Okay. I was trying to say God.
You're technically not supposed to gesture either.
Don't tell me what to do.
Okay. It does seem like you're struggling.
Dude, I'm gonna fail
Okay.
in front of your audience
No,
tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. You ready?
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. No. I'm going to describe it to
Oh
you.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm winning.
We'll show him how it's supposed to be done. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. This.
Wait, do I need to set a timer?
I have a timer. Okay. Ready?
No cheating.
Okay. She is a Disney princess and she has really long hair. She's stuck in a tower.
What's the girl's name? Rapunzel.
Okay, but that's not the name of the movie. Then if your hair is like ratted, it's what?
Tangled.
Yes, very good. Okay, he's green and he's an ogre.
Shrek.
Yes. Okay. This is a superhero. He's super smart and he has like a weird white circle on his chest. And his suit is red. And
Incredibles.
no, he's one guy, okay? And you should be getting this.
Is it
Okay, the opposite of
Iron
woman.
Man.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, time's up.
he didn't have a white on his thing. That's what threw me
He
off.
has that glow.
Well, it's a glow.
It's not
Yeah,
white.
that's what threw me
Oh,
off.
what
I was
color is
confused too. It's like yellow,
Couldn't
isn't it?
get
It
Jaws.
glows.
Me and
So I
Katie
didn't
won.
know. Okay, so
Me and Katie.
now I got it.
Okay.
No,
Do we
okay.
have another one?
Yeah.
No, let me try.
Okay, I have another.
I just
one.
want to be the guest.
I don't think.
Okay, do you want to try these?
Katie's
No, I don't want to do those.
Katie's arms are short.
I don't want to do
Okay,
those.
when I'm at MAP and I'm training and I'm doing like a leg,
Okay, let me
like a leg machine.
let me go
I can't
again.
Grab
Let me
the handles because my arms are too
let's
short.
say I have 1, 2, 3. I have 4 left. Let me try to get these 4.
Okay.
All right.
The record right now is 3.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get it. We'll get it here.
I'm getting in the groove.
Ready, set, go.
It's the baseball movie with the giant dog that eats the eats the ball.
Okay,
A Christmas movie, one of everybody's favorites, but Santa's Little Helper.
Bad Santa.
Big Ears. No. Will Ferrell. Okay. I don't know how to describe this movie. I've never seen it. But
Just do the words.
we work. What is this? What is Odyssey? What is this entire building?
It's the office.
Okay. But it's an area.
The office kitchen.
Almost. What's
Office space.
Thank you.
Wow.
You
got
if
it.
you're born in the United States, you're
American
and you're
Pie.
crazy. No, you're crazy.
Okay.
Oh, American Psycho.
Yes.
Have you seen that movie?
No.
Okay.
But you were describing. You're doing a good job describing.
All right, I got it. I think I'm feeling a little better.
Okay.
I'm feeling a little
Okay.
better.
Should I go again?
You go one more time.
Okay.
This is fun.
okay.
I like this.
Okay.
I like this. Let's go.
Okay.
This is my practice. This is my preseason.
If
for
you've never
tomorrow.
made love to someone, you are a
Virgin.
and if
40-year-old virgin.
yes.
Virgin.
Okay. Another word for Satan.
Devil.
Yes, and
Devil
this
Wears
is a-
Prada.
Yes, okay. They are. He's a teenage vampire, and he falls in love with her. And when
and
my also, like,
Moonlight.
no, it's like
I got annoyed with him too.
Okay, you're
Just
so
got
close.
agitated
You're so
by him. Twilight.
Yes.
Twilight. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Twilight.
the capital of Alaska.
Fargo.
No, that's not.
What's the capital? What's the capital of Alaska? Oh,
Juno.
Juno.
Oh my God.
Fargo's the movie, right? Fargo is the movie, right?
No, the movie is Juno. That is the game that we're playing.
But Fargo's a movie, right?
Fargo is a
That's
movie.
what I was thinking of.
Hey,
I don't know where Fargo is.
Why my boy saying with hella confidence too? Oh man. Oh, that is amazing.
Juneau's the capital of Alaska.
It is every day.
I learned something today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
I thought Fargo was in Alaska. I ain't never heard of no Fargo except out of the movie. That's why I ain't heard it.
Maybe we'll give you movies you've seen tomorrow.
I'm so excited. No, I can do it.
Okay.
No, he
He's
was doing good.
Yeah,
doing
like with so it'll be a little with a caller. I won't know what they've seen and haven't seen. Like I didn't know how to describe American Psycho because I didn't think Kenny had seen it. So that's why I had to say. That's why I went the route that I had
the
gone.
way you were going about it. Yeah, you could have been like,
What's the record?
6,
Ooh,
maybe 7.
somebody was cooking.
Yeah, sometimes people just go.
Ooh.
They just know, but then sometimes people are dumb.
I just got to be better than you were last Friday. You struggled a bit last Friday.
I was recovering
I
from
didn't.
COVID.
Okay, well, you use a certain voice when you're agitated with me, and it's funny because you use that same voice in the video where I ask you to move, and you're like, "I'm doing my job."
My rich baby.
You're a rich baby. That's right.
I gotta ask you, Katie.
Yeah,
talking about
please.
starting 5. You know, people talk about watch Housewives. I don't really watch Housewives. I only watch one.
Potomac.
Yes.
Mhm.
Who's Giselle?
Ooh.
Because Giselle, so I like Giselle.
You know what?
Maybe just because I'm
No.
attracted to her.
Yeah.
But like my mom and everybody else, oh, Giselle's so problematic. And I watch the show. She don't really do nothing.
Well, she is shady. She
Your
even
opinion.
has her own podcast that's called Reasonably Shady. So I'm gonna
Oh, that's
say
a good podcast name right there.
I think I'm gonna say Anthony Edwards
Mm.
because she stirs that.
So what she does is she stirs it up and she just watches it all unfold.
But she does it in such a way that it's like the person that's being shaded, you're almost like, that was so good, I can't even say anything. Like you really got me.
her and what's
the
that?
Grand Dame.
Yeah, they
Her and
always
Huger.
fight.
Yeah.
Sometimes they get along and it's all good, and I'm like, oh, they made up, and then they get mad at each other.
But then they always make up again. They're two of the best reality stars because they're so mean to each other, but they love each other so much. It's great.
I was telling Dame he didn't know Juan Dixon was on there.
Well, he's not anymore.
That's what I heard.
Well, he's problematic.
Oh.
I would have never thought that about Juan.
Did you hear about when he flew a woman in from Canada and then got her a hotel room and then she posted the receipts with his name on Instagram?
Oops. You shouldn't have challenged her.
Right.
You shouldn't challenge it. She got receipts. Don't challenge her. But when I say I would have never thought that about Juan, that's purely based on me watching him play basketball at Maryland. I don't know anything about the man.
What'd you think about his basketball career at Maryland?
Oh God. I thought it was moving.
It was very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
And now I think he coaches high school basketball, does he? Or does
Sounds
he
about right.
coach college?
He might have went back to Maryland and does some. I don't know. I haven't kept up with him.
I don't know. His wife's no longer on the show.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, it's because she was keeping their secrets and then did not reveal what he was doing until you had to pay. It was like a paywall situation for their podcast, and she kept it all from Bravo, and then made money on it on herself. Yeah.
Well, she should have known that was going to be.
Also, she was boring.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just half asleep all the time.
I think what's her name, Robin?
Robin.
Yeah.
Would you watch a second season of Starting Five?
Absolutely. But it has to be laid out this way. It was laid out this way on purpose. There's no way they didn't choose these people.
Yeah.
No,
I agree with you.
Yeah,
100%.
they definitely were using the template, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe she should watch Receiver.
That's what I was just thinking the same thing. I was trying to figure out if a receiver would work.
I think it does. I mean, Justin is Ant.
Who's Devontae?
Devontae, who's the Devontae's the villain. Justin is Jimmy Butler.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Justin might be Jimmy. So they
Kittle,
have another.
Kittle is Kittle's probably Jimmy Butler. Justin is probably LeBron. Actually, Justin might be Tatum.
Okay, this isn't working. We'll work
I'll
through
watch
this a
it
little
and I'll
bit.
come back and do my own version.
Receiver's kind of like a football version of
But they get into
Starting
their
Five.
personal lives.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
St. Brown is Sabonis. Because
Sure. Yeah.
They don't have, the thing is they don't have an OG.
Right.
That's the
you're not really saying any names. I feel like
no,
I've
I know.
heard
Yeah,
of.
no, yeah.
So
no,
I'm guessing there's not.
This means
an OG.
less than nothing to you.
No,
so
I mean I
understand.
like the idea of it.
Yeah.
I just don't know who you're talking about. Kittle, yes.
Okay, you know who Kittle is.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that makes
Kittle's
sense.
Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
All right, the wake up call Monday through Friday, 5:30 to 10 a.m. You can check out their podcast, which 100,000 people do a month.
Okay, here we go.
No, I'm not in my feelings about it at all. Every time they put up that stupid slide every month where there's the wake up call and there's D'Lo and
He
Casey.
gets mad every single month.
Second place every month.
We've been doing this for 15 years. So you'll get there.
They're not falling. There's LeBron. They're not falling off anytime
That's
soon.
facts. That's LeBron James over
That's
there.
very flattering. Thank you.
And Roosters on the River tomorrow.
Yes. See you tomorrow, 11 to 1.
11 to 1 for your chance every 10 minutes to win tickets to Golden Sky this weekend at Discovery Park. We'll come back with more D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
That was fantastic. Streets are loving you
so
too. They say you got to
fun.
come back.
I'll watch it all. I love
Oh, she doesn't know what we're talking about.
What are we talking about?
The chat. She knows the. She knows.
I know that
She knows who
there's
the
a
chat
chat. I
house
just
is.
can't
see it right
No,
now.
she can't see
That's
it.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying. She doesn't know.
I closed it. I didn't. I took it off your screen.
Did people say mean things?
They did not
No.
at all. No, they did not.
Zach's the exact opposite.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know them very well. I just don't trust some
They're
of them,
thirsty,
and it's
Katie.
just like,
They're
yeah.
thirsty. That's what it is.
Okay.
I gave you specific
You
instructions.
want to explain what that was?
Yeah, she said, I'm coming from the gym. Is that okay? I was like, it's fine. Just cover your boobs.
Right. And I was like,
That's all I said
okay,
was
and
just
he goes,
cover
they're
your
not going to
boobs.
listen to anything else.
It would have just been background noise if your boobs were out. So
These are the
Oh, you
thirstiest
boys.
YouTube watchers, maybe of all time.
Say it
So
again?
I said this is the thirstiest YouTube watchers, maybe of all time. So
Flattered.
Yeah.
I'm sure. All right, boys. Thank you so much. That was so fun.
no, thank you. Thank you.
Good seeing you. Thank you guys for having me on. Okay.
Shut up, Manny. Yeah, Katie will do something regular. We're gonna do some stuff with them. They'll do some stuff with us. Matt George says this is his new favorite segment.
That was some good.
Oh no, he said this might be my favorite segment ever.
That was some good stuff. Fargo. You could have told me Fargo. You could have told me Fargo was in Canada. I wouldn't.
Is that a Ben Affleck movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw it in the theaters actually. I don't know why. So I think Jazz might want to go see it.
Weekly Reality with Katie. That's a good name, TCG. And knowing Katie, it'll be sponsored before it even starts. Oh, I've seen American Psycho, Dave Garcia. American Psycho it's a really interesting movie.
Psycho is Jack Nicholson.
No, that's The Shining.
The Shining.
Psycho is that's Alfred Hitchcock, I think, but from the 50s, 60s, 50s. American Psycho is what's the dude who played Batman in The Dark Knight? What's his name?
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale, thank you.
No.
Those movies are fire.
The Christian Bale Batman movies.
Yeah, I was watching the other day again.
Yeah, those are dope. American Psycho is good. It's so like cheesy and weird.
Never seen that either.
It's good.
When did it come
good.
out?
Early 2000s.
Oh,
maybe. It came out in the early 2000s, but I think it's like set like maybe in the 80s or something like that.
I was surprised KC missed Jaws.
I did a bad job with that one.
It made perfect sense. After I saw it, it made perfect
Big Fish was crazy. Like
I forgot I can actually say shark. That's the dumb thing.
It made perfect sense once I found out what it was.
Chuck, I don't think tonight's game is on TV, man. I think you have to go the app route tonight, Chuck. I think it's the app tonight.
Which actually worked pretty well. Like it was fine.
The NBC app worked really well.
It was fine.
Intuit Dome. Clipper Vision.
Yeah, Mondo, that's another good guess. I that's the only city I know in
that was I actually when she first said it, I was like, Anchorage. Wait, that's not a movie. Oh, it's Fargo.
That's when I hit him.
Okay. It's all downhill from here till Matt George gets here.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Hey, we're live, pal. Everything all right over there?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Ramsey, stop muting people, please. Ramsey, just stop muting people, Ramsey. Come on, man. Come on.
Who'd he mute now?
Well, I got a DM. The guy says, why does Ramsey always mute me in chat when other people say things too?
Ooh.
Justin. Stop muting.
Well. It's all right. It's all right, Ramsey. Let's just let him serve the timeout. Ramsey, it's a split jury here. It's fine. I've seen some of Justin's messages before.
What kind of journey? What's the official term? What is?
It's a split jury. So don't do that. Don't do that.
What they say?
Yeah, what's the term? Play the game.
It's a hung jury.
Actually, hearing it is crazy.
Not on this show. It's
wow. Goated by the official. Man, this show is whack, dude.
We don't talk like that here, pal.
This show is so whack. I
Tried to change the
swear.
terminology. No.
Oh, man, I know what I'm dealing with here. Don't act like this is my first day. Goodness gracious. Kept it together for 45 minutes because Katie was here. She's gone for 5 seconds. We're talking about hung juries. Jesus Christ, man.
Oh, man, this show's great, man.
This
But
show
yeah,
is
I'm
something.
sorry. Well, sorry, Justin. Nothing I can do about that.
Just deal with it, man. Your timeout will end soon. I don't say this often, but I'm sure Ramsey had his reasons.
Oh, man. All right, Ramsey. All right. Well, disregard what I said.
Well, the same thing. Ramsey be Katrina said she did it. Well, if Katrina did it, like she did it for a reason.
Don't mess with Katrina. If you got Katrina pissed off, then you probably deserved it.
We were talking. I think this was right as we were coming out of the commercial break, or maybe right before. Chuck in the chat asked about the Kings preseason game tonight, which looks like again go the app route. I guess we're all savages. The game starts at 7:30 tonight, so the app actually
I'm talking about.
The app worked really well. Especially like if you got Apple TV, just log in through the NBC Sports app. It'll work really well for you there.
And I mean, like I said the other day, you can watch the Clippers feed on on League Pass if you got YouTube TV. I don't know if that works the same way if you got Xfinity or any other cable provider, but I watched the Jazz TV feed on YouTube TV the other day, and the reason why I point that out and talk about the difference is you don't get the instant replay that makes you miss the Kings. Makes you miss the Kings' offensive possession like you do because they're taking the scoreboard feed usually with the NBC app. So either one works.
I point that out because the Pelicans announced they're starting their new streaming platform. It's going to run $14.99 a month or $99 annually. Their games, as their regional sports network has disappeared. There's been a lot of news, by the way, about regional sports networks, particularly NBC affiliates, NBC Sports California, NBC Sports Bay Area, obviously ties into everybody here. Those could wind up on the Peacock app as soon as next year. And that's something to keep an eye on here. Yeah. But the Pelicans, they're the 5th team now to announce their own streaming platform. Their games will air on. I don't know what you got Clipper Vision. I don't know what this is called, Pelicans, whatever. And then it'll air on like the equivalent of their local Fox channel or Channel 31 or something like that. They're the 5th team to do that. We know that the Suns did it. The Blazers have done it, the Mavericks have done it, and the Jazz have done it. I'm not really sure why the Clippers weren't on this list and what makes them different than these other 5 teams. I think what seems to be in question is how successful it is. I wasn't able to find numbers on the Suns, the Blazers, the Mavericks. Those don't seem to have been out there. But Utah's was. And Utah came up, they hit about 60% of their projection, which is a bit surprising to me, only because I feel like what those 5 teams have done is ultimately what all 30, I assume, 30-something teams are going to wind up doing. I think the NBC Sports Californias, the NBC, we know the Bally's and the Diamonds, I think that stuff's going to be gone. And you're going to wind up with these. You want to watch every Kings game, including preseason. You want access to the G-Man on a streaming app because you don't want to go to that station or you don't have a radio in here or whatever. You go to Kings Vision. You go to the Kings app, and it's all right there for you for the low price of $9.99 a month or $14.99 a month or $100 a year or whatever. I think that's what we're ultimately going to see moving forward. Now, I do think there'll be a partner, whether it's, Sean and Channel 40 or Jake in channel 13 or Matt in channel 10 or whatever. I think they'll ultimately be a over-the-air partner.
Yeah.
But in the end, I think these 5 teams are kind of setting the wave of the future.
Yeah, I think because that's I think Phoenix did that. They probably all did this, but Phoenix was putting their games on the local station.
Yep.
I know the Clippers are on like KTLA, Channel 5 or whatever for local stuff. And to be honest with you, I don't see why these teams would not do this at this point. I mean, looking at something as simple as like, I look at boxing and, and how they have gone away from working, and UFC does it too, but they've gone away from working with the cable companies. You can just order a pay-per-view on the app, they don't do Showtime anymore. Now they're with Prime, but on the Prime Video app, you order the pay-per-view on the Zone, for UFC on ESPN Plus. Like my thought is the stations like the NBC Bay Areas and all this other stuff, that's a cable thing. And there's just no need to be affiliated with them anymore. You can do it direct on your own app, or like you said, you can affiliate with the local TV company to broadcast that way, and then you just keep the rest of the money.
And it seems like you could be in charge 100% of the advertising, and there be no splits there.
That's all you.
You just have to have a team in place to do that,
right?
Because NBC, I'm sure the Kings do, but also NBC does, and the Kings in Sacramento is the easiest sell in the world.
Yeah, and what you would see to kind of balance out programming and stuff like that. Maybe you can start a channel. So like if you're, and I don't know how profitable it'll be, maybe it wouldn't work out money wise, but if you're Vivette and you can get the Kings, A's, and Sac State as your teams, and then maybe
the River
I don't
Cats.
know, River Cats as well.
Yeah.
Maybe you work with people, get the Republic on there, and just have Sacramento vision. Chicago's doing that, I think, as well. Chicago,
be like the mega powers forming.
right.
I thought he was a bad guy. What is this?
Wait a minute. But I think Chicago debuted that. Chicago has like the Bulls, White Sox, Blackhawks, and somebody else. Manny would know. Obviously, they've created a channel, much like the Yes Network and MSG Network and all that. So
unrelated. Did you see are the White Sox for sale rumor?
Yeah, they said Reinsdorf has opened up the possibility of selling a team.
Interesting.
So who knows what that means?
Interesting. Yeah. The Sacramento Kings take on the Los Angeles Clippers tonight. We got some news about the Clippers earlier today. Doesn't really pertain to tonight's game, but it definitely pertains to some news to the Los Angeles Clippers, who the Kings will be battling with here in the Western Conference. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about the game tonight. We've got contenders and pretenders headed into Week 7, which, of course, begins tonight. We got Matt George coming up, and ESPN released their top 10 players in the NBA. We knew who the 10 were. What order are they in? We've got all that coming up. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Fill up this water real quick.
Next week with NBA coming back, so will Kicking It with KC. We'll get that popping off. Oh, don't be disrespectful, Manny. I doubt it, Russ Dog.
It was a good run, but
yeah, it was a good run. First of all, they didn't win a lot last year when it was a Drake Bars game, and like I've always said, I'm just not a rapper, so I don't have to come up with bars as much as they're going to. I think they're going to win. So I don't.
Yeah, no, Kings killed that last year.
Yeah. Oh wow, Tony Bennett to retire. That's a good point. Maybe so. Maybe so. I'm not going to close the book on it forever. It's just not in the plans. I'll say that much.
Gina, how you doing, Gina? Oh, I'm just so ready for the weekend. I'm ready to dance and sing.
Gotta go.
Happy. Okay. Well, good for you. I don't dare ask a follow-up question.
I think Kenny's calling me right now. I gotta go.
Is that Kenny? Okay. All right.
That's all right.
I'm a,
Man, Mondo, that's a good question, man. I've been kind of stewing on that one since yesterday.
get your picks in.
I don't think the Vikings are going undefeated. I mean, maybe they're a little more locked in because
They kind of keep like
Aiden's out.
I think they're good. I ain't trying to shade them, but they're catching teams kind of at the right time. Like I think the Lions, there's going to be an adjustment period without Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah,
that they're going to have to get used to.
You're saying the Vikings are catching?
Yeah, and they might win the games anyway, but they're catching guys. Their team's kind of at a opportunistic time.
Matt George coming up in the final hour of the show. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say two kind of random little situations that I just saw. But man, I'm trying to I always get these guys confused, but Bennett, the coach at Virginia, they say he's retiring. He's leaving. He's been in Virginia for a long time.
Really?
Yeah. Came across the little wire, but
came across the wire because it's 1940.
That's the bottom line. But yeah, they say he's retiring, man. So it's crazy, man. Like all the coaches are leaving. All the coaches are leaving, man. The coaches, at least that we grew up on.
We say it all the time, man. Time is just one of the most fascinating things in the world.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Get older.
The one that is staying is still in Arkansas now. Calipari's still there. I saw yesterday Calipari did a video on Instagram. He brought Nolan Richardson to practice and had let him talk or whatever. Calipari, boy, that boy, he's a talker.
Oh, he's a smooth operator.
Yeah. The other thing that was just kind of random, I guess I don't know if it has any more approving to go or whatever, but the Browns are moving.
Saw that.
Yeah,
saw
moving
that.
out of downtown Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
To I guess a suburb of Cleveland. I'm not exactly sure where that is.
Jesse still thinks it sucks.
Oh, Jesse gone.
Jesse's like, can't shine a turd.
Still put lipstick on a pig.
That's what it is. Jesse and Joakim Noah. Cleveland haters notorious.
Speaking of stadiums, you see they're trying to say nobody's saying it. It's just internet people speculating.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that Oakland should put in a bid to host the Rays.
I did see that. Yeah, I did. Yes, I saw people talking about that.
I don't know how. That's just people talking.
It's like I get it. Like, oh, there's an open stadium. Like, yeah, sure, there is. We go, look, guys, you want to play without a roof or you want to play without a toilet? Which one? You got one or the other. That's the thing that's been like, come on, man. Like, I don't want Oakland, the city, to go through what they're going through, but like, let's not act like that stadium's not a dump. Like it is. It's not. So you could get your jokes off about playing in a AAA club. You can get all of the jokes off you want to about Sacramento and that park, but like, let's not pretend that Oakland Coliseum was the gold standard for stadiums in Major League Baseball. Like, it's not. It was a joke. It's been a joke for over a decade at this point. And that it sucks, and that's a lot of people's fault. But the idea, the fact is they were continuing to house the A's, so like maybe that is a reasonable solution for Tampa. But I also feel like there's probably 50 other solutions much closer to where they're at right now than uprooting them and moving them across the country for a season or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do, but like you said, going across the country, going literally clear across the country.
Yeah, very literally. Yeah,
I don't think that would.
It doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense at all. Tampa Bay Rays live from the Oakland Coliseum. I don't know about that. Kawhi Leonard will not play in tonight's preseason game against the Sacramento Kings. That's of no surprise to anybody on the planet. But Kawhi Leonard, the Los Angeles Clippers announced today is out indefinitely, which is exactly what you and I speculated on yesterday. We speculated that they know Kawhi is not playing the first game of the season. The question is, how long do they really know Kawhi Leonard isn't playing? And I threw out, which was just 100% speculation on my part, that I don't think Kawhi Leonard is going to play before Christmas. And I think the Los Angeles Clippers know that. I don't know that to be true at all. But today's announcement leads me to believe they genuinely have no clue when Kawhi Leonard is going to return. They know they called they called him being out indefinite, but indefinite could legitimately mean, remember, Draymond Green was once indefinitely suspended.
Yeah.
Like it could mean 2 games. It could mean 3 games. It could mean the first 2 weeks of the season. It also could mean the first 2 months of the season. We're never going to get a straight answer regarding Kawhi Leonard and his health. I think that's a Kawhi Leonard thing and not a Los Angeles Clippers thing. So I want to be careful with that to not blame the Clippers. But I feel bad for Kawhi. I feel bad for Ty Lue. I think they're in a really difficult spot moving forward. Don't care, because if they got to fall out, it's not my problem.
Yeah,
but
I just feel bad for you. We ain't crying for you, Argentina.
As a basketball fan, I would much rather watch Kawhi Leonard than not.
Absolutely. And when you talk about indefinite, another point to that is Draymond was suspended indefinitely. The NBA still had an idea of.
We all knew.
Yeah,
every single person
12
predicted
to 15
it.
games. Like, that's what it is. So like when they talk about him being out indefinite, probably 20 some odd games. I mean, just think about it like this. He's out indefinite. He's not going to start the season. there's a rehab process. They go, the season starts next week. So if he's just out indefinitely, like let's just say that's a week, 2 weeks, they're probably gonna like reevaluate and try to ramp the whole situation up for another 2 weeks. Now we're in the mid-November at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's best case scenario. I'm saying they get started with this whole process, right away. So I don't know what would be best for Kawhi and for the Clippers. The Clippers have that situation where they don't own their pick, so you can't just tank. I don't know. I don't know what you do if you're the Clippers in this one.
You got to play it out. That's all you could do. Just got to play it out.
Do you wonder why they signed him?
Kawhi?
Yeah.
I
wouldn't have signed him. And they did it
I
early,
think that's
too.
easy. They did. I think that's easy for us to say. Like, you just would have let Kawhi leave?
I would have.
I don't know how you do that. Like, you just go, like, because we saw Kawhi last year.
Mhm.
Like, this is so difficult. Kawhi is still really good.
Mhm.
It's just Kawhi's really good when he plays. And that's the tough part. It feels like that could be, that could be 60 games, or that could be like Joel was last year, and it was 30, 35, 36.
Right.
I don't know. I just don't know how you let a talent like Kawhi Leonard leave. I think
you just let him leave. You just let him leave because and maybe this is just me and they don't feel the same way, but you can't rely on him at this point. And he's had so many injuries. Yeah, he's good when he gets there, but he's not the same Kawhi. Like he's not the Kawhi that will carry you to an NBA championship by himself, like with the Raptors. And no disrespect to those other guys on there, but even when he plays, he's not that type of guy anymore. If they had to make a decision in that moment, which it seems like they did, and I don't understand this thinking. It was like, yeah, we're willing to pay Kawhi, but we're not sold on paying Paul George and his health situation. What?
Yeah.
Like I would, it would have been the exact reverse. Like, yes, Paul George has his own issues injury-wise, but I would have signed Paul George. I would have had a little more confidence in him to be able to stick around and do things than Kawhi Leonard. And I would have just let Kawhi walk. I would have let him walk. I would have let him walk, and I also would have offered him something and been like, find somebody who's going to give you this. Like the 3-year deal, like find somebody who's gonna give you more, give you 4 years max. 4 years max deal. I don't think there's a lot of people who would. You think there's a lot of people who would give Kawhi 4-year max?
I do. And I'll be honest, I don't think I'd have the balls to do what you did in this fictitious scenario. I don't think I could do it. What about you?
I'm just wondering, like, how much is 40 games of Kawhi worth at this point?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because, like, is that still something you paid for? You paid top dollar for? Like, if your team trying to give out contracts and all that?
Well, you did.
Well, yeah, you did, like, not going forward.
But I don't think they were banking on 40.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think in their mind, they thought worst case scenario, and this might be, we don't know. It's hard to believe. Worst case scenario is 60. Can we get by with 60 games of an elite Kawhi Leonard, which was about what he was last year? I think it was 6. Well, no, he made honors, so he was 60 plus. He was 60. Was it 65?
I felt like he might have got to.
Yeah,
I'll last month.
I'll get the exact number, but I think one thing that really hurts Kawhi too is it's similar. He had 68 last year, kind of similar to Chris Paul. Chris Paul doesn't get hurt for like long periods of time, or hadn't gotten hurt he just got hurt at the worst time. Kawhi Leonard played 68 games last year and missed most of the end of the season into the playoffs.
Right.
And this is a similar to Joel, where these guys are missing time now at the most critical time of the year. I wouldn't have the balls to do it. I would have paid him. I would have kept him, hoping we'll figure it out. We'll management. I just don't know how you let talent walk.
Carlos threw it in the chat too. Like, how much does the new arena matter?
A lot.
Probably a lot. But so I was gonna say, so the arena probably, you're the Clippers. Like, you're not the Lakers. You're the Clippers. Now, maybe the Intuit Dome helps change that. You got an owner who's willing to do anything to shed the label of being second in the market. He's willing to do anything to shed the label of being the Los Angeles Clippers. And he's been pretty effective at that in terms of acquiring talent since he's become the owner. But this last run has been dependent on Kawhi Leonard, right? You get the Kawhi Leonard, you get Paul George. If you're on the verge of erasing both of them, what do you do next?
So that's my thought. Like, you don't erase both of them. I would have picked the other one. One of them's got to stay.
What if Paul George didn't want to stay?
I think he definitely wanted to.
You think so?
that's a scenario that you got to think about. But I think if they offered him max, he was going to stay.
Yeah, I think Paul George wanted to stay, but the Clippers weren't too fond of him staying.
Which is like a scenario I laid out. Like, that's baffling to me that you were all in on Kawhi and you were unsure about Paul George. The reality is you probably should have been unsure about both of them. But to me, if you're going to be all in on one and like believe in one, I would have believed in Paul George. And I'm really just talking about health, because Paul George, as much as I love him, I'm not going to make the argument he is at the peak of their powers better than Kawhi. Like, best case scenario, they're the same. Some would probably say Kawhi's better at the peak of his powers. But
you know what? I don't think I would have. I'm just going to be completely contradictory to everything you're saying. I think I would have picked Kawhi. Because if you're, the concerns are the same, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, injury.
Yeah. Availability, I guess. Yeah, I think I would have. I don't think I would have done anything different. I just would have died being wrong.
If you had to pick between the two, I'd take Kawhi too.
Okay.
I think the right decision is just blowing.
Well, he did have Paul George as an MVP.
I did have Paul George as MVP. But it's all things considered. Like, I have a different outlook on it. I have no doubt in my mind that Kawhi is never going to play more than 50 games. So I go into that knowing.
He played 68 last year.
I think that's an anomaly. And him trying to play 68 broke him down. It just completely broke him down. I feel like
history says you're right.
I feel like Paul George, even with his injury concern,
57, 52, 52, 68.
And
those are all of the Clippers years.
And this year, we're not expecting him to get award eligibility.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting 68.
And Paul George, his numbers might be about the same, but I just feel like he got a feeling he would just hold up a little better.
It's because you like him more.
I like Kawhi.
Paul George. KC, this is tough. Clippers, it's way worse. As a Clipper, 48, 54, 31, 56, 74.
Ooh. Isn't
it looks like they both had anomalies last year.
Well, they certainly did. Isn't one of Kawhi's a whole year? He was out. Because when he tore the ACL in the playoffs, he didn't come back the next year, did he?
20, 21. Yes, you're correct. I'm sorry. You're correct. I was just reading lines. You're correct. Yeah, it was the 21-22 season. He returned in the 22-23 season. You're correct. I apologize. So it's actually, as a Clipper, 57, 52, 0, 52, 68. With Paul George, it's, as a Clipper, 48, 54, 31, 56, 74.
These guys, that's just tough.
The anomaly for both guys was last year.
Yeah,
if
that's just tough. Like, neither one of those guys you can count on.
You almost, yeah.
And it's and you know,
does it make sense that they couldn't sign both of them? Like, with what we just did, whether we can go back and forth over what, if you're going to sign one of them, which one do you sign? But does it make sense that you couldn't sign both of them?
Yeah, it does. It does. The only reason why I say you might just have to do it anyway, because I mean, what are you doing for the next 3 years anyway? I heard I think they don't have control over their pick until like 2030 or something, or
Well,
2028.
that's not good. Well,
Like,
at least
so-
it's not a 2031 pick swap. 'Cause Jesus Christ, would you
That's
be
the X factor.
man?
But it's like, what are you doing anyway? You might as well, like, I can make the argument your best shot is to just roll the dice again with both of them.
Maybe.
Just see what happens. Just see what happens.
Well, maybe the new apron changes that. Maybe the
That's
new
true,
tax
too.
laws. Maybe
That's
the
true,
new
too.
tax laws ain't changed that. Like we talked about, how much are you willing to pay if you know you can't win a title?
That's true too. Securin says they don't have their first round pick until 2030. I think
Goodness
they don't
gracious,
have
man.
control over it, because I think that's impossible.
Meaning pick swaps.
Yeah, because this year they have a first round pick, but the pick swap is under the control of
OKC, right?
So
Let's get Manny in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
Hey, speaking about injuries, seeing Lonzo Ball back on the court last night, that was phenomenal. Like,
Yeah, it was
seeing
awesome.
the joy seeing his joy, and just seeing the crowd reaction, and actually looking good out there too. And there's a long way back still to being consistent, but just seeing him be able to make it back, and how hard he worked and how determined he was to get back on the court. It's just an awesome story.
absolutely.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Man, that was great to see. I just, watching that, I'm just reminded of, what, just we were cheated from, as basketball fans, and his game where we all thought it was about to
Yep.
go. And, for him to lose those 2 years or so on the court was just tough for him, obviously, first and foremost, but us as basketball fans to see that. And it was good to see him out there on the court. And, I'm hoping it's a Grant Hill situation, where maybe he's not exactly what he was before he left, but he's able to, play consistently for some years, man, because he's a hell of a ball player.
Yep.
Hell of a ball player.
Yeah, and those are the success stories that you root for in these injuries. Obviously, his is extremely dramatic. I think the number it's in our notes somewhere, 1,006 days since the last basketball he played. I know we had it at January 2022. Just incredible, absolutely incredible. But it was cool to see him return last night. It was cool to see him hit that first three. And injuries, I think, are going to be a big topic of conversation over the course of the next 7 days. We'll see teams wrap up the preseason, and now you've got this Kawhi Leonard thing kind of hanging over the Los Angeles Clippers. You've got Paul George and Joel Embiid hanging over the Philadelphia 76ers. It doesn't sound like there's a scare that Joel Embiid's not going to be able to play the first game. It doesn't sound like that's a conversation at all. The 76ers appear to, at least from reports from our man out in Philly, that they don't know if Paul George is playing. He hyperextended his knee the other night, and with guys like Paul George, I don't mean this in a negative way, but you've got to be careful. Like you don't want this to be a thing.
Right.
And so, maybe player X, who doesn't get hurt a lot, it's like, no, it's good. Like, you good? Trainer, you good? Yeah. Let's go. Happens to Keegan Murray, God forbid. No, Keegan, you good? Oh, yeah, no, he's good. He's fine. Checked it out. No, he's good. With Paul, it's that you don't do that.
It's not that simple.
It's like, oh, you feel good? Okay. All right.
Let's try again tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Let me ask you again tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Because you're Keegan's 24, 25 years old. Paul's 34.
Yeah.
It's with an injury history, a catastrophic injury history. So it's different. But over the next 7 days, man, you're going to be hearing a lot about guys that are injured.
And with Paul George specifically, I mean, today on this Thursday, the 17th, I wouldn't say there's no way. But if I was with Philadelphia, and I think they probably play on Wednesday or Tuesday, I'd be like, man, it doesn't look like you're going to be playing game one.
Mm-hmm.
We would love to unveil the new 76ers with our prize free agent. We would love that.
Yeah.
But we're not going to have something potentially linger with you because we rushed you out there for game one of 82.
Yeah.
Like you might be on the shelf for a week or two. You just make your debut another time. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that's going to be what we're looking at. And
did
Luka come back yet?
They're Bucks on Wednesday. First practice was yesterday. Yeah.
I don't know if
I looked that up today. Yeah, his first practice was yesterday. Coming off what was it? A calf contusion.
Yeah, and they play on Wednesday, I'm assuming as well. They might even play on Tuesday, but I think they play on Wednesday.
I think they played Tuesday because I got Wednesday schedule up. Let me no, we've got Timberwolves Lakers on Tuesday. We got Knicks Celtics Tuesday, Wednesday night. Pacers Pistons, Nets Hawks, Magic Heat, Bucks 76ers. Where are you, Dallas? Nope. Looks like they might be Thursday.
Thursday against the Nuggets. I think that's who they
Spurs.
Spurs.
Got to get Wemby.
I got to get Wemby.
Got to get Wemby and Luka on TV.
Forget Ant-Man and DeRozan's debut in Sacramento. Got to get Ant-Man or got to get Wemby.
It's Ant-Man because he's small.
Hilarious.
Timberwolves. Yeah, you got to get Thunder at Nuggets from Ball Arena. Yeah.
So yeah, I'd be careful. I'd be careful with Luka.
Yeah, that was a good call on Luka.
Yeah.
All things to watch, man. All things to watch. All things that are going to be talked about. These are all usual suspects except Luka. I don't think I'd throw Luka in this category, though. I think some people are kind of watching, wondering, like, is this a thing?
Yeah.
But this will be a season-long story.
Yeah.
Particularly in Philadelphia with Joel and Paul George.
How do you we kind of touched on it a little bit, but how do you feel about Joel saying you'll never play back-to-backs again?
I don't care.
It doesn't bother me.
It's tough when you say it out loud. Like, so what if you're a 76er season ticket holder, right? And you're in Brooklyn on Tuesday and you're back in Philly on Wednesday. As a season ticket holder, you almost have to, hey, you can't play him in Brooklyn.
Right.
You got to play him here. Like, that's the thing about like, now I don't think Joel was saying definitively he's not playing back-to-backs again. He was like, I don't know if I ever play back-to-backs again. But now, because it's Joel and it's like very conceivable, like, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. You have 76ers fans like, well, all right, we've got 8 back-to-backs.
Right.
6 of them are away home back-to-back. So I'm just trusting when the when the games are split, he's playing here. And if you don't think there have been some strongly worded emails sent over the course of the last week or so, I'm certain that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things where maybe we all understand that you probably we don't want you saying that. Like, even the fans might understand it, like, without him ever saying it, being like, you know how it goes, man. When there's a back-to-back, JoJo's probably not going to play one of those games. They understand that, but. And shout out to Joey just being honest and speaking his honest mind, but like, probably don't, as an organization, as the Philadelphia 76ers, probably don't want to say, yeah, I'll probably never play back-to-backs again. But as far as him, the man, like, that's probably what you got to do with him at this point in his career. Been in the league, what, 10 years? 9 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, he probably is done with back-to-backs.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the game tonight, the Sacramento Kings side of it rather than the Los Angeles Clippers side of it. Plus, ESPN released their top 10 players in the NBA. We knew who they were, but how did they rank out? We've got that coming up here. Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, for fuck's sake. Jesus. Oh, man. Shout out to our guy, Dave Garcia. I haven't shown him enough love here in the chat. I know my man. Text with him yesterday. He's working his ass off. When does pocket watching season start? Well, I think NBA season starts next week, so I guess we bring it back. It's time. It's time. That's a good call, Mondo. You don't think I'm going to work 2 days in a row, do you? That's good stuff. That's funny. It's always funny when you put stuff like that in real life terms. Ooh, big plan. Hey, Zay, you think you can work something with that Katie segment we just had? You have access to our videos. You think you could make something out of that? I normally ask Leezy to do it. I think Leezy's been working his ass off lately. My man, I love you for that, brother. Thank you. And just as you access the well, I guess you can't access the video while it's live, can you? I don't know. Maybe you can. What do I know, Zabo? I can tell you nothing. I know absolutely nothing. That's a fact, Drew Down. An absolute fact. I'm glad you enjoyed that, man. I love that girl. She is a lot of fun, and I really admire her as a radio show host. She is one of the best. Not just one of the best I work with now, but I think she's one of the sharpest I've ever dealt with in this game. She gets it. Not a lot of people in this game get it. You'd be shocked to find a lot of people are fucking stupid. Hey, you got to share the wealth, Manny. Got to share the wealth, man. Zabo, too talented. Too talented, too talented. Oh, Katrina, you don't have to explain nothing to me. As soon as KC said the name, I knew. It's all good. Katrina knows. David, I saw one of your messages. I saw you type something that made me legit laugh. You said your wife thinks you're funny and you're totes adorbs. That made me laugh. David makes me laugh, legitimately makes me laugh. Yeah, Katie reading Darvin Ham quotes was not something I was ready for today.
Jeez, I got quotes.
Oh, man. Poor Darvin Ham. Matt George going to join us in about an hour. Our man from Locked On Kings, ABC 10. I'm sure Matt is hyped to get today's game over with, as I think a lot of people are. Let's touch on this, though, before we get back to the Sacramento Kings. ESPN released their top 10 players in the NBA. Of course, no Kings were in it. They were all ranked in the 20s. At least, well, yeah. Anyways, we know who the 10 were yesterday. That's pretty easy process of elimination. It was just a question of where they would be ranked. We know now. Anthony Edwards was number 10. Kevin Durant, number 9. Joel Embiid, number 8. As we expected, these two were glued together.
You called that one.
LeBron was number 7. Steph Curry was number 6. Those two were going to be right next to each other, no matter what. At number 5, Jesse's boy, Jason Tatum, the guy you root for, as Katie would say. SGA at number 4. I'm thinking of this through Katie's reality TV breakdown. Without knowing, like a personal story, SGA would be useless in a show like that, wouldn't he? Like, what would SGA be?
SGA might be a little Tatum-ish.
Would he?
A little quiet. You root for him. He seems like a really nice
But Tatum comes across as a babyface to me. He's almost like the Rocky Maivia babyface.
That's a good call.
Like the Rocky sucks. He's almost like that guy.
SGA might be Sabonis.
Okay. With a little more flair.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like SGA has a.
I've heard SGA talk,
and maybe that's what people say about Domantas. Domas, he doesn't have a big personality.
I've heard SGA talk, and little stuff here and there. He's a little more charismatic than he probably puts on, like in a interview after a game or something like that. So I think he would actually be a little interesting on a show like that, but he'd be more like the Sabonis role.
I'd love to watch him shop and like lay out his outfits, and then I would watch a show where SGA lays out why he's wearing something.
Right,
I'd watch that. But he came in at number 4. Giannis at number 3. So I don't know if you've seen the list.
I have seen the list.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
Giannis at number 3, and then Luka's at number 2.
Luka not better than Giannis, but it's okay. So Luka's amazing, but I guess my thought with that
Giannis was number 1 last year. Obviously, Jokic is number 1 this year.
My thought with that is probably more so how I feel like Giannis is underrated as opposed to Luka being overrated. I don't look at Luka as overrated for being 2. Just Giannis is like, man, hey, he was voted number 1 last year, so I'll respect that. But they find every opportunity to kind of like sell him short. It feels like if you're talking about top 3 players in the game, Giannis is gonna be 3, regardless of what numbers he put up, what he's doing.
Whether it's Jokic, Joel, and Giannis, or
Right.
Jokic, Luka, and Giannis,
Right. Like if you damn near, this may be dramatic, but if they said who's the top 5 players in the game, they're gonna put Giannis at 5. Like they always finding a way to like not give him
top 25 players in the league. They're gonna put De'Aaron at 25.
Shouldn't Luka get the nod over Giannis though for his last season he had? He was 34 points, like 9, damn near 10 assists, 9 rebounds, and took a team to the finals.
You could sell me, and I was gonna let you finish. You could sell me on Luka being number 1.
Yeah. When you're
again, we're not talking like, oh, this is egregious. It's like I think if you put me in front of a jury, I could make a case for Luka being number 1.
My case, and I think it stops at this point with the top 3. I think they all can make a case for being number 1 on any year. Like last year, take last year's list. You could have made the case for any of the top 3 being number 1. I think that's where it stops. Like I don't think you can make a case for 4 to be number 1 or 5 to be number 1. But those top 3, whoever they are on any given season, I think you can, if you got a attorney like Davis in power, he can make an argument.
That's a bad attorney right there.
He can make.
I don't know why this season had to open the way that it did, but Davis is a bad man.
That was random.
They just wanted everyone to know Method Man was in shape, I guess. Method Man went to the producers and was like, "Hey, your boy been working out. Come on, man. I got an idea for a scene.
It's time. I've seen what you guys have done for Amari in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to step into that role.
That's it.
Ready to step into that role.
Davis is a hell of an attorney. He got everybody. He got every criminal in New York set free at the end of that series. Well, everybody but one. DA. Everybody but one.
Well,
he's out there to fend for himself, but
he said you gotta deal with your own stuff.
Two gunshot wounds, and he's out there to figure it out for himself.
But
okay, sorry.
Yeah, I think
whoa, real quick.
Yeah.
You watched through the credits, right, of the final episode of Power?
I think so, because I think I know where you might be going.
You saw the phone call.
So I don't think I watched through the credits thing because I don't remember that. It's funny you say that. It's so coincidental. I saw a YouTube video last night about, hey, he got a call. That call may be from a certain somebody.
It's got to be from Tommy, right?
That's what everybody's thinking.
It's got to be Tommy.
I didn't see that. So people were saying, I was like, damn, maybe I was getting popcorn during the situation.
It was one of the Marvel things where people, the Marvel people or the comic book people, I don't remember which one. They don't leave.
Right.
You'll sit through the credits until something is going to tease something. And it wasn't like on purpose.
Right.
It was just like, oh, that was a really satisfying end to the show. And all of a sudden, Tariq pops back up and he takes a call and it's like, oh, that had to be Tommy. He had to have been talking because he says we're family for life, whatever.
Yeah.
He had to be talking.
No,
I was just waiting for him to like
be.
reference Chicago or something to hint he's a part of the next season of Force.
100%. 100% going to be. And to be fair, Tariq is probably the one that should move on. Like if that show ends, Tariq that's an OG.
Yeah.
Keep it going with Tariq. Keep him involved in some form or fashion. And they talked about spinoffs though. They talked about Kane in the video I watched. Kane getting the spinoff.
Well, they had the hashtag. I don't know if you caught that hashtag. Power lives forever or something like that.
Stars had that, or it was just
it was on the credits.
See, I think something might be going on with Diana.
You know why I think more is on the way? Stars for the first time up their price.
Well, yes. Well,
they went from
Power does live forever.
They went from $8.99 to $10.99, and I'm gonna tell you bitches something right now. If Power is gone, I can happily cancel Stars. So you better have something pop up on my feed here soon.
Having access to buyer's remorse isn't gonna get me.
No, I'm good. I'm good. What was the LeBron James series?
That was buyer's remorse.
Survivor's remorse.
Survivor's
That's
remorse.
what it was. Survivor's remorse. Yeah. No.
I think something was going on with Diana. Because
with the little throwback look, thinking about Monet.
And she clearly was like, I'm in the game now. Like I want to be part of the game. And everybody left. And she was just looking like, I'm here now. I'm Monet now.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot out there.
Where's J.A. at? J.A., come on.
We'll get J.A. in before Thursday.
Yeah.
If we can book him to talk Kings.
Yeah.
And Power
and then Kings.
Thank you. We got plenty of time next week to talk about the Kings. We got to talk to J.A. about Power.
Yeah. But do you agree with that though? That
I forgot what you
any
said.
Three of those
got fired up. Sorry.
Top three, you can make an argument to be number
Giannis, Luka, Jokic, absolutely.
And is that generally how it is?
Yeah, I mean, Joe was in the conversation, I think, for 5 years. I think they primarily moved him back because he only played 30-something games last year. I actually thought he was going to be 10th, and Anthony Edwards was going to be a little higher.
Yeah. I thought Ant-Man would be a little higher too.
But yes, to answer your question directly,
just
100%.
In general though, like is that the cutoff? Like 3? Like I don't think you can make an argument for 4 to be the number 1 player in the game.
SGA, I wouldn't say SGA is the best in the game.
Tatum is iffy.
Tatum, if you had the right attorney to make the case, maybe Davis, if you had the right attorney to make the case, I don't think that I would. I think if you said right now, name the top 3 players in the game, and any one of them could be number 1. I think it would be Jokic, Luka, and Giannis.
I think so too. I wouldn't put
SGA and Tatum would probably be next. I mean, truthfully, I still think LeBron James is the best player in basketball, but he's not. You know what I mean? Like he isn't, but
he don't have the belt.
He doesn't have the belt, right? Who has?
We're bringing it back. We're bringing it back.
Who keeps track of this crap?
We're keeping track of it right now. This is what we're doing right now.
Who has the NFL belt, for God freaking sakes?
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, we're giving. I got Lamar. He got the.
Lamar's had mine for like the last 4 years.
That's actually,
and you know what? I've been right most of the time too.
A good call by Justin.
Man's about to win his 3rd MVP at the radio.
Yeah, I'm not
missed. Good call. Yeah, So we could do the belt, but my belt, my NBA belt, right now, I'm putting the belt on Giannis. I'm putting the belt.
So you're crowning a champion before the season starts. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, somebody got to start with the belt, or is it vacant for the first?
No, because if it goes vacant, it's gonna be vacant till freaking New Year's. we're not.
We got a triple threat match this week.
No, this isn't the UFC, pal. Like that's not what we're doing.
The Indiana Pacers are taking on the Bucks, so if Halliburton beats Giannis, he's got it.
Hey, Kenny out here crowning interim champion.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. I'm giving the belt to Giannis to start off the season. We'll keep track of this. I'll make a little note. I'll make a note.
All right, I'll put my belt on Tatum.
You gonna put your belt on Tatum?
Yeah, for the first time ever.
It wasn't the first time for me.
This is not Bob Backlund. This is real. This is legit.
the Tatum had it for about 2 weeks with me.
Every time you guys put the belt on Tatum, just something catastrophic happened. It's like, no, get it off of him now.
I put the belt on Tatum, took it away, and then banned him from getting another title match.
And I'm waited till he got a title. He got his title. Tatum has the belt finally.
Tatum was Cody Rhodes in AEW. He just can't wrestle for the title. Never wrestle for the title. You know, I actually want to put it on Luka, but I'm concerned.
He might not be able to defend it.
I'm concerned about the calf.
How can you put it on Luka though? After, like, he wasn't great in the finals either.
Yeah, he's going to be great in the regular season.
That defensive performance was different.
I can get the belt off from before the playoffs get
Luka tried hard in Game 4. They're like, look at, he can do it. He can do it.
Oh my God, that was one of the worst.
You're going to put the belt on him?
Crap, man.
What is it?
I have till the end of tomorrow. Wait,
yeah.
you
got plenty. You got plenty of time. You got till Monday. You actually have till
Ideally,
Tuesday.
you have till Monday until the season starts.
You technically have till Tuesday because no games will be played before the show starts on Tuesday.
I think we said it during the break too, but Pocket Watchers is back on Tuesday.
Pocket Watchers is returning next week.
So Kyle and Abe, they're in the league, right?
Let Abe know. Abe's the champ. Yeah,
Abe's not the champ.
Yes, he is.
He's not the champ.
Abe is the champion. Jack Tunney has spoken.
Abe is not the champ. I'm here as the champ looking to defend my throne.
You are not the champion. You are competing for the number one contender spot or the Money in the Bank.
Stop it.
If this is basketball, then Kenny is the champ. If this is wrestling, then yeah, Abe is the champ, and it's pretty clear Abe is the champ if we're doing wrestling.
And that's all we do on this show is wrestling. You know who I really want to put the title on right now? Because I do want to put it on Luka, but I'm concerned. I have concerns.
Go ahead. I want to hear what you got.
It's Anthony Edwards.
That's what I want to do too, to be honest.
Yeah, but their first game is against the Kings, so I'm not going to do it. I
actually probably should. So so he's not motivated.
So De'Aaron can take the title from him.
Oh, there we go.
That was such an ass whooping. De'Aaron Fox is the champion.
De'Aaron had the belt at one point last season.
He did.
Yeah,
that was Rey Mysterio during that Raw episode that one time.
Yeah.
And then John Cena took it from him like 30 minutes later.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he had a good 2-week run.
But Tatum, or not Tatum, but Ant-Man, it could work this way. If he's listening to D-Lo and KC right now while he's streaming it on the Odyssey app or watching it on YouTube in Minnesota, he could be like, "Oh, but they ain't give me the belt. Oh, I'm about to light it up when I come to see." But if somebody give him the belt, Oh, little edges
I
off.
got
'cause they
D'Lo
show
and
love.
KC's respect,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
that's all I ever wanted.
That's
was the respect of D'Lo and KC. All I ever wanted was D'Lo's championship. I wanted the belt.
Oh, yeah. I got the list
Ooh,
right here.
JT Lowe asking a good question. Or I don't think he's even asking a question. He's making a statement. Wemby will have the belt next year.
Oh, so we'll have a day where we do hot takes, predictions for the season, all this other stuff. That'd be one of them. That would be one of them. Not mine. I'm not sure if I'm not making that official, but that would be one. JT Lowe have maybe. Wemby will have the belt next year.
I can see it.
Oh, I just read it wrong. Next year. So that's not even a prediction for this year. Does anybody think?
Oh, I
think,
actually took that to mean this year, but I guess
thought that was this season.
Yeah.
Does anybody think
right.
Wemby will have the belt this year?
I do.
No,
I do. I think Wemby will have a 2-3 week stretch where it's just repeatedly, oh my God, he's averaging 26, 14, and 4 blocks or something in a 3-week stretch.
Could you have the belt though if like you're 11 and 23 record wise?
Well, you can be the 11th best player in the league, according to ESPN.
Yeah, but you can't have the belt though.
But that's the thing. The belt's not for the champion. The belt's for that dude.
Well, once again,
It's got to be some.
No, Jesse. I don't know what you other little sanctioning bodies do. The KCC.
Don't
this
put
is the
Ring
criteria.
Don't put his Ring of Honor over here. Okay, we have some respect and integrity to our belt over here.
No. First of all, let's not forget how many times you vacated the title. Let's not forget how many triple threat matches you've had. Oh, we've got a one-on-one battle to crown the champion.
I don't look. Every sanctioning,
multiple sports.
Every sanctioning body has their own rules. I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm telling you what the KCC does, and it's all encompassing here. You can't be just a bum of a team and have the belt.
Mine's going to be at least top 6, at least.
You're Dana Caraway. That's what you are. Just randomly.
There's going to be some furniture moving now. That's just ridiculous.
You're just randomly assigning title matches.
We've got cops watching this house right now. So as soon as he goes live, we got him.
We got him.
The loser.
Joke.
Oh,
Drew Down sees it. The KCC is corrupt.
Stop it. Drew Down's my biggest hater. Drew Down always hating on your boy.
He hates the way that you walk, the way that you talk. He hates the way that you dress.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he gets it this year.
Can we point this out though? Much like our title belts, there's no rhyme or reason to this list.
No,
absolutely none. When you're talking about players who might hypothetically be injured like you were with Jimmy Butler, while not acknowledging guys like Joel Embiid being injured, or guys like Kawhi Leonard, who was ranked 20 spots ahead
He's already
of
out.
Jimmy Butler. What are you doing?
Kawhi's already out.
Paul George, the same thing. Again, with all due respect to our brothers and sisters over there, this list had no rhyme or no reason. None of the people who made this list were on the same page. They just jotted names down on a piece of paper or in a Word doc or whatever.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense. I don't think their idea of who the top 10 players in the league is at all wrong. I think the structure of their list makes no sense whatsoever.
Right.
Because
it's not cohesive.
Again, no one's questioning how great Wemby is. No one is questioning he might be the dude. Or I don't think there's any might. No one's questioning. As Tim Duncan would say, it's your league. That team stunk. And you're telling me that Domas and De'Aaron are in the high 20s because they didn't make the playoffs last year.
Right.
Help me out with that.
I can't with you.
Okay.
I can't in that situation.
All right.
I can't.
All right.
For the record here, while we try to get this together, I got the list up. NFL is Lamar. You have NFL?
Yeah, it might as well be Lamar Jackson.
Well, he's unanimous. Wow. Yeah, Lamar's got the belt there. And
I don't even think there's a question right now who the best player in professional football is. Is there?
Shouldn't be.
I mean, you could have made an argument.
You know what? Yeah, maybe Derrick Henry if you want to.
Sure, yeah, there you go. That worked too. I'll go with Lamar, but yeah, Derrick Henry's a good argument too.
Major League Baseball.
It's the
Shohei, Bruno Sammartino, Ohtani.
Yeah, probably. I
feel like we retired that one.
I don't think I ever took Ohtani off. I think you gave it
Dude,
to
Vlad Guerrero, like
once.
a couple of seconds.
Vlad
Like,
Guerrero.
come on, bro. It's Otani.
Look, I was ready.
Retires.
I was ready. Otani's got it right now.
You
But
can't give it to like Pete Alon. Like they're down. They got their ass kicked.
Yeah,
last night.
I thought about Lindor, but I can't do it. But if we would have done this a week ago, it would have been Tatis Jr.
Okay.
I would have given it to.
Yeah, Shohei's Bruno.
He just hold it forever. He got it.
Might.
He got it.
He's
got it right
Bruno,
now.
If he's not Bruno, he's Roman.
He's got it right now. And if Lindor pulls this off, Lindor is getting the belt. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Your belt.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Lindor pulls this off, he getting the belt.
Okay.
All right, Vince Russo.
Not mine. Yeah, no.
Go ahead and put it on him if you want.
No, Francisco Lindor going to be the
Yeah,
David
that's cool,
Arquette
bro,
of the
yeah.
KCC over there.
You got Stone Cold over here, but you want to?
No, you got Tank Abbott winning your title. That's good.
So we got.
You really are the Vince Russo.
We
of
got
this
two
show.
unanimous winners.
He got his championship belt on a pole match going on right here.
Oh, wow.
Goodness gracious.
And as of right now, your NBA is vacant till Tuesday at the latest.
I can't give it to LeBron, can I?
Sure.
LeBron.
Go ahead, put it on Chris Jericho.
Yeah, why the Jericho slander?
Because he's the oldest one still out.
Well, that's true. Yeah, he's the old man.
Is Jericho still? Is he in AEW?
He is.
He was on TV yesterday. I
He
think.
doesn't look good. He hasn't
How
looked good
old
for
is Jericho?
'Old
100?
enough.
I don't know how
He's
got
got
to
be 50.
He's
Oh, he's
54.
he's
I
gotta
think.
be north
like at least 50.
He's got to be
at least 50.
Because
he's
isn't
north
age,
of 50.
Isn't Edge 50? 50
He
plus?
is. Chris is 53. 53 years old, and his whereabouts on January 6th are in question. But not his wife, so we know his wife was there.
Oh man.
Man, I really want to make a decision on this title. This is killing me.
You know what?
I really do want to give it to Anthony Edwards. I just don't want to do it because that's who the Kings play first.
Why don't let's work together as a unified sanctioning body. You can take Giannis. I'll do
going on over here.
What is it? Why
does he get Giannis?
Separate? Well, I didn't ask for Giannis.
Yeah, why is he
making
Giannis?
a trade? If I want to name Giannis my title holder, I can name Giannis.
What the hell just
Oh,
happened?
you don't
What are you talking about?
you don't want to say Ant-Man. You don't want to say, so I'll do it. I'll say it.
Oh, you want to name Anthony Edwards? Oh, this guy hates Sacramento. Can you believe this? Wow.
I told you it's going to happen. He's going to feel the respect. And then he going to only have like 20. He only going to have like 22.
I mean, you can't just lose the belt after one game, though, right?
Well, it happened to Tatum.
Yeah, under, barring extreme circumstance.
Tatum was like
Tatum.
1 for 9 the day after he
Put
got
the
the
belt on
belt.
Tatum, and Cat's gonna go for like 50 on night one.
Oh man. All right. We'll figure it out. Matt George joins us in 20 minutes. I'll ask you this question. I'll ask it for the chatty house and everybody could weigh in. Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320. You think the Kings are going to get off to a slow start? There's reasons to think they will. There's reasons to think they won't. We'll talk about all that. It's the Kings and the Clippers tonight at the Intuit Dome at the ridiculous start time of 7:30.
That sounds perfectly fine.
We'll talk
I can
about
get
that.
home, I'm get settled,
Well,
and I can watch the game. Perfect.
That is one good part about it is we can actually get home. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Preseason at 7:30 is crazy.
Yeah, come on, man.
I think all LA games are 7:30 though, huh?
Clippers games?
And Lakers.
We're gonna be up at
Yeah, I think
10:30
so.
watching Kobe Jones play basketball.
I forgot they started at like 2:00. The Yankees game is on. Yankees might get out the brooms, bro. Yankees
I
might,
hate, and I love to hate, but I'm not sure who beats them.
they might go.
Whether it be NL or the Guardians aren't coming back.
When they play in Yankee Stadium too, it kind of seems kind of tough to win there.
Aaron Judge hit a home run. I think it was yesterday, or the day before, and they were talking about like kid who finally got his first hit in T-ball or something.
CV said it's going to be a purple wall tonight. I think I saw the good people over at Crown Downtown. They said not for this game, but I think for the game in March, which might be the one I go to. They tried to get tickets on the wall and they were not allowed to. So they said they're going to create their own wall. But yeah, that wall there's going to be, you're not going to be able to get no tickets on the wall if you're an opposing team fan.
Well, based on what we were reading about that app yesterday, like they'll
know.
Yeah, they'll absolutely know.
We need Clipper fans to do it up too. We need like flares in the stands, like the soccer games and all that in Europe.
It's also crazy that Aaron Judge is a center fielder. He looks way too big to be a center fielder, but it's worked out.
Should be playing tight end in the NFL.
How tall is he? Like 6'7"?
It's about, I think.
Man.
Jamal Adams is the most overrated player of our generation.
Is he a free agent or something?
Yeah, he asked for his release. It's like, yeah, go ahead, bro. See ya.
Wait, who did?
Jamal Adams.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy. The way things are going, Niners might need to pick him up.
You don't want him.
I know. I don't. But he's the interesting thing with him is bring him in on running downs.
Jamal, bringing you in, but you're gonna play defensive end this time for us.
That's all he did successfully in Seattle was play against the run, and that is not what you want when he's a safety. Oh, poor Dak.
Is it Broncos and Saints tonight?
Yes, sir. Johnny G, you might have to.
Is that in New Orleans?
Receivers, I think so.
Sean Payton, no?
He was on the graphic last Thursday. They talked about that. They're like next week. And it was like Kamara.
Fuck off.
And Sean Payton.
Get out of here.
This will be the sequel to the Kevin James movie.
Kevin James getting in shape, right? Well, I guess he didn't really get in shape for the first one. He just looked like Kevin James.
I still can't believe they did a movie about that.
Yeah.
Coaches paying players to end careers. Hey, what if we made a family-friendly film about this movie?
Just a great idea. And they Al Michaels even addressed, he's like, I think that's the first time we've ever had a coach on the promo for next week.
Big shout out to our fans over at trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. If you haven't headed over to that website yet, please do so. Again, it's trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. A lot of people wait for the turn of the calendar year to better their health, to better their fitness. Don't wait several more months to do it. Start doing it now. Get yourself into a good rhythm. By the time 2025 gets here, you can get a free nutritionist consultation. They'll help you plan your meals out. If you already have an idea of what you're eating is the right thing, you can use the free macro calculator. That'll tell you exactly what types of food you need to eat. And of course, if you need the supplements, many of which I take, including the strength enhancers, the fat burners, and most importantly, at least for me, the cravings crushers and the sleep aids, there's a link to maptrition.com right there. Again, it's trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320, a website built specifically for us so we can get our health and fitness on track. Maybe we send that website to the Sacramento Kings and get themselves ready for next Thursday's opener at the Golden One Center against the Minnesota Timberwolves. I asked this question before the break. I'll ask it now, awaiting your response.
Okay.
Do you think the Kings get off to a slow start? And I'll define a slow start by seeing them struggle a bit from the field, maybe lower scoring than we think we might see at the end of the year, and maybe starting off with 2-3 record, 1-4 record. Nothing like catastrophic, but I mean 1-4 wouldn't be good, but it's a 5-game sample size. But
they started 0-4 at one point.
There you go. But starting off a bit rocky.
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say that's not inconceivable. I'm not saying that. I'm just not gonna be on the fence with this one. I'll give you a definitive answer. I don't think they have that issue. Number one, not saying they can just flip a switch, but I think they're waiting for the regular season. I think you'll see a different level.
I hate that, but that's become pretty clear.
Yeah. I agree with you. And like I said, I don't think they're the Celtics where they can just flip a switch and like that kind of concerns me a little bit when you actually think about it. But I do think you'll see a different level of intensity and focus from them when they start the regular season on Thursday. And I think that'll carry into the rest of the start of the regular season. They'll have a relatively good record. The numbers will look fine. I'm not saying they'll be gaudy because I after what we talked about yesterday, I do believe there's going to be a learning curve for getting comfortable in this offense and learning to play with each other. But I don't think they'll be 25% from 3 or anything to start the season. So I think they'll be relatively fine to start the season. I don't think they get to a slow start.
Don't know the Celtics, like you said, but I do think they can flip a switch. I might be naive to it, but honestly, like this entire preseason, I'm just kind of like, once game 1 gets here, they'll be ready. Like Fox and Sabonis, Sabonis will be 20 and probably 15 in game 1. Fox will do his thing. Like they're all NBA guys. DeMar, you guys say it all the time, he's Hall of Famer. Monk will do his thing. And like looking at their schedules, the Timberwolves, then it's the Lakers, Trailblazers, and Jazz. Like if they're what we expect, they'll be fine. I think they'll flip the switch game 1. I don't even think it's flipping the switch either. It's just more so now it matters.
I think it's flipping a switch for one of those guys. I think it's De'Aaron.
I was just gonna say, you think De'Aaron?
Yeah, De'Aaron's the one who I think we'll see noticeably look different next Thursday, and that's fine. Like I'm good with that. One thing I've been trying to separate when thinking about this question, though, is the difference between the Sacramento Kings getting off to a slow start and members of the Sacramento Kings getting off to a slow start. Because I do wonder how things are going to look for Malik. Of course, it's another full week of practice, film, but it's another week of time on the court for Malik.
Yeah.
And I think that benefits him. Like I talked with the insiders this morning about how I really don't care for the idea of the guys playing a ton tonight. Malik might be the exception. Malik being out on the floor might not be the worst thing in the world for him, because I really don't know what Mike's schedule is going to look like over the course of the next couple of next 6 days or so. But I imagine it's going to ramp down. Like the intensity of those practices is going to start to trend down the closer we get to Thursday. And I don't know what the status of Kevin Huerter is. And so does Kevin Huerter just walk back on the basketball court like, oh, he's good. Let's keep it moving.
I'll say too, I think they'll start the season fine, but I'm not saying either like, oh yeah, they're gonna defend the 3-ball, defend the 3-point line fine and all that too. Like that's gonna be something I have to figure out throughout the season, but we kind of knew that before the preseason too.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be and I don't think this is what either one of you guys are saying, but I don't think they'll be the best version of themselves early in the season, but I think they'll still be able to win games. I know you hate doing this, but we'll have some fun.
Hate it. You're going to do it anyway.
First 10 games.
Yeah,
I got to miss 6 and 4. You know what I mean? And just for secrecy,
dude.
Oh, because I was gonna say I ain't gonna name the names. I ain't gonna say the teams, but we could do that.
Just I think they're like, I don't know the schedule by heart. I know we've got, Jesse just reeled off the first 4 or 5.
Yeah, they got at home against Minnesota.
Yep.
At the Lakers.
Yep.
At home against Portland. At Utah.
Okay.
At Atlanta. At Toronto. At Miami. Home against Toronto. Home against the Clippers. At Phoenix. And just for argument's sake, I got them winning Clippers at home, Raptors at home, Raptors on the road.
Kenny got them losing to the Timberwolves.
No, I'm going backwards. Clippers at home, Raptors at home, at Toronto, at Utah, Portland, and Minnesota. That's your 6 wins.
I got them 7-3, but if they win game 1, then it's 8-2.
Oh,
wow.
These other teams aren't strong. Like the Raptors aren't good. The Hawks aren't good. The Clippers aren't going to be. They're not going to have Kawhi. I got them losing the 2 road games in Miami and Phoenix. Should be the Lakers, I think.
See, at some point, the Lakers got to have some God blessing pride. Like, just at some point.
Oh, man, that's a good way to say
They don't have, like, looking at it, they don't have a strong start to the season, the Kings.
They don't
As
have
far
a
as
what?
like a strong, like the teams are playing.
Schedule.
Yeah,
Yeah,
strong
okay.
schedule, excuse me.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I hate that.
Come on, dude.
Nah, I hate that. I hate that because, they lost to the Wizards.
They did.
And then 2 years ago, they lost 2 days before Christmas.
December 23rd. December 23rd. Damien will never forget that.
Scarred for life.
It's like
niece and nephew want to see the beam. Well, sorry, kid.
It's December 23rd, 2022.
Yeah,
'cause they
3,
made the playoffs.
right?
No, they made the playoffs in 23.
What year is
So
it? Oh, it's 24.
2022.
Yeah, 20. Yeah.
That's your version of what's the date? March 15th, 2020. What's the date?
The COVID day. I think it's March 11th.
That's Dave's version of it.
Yeah.
December 23rd.
I was the little girl crying. That was me.
Dame just wakes up in a cold sweat every time on that day.
December 23rd. Some of you celebrate the holiday season. All I remember is the Wizards.
That game was so upsetting. I was there too. It was just so upsetting. And then Sabonis breaks his thumb in that game too.
That's right. Oh, what? That was just awful. That was just awful. When's Trey Lyles getting cleared? Maybe that's a question for Matt George when he joins us coming up here.
There was a fan account who somebody was at the game on Tuesday who showed Trey Lyles warming up by himself before the game, kind of moving, not doing anything major, just out there taking shots and running. So I don't know what that tells you. I don't know what that tells me or anybody else. But, I mean, at the very least, he's out there getting some type of work in. So maybe his reevaluation period or date is coming up where they'll look at him and then probably give a determining factor. Like my thought of the reevaluation is they look at him, see how he's moving. Okay, you're moving like this. We're going to have you practice for a week. And then before we bring you, or you're moving like this, we'll reevaluate you again in 2 weeks or something like that. That's my thought of what the reevaluation period. Evaluation period.
It's always super smart to Google stuff on the air. It's always very compelling radio.
Gotta love it.
I'm just looking. Sustained a left groin injury, September 28th, 3 weeks. Reevaluation process. That's now. Mm-hmm. He's in the reevaluation process now. Mm-hmm. When Herter hit that marker, we got notified right away. Mm-hmm. Herter's been cleared for 5-on-5. That was his next hurdle.
Right.
He cleared that. So if you look at the 28th to this 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from the day that release was put out, will be Saturday for Trey Lyles.
Okay.
And it's not, hey, Trey's good to go. It's, remember, he will be reevaluated in 3 weeks. That could determine he needs another week. He needs another 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. Or it could be determined he's been cleared for 5-on-5. Mm-hmm. But to the day, the reevaluation process for the groin injury for Trey Lyles is this Saturday.
Okay.
Just, again, it's just playing down to the exact date.
Right.
It says in about 3 weeks. That could be today.
Right.
It could be next Wednesday,
yeah.
Or next Thursday.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at.
And like I said, seeing him getting some shots up, that's a good sign. You know what I mean? Maybe he's done that the entire time. I don't know, but he was out before the game getting some shots up.
And that was Sunday?
Tuesday, the Utah game. He was in.
He
was in Utah with them, and he was getting shots up.
Got you.
The game, so.
Okay.
Do we feel any type of way if Kevin is not playing by next Thursday?
Yeah.
Or even today?
Yeah, Mike hates him. That's like what There's no reason for him not to be. To me, there's no reason for Kevin Huerter to not be playing basketball tonight.
I agree.
That's what I was wondering too.
Absolutely
I don't know if
none.
it's too soon to ask about today, but
No, absolutely not. I was half joking, but yo, Kevin, come here. Go run into Mason Jones.
No, I hear you.
Just go run. If Alex, come here. Alex, stand right there. Kevin, just run into Alex.
I like Alex.
Get it over with.
Yeah, no, you're right.
In fact, Kevin, stand still. Alex, run into him. Just get it over with and let him go play basketball.
Because right now, it's to the doctors, you know, with the doctor, he's passed everything. So the only thing left now is to do it. You know what I mean? Like there's no, we're trying to, work him back slowly. He's already been worked back. At least from my eyes, like maybe there's something that they understand a lot better than I do. But in my eyes, he's already been worked back slowly and all this other stuff. The last step is, can you take regular NBA contact?
Mm-hmm.
The only way to find that out is by him playing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand why he's not playing.
Yeah, I mean, part of our reaction, I think, is Mike's just bizarre response to questions about Kevin Huerter.
That's a lot of
the day that Kevin Huerter was cleared to play, or the day, but Kevin Huerter had been cleared to play days before, and Mike acted like he didn't know, which was so bizarre to all of us. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just bizarre to us. I don't know. But I would very much like to see Kevin Huerter play basketball tonight.
Yes, me too.
If there's one thing that I want to see from the Sacramento Kings, it's Kevin Huerter, headbandless, playing basketball tonight.
Yeah, the headband's gone.
I feel like that might be an issue if you are without Trey and Kevin to start the season.
Yeah,
so you do need something on your bench.
I think that's been an issue this preseason that people don't want to talk about just because it's preseason. Oh, no one cares. Oh, you guys are making too much. Oh, they're not going to do this. That's all perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
They're losing games. They don't look particularly good on offense. They look small. And I think part of the reason is that Trey and Kevin, who are both rotational guys, aren't there.
Yeah, that's got a lot to do with it. And this team is good. This team is they're going to win a lot of games, but that's me feeling that way about them at full strength. They're not good enough to miss numerous guys out of that rotation, out of that typical rotation, and still win the same amount of games I think they would if they were all healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that factors in. They're going to look different if they don't have all their guys there,
which is understandable. I take that back. I'd like to see Kevin Huerter play tonight. I think the other thing I'd like to see tonight is Malik play well.
Mm.
I don't care if it's for one stretch of 10 minutes or it's for 20.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see Malik play well, just because I'd like to see him get into a rhythm on the offensive end.
I agree. I need to see Malik start to feel like himself again.
Do you care what happens tonight? Like if they lose, or are you
the win-loss? I'm not tripping on at all.
What if they give up 40% from three, shoot 29% from three, and
nah, it don't bother me.
Okay,
but I do want to see.
Well, we know you
guys.
don't care about defense.
I want to see the way they play. Like that was my thing with the game on Tuesday. Was while they didn't play great, I was watching them and they looked all right.
I didn't think they played well.
I
feel like I'm alone on that.
I didn't think they played good, but they looked all right.
Okay.
Like and here we go. Some of that may have to do with the last time we had seen them previously, right? Where
the Timberwolves, the Blazers.
Yeah, and it was like, you guys can't look like that.
Yeah, right.
Like you may not win, you may, whatever happens, Utah happens, but you can't look like that again.
Yeah.
And they didn't. So maybe that kind of jaded the way I looked at their performance. But I thought Tuesday was like a regular game. And if tonight is the same thing, just kind of a regular game, maybe not as crisp on the offensive end or anything like that, I can deal with that. Not happy with it. I can deal with it. If they come out and they play more so like they did the first half of the Warriors game, the first Warriors game, then, like to your point yesterday, probably all feel a lot better. Oh, they're ready. They're locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Like we'll forget everything that happened. Oh, they're locked in. They're ready now. And that's, come on, that's just the way the game goes. But I just want to see. I want to see them play better on the offensive end. That's the one thing I'm looking for.
I got you.
Because I think that's going to be something that they're going to have to hang their hat on.
And I'm good if it's for a half.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want a repeat of. I mean, I don't care if they play 30 minutes. Meaning De'Aaron, DeMar, those guys. I just prefer this be like a football game.
Yeah.
Do like you did against the Warriors, game 1. Full on squad rotation, everything for a half, and then maybe chill from there.
That's it.
I wouldn't hate Malik playing into the second half, especially if Kevin is playing. If Kevin's not, I don't think I care. If Kevin's not playing, if Doug McDermott is playing, play him 48 minutes. I want or whatever his first. I want to watch Doug McDermott in a Kings jersey play. And I have no clue. I saw Big John Poles ask. I have no clue if he's playing tonight. They officially announced his signing yesterday, which means there's nothing. There's nothing that would prohibit him from playing, but it doesn't mean
just not.
Well, yeah, meaning I meant more like logistically. There's nothing preventing him from playing.
Right.
It could be just we're not going to. When was the last time you played? You know what I mean? Like, you do 3-on-3? Like, did you have a trainer, Tim Grover? Like, what were you doing?
He and he's ready because he tweeted out Light the Beam yesterday. So.
Well, there's speculation that wasn't him.
Oh, is that the burner?
Or
not the burner?
There was a fake Doug McDermott account.
So what got us was that goddamn James Ham retweeted it. Like, that's where I saw it. James Ham retweeted it.
What does he work for again?
The fake Doug McDermott account. He got Chatty House, and then like I went to pull up to see what the tweet what it looked like, and James, I guess he had retweeted it or whatever. It was gone, and then I saw it floating around social later, and like the idea that Doug McDermott has 261 followers. Like, I get it, he's not LeBron James, but. Come on, man. This is a professional basketball player with a following of a decade plus dating back to college. And you think 261 people are following this person. Like, come on, man. Just exercise like a little bit of discretion here.
Well, the other killer about that, I will say this about James or anybody else is, I mean, who's expecting McDermott to have the parody accounts?
Like, well,
yeah, we need to talk to the guy who has a Doug McDermott parody account.
Who got on Twitter and said, I'm going to be Doug McDermott? That's a good.
Where's Creighton?
Creighton is in Indiana.
So I think that's right.
Yeah, I think it's in Indiana.
We need to talk to some kid.
Where's Fargo?
Fargo's in North Dakota. Is it North or South?
It's one of the Dakotas.
Yeah, so shout out to Doug McDermott's fake account.
Yeah. But I'm with you though. Like, I want to see, I want to use this opportunity, especially if like he hasn't played a lot in the off season and he's trying to get back into shape.
Jill says that account has some crazy tweets on it too.
Well, they have one. I did see this. They had one in response to Sham's tweet about him going to the Kings. And he responded and he said something crazy. The reason why I was aware of it, because I looked at that, I looked at the response, and I looked at McDermott. I said, no, that's not his account, is it? And then I clicked. I was like, oh, that was the parody account. But he said something crazy about Sean.
That's just full on at Doug McDermott. Like, it's not even like a weird. Is that spelled wrong?
Possibly.
Hold on. How do you spell Doug Mc? Nope. Nope. It's spelled exact like he just got the account. Doug McDermott never created an account.
Oh.
And okay, god damn it. Sonia, unfollow this person. Mrs. You guys need to unfollow him. Cody needs to Cody, if you're listening, unfollow this account. For the love of God.
Oh man, he got everybody in Sacramento.
This man tweeted, Shohei Ohtani is the greatest, most transcendent athlete since Shador Sanders. Y'all what are y'all doing?
I mean, does Doug McDermott have a real what's his real Twitter?
Look at Mrs. Mac-10, but he's funny. Come on, man. Oh, Little People UFC.
What?
He's got Little People mixed martial arts on this account.
Oh man. What's going on?
I wonder what that.
Not a single person vetted this.
Who is this guy?
This little person. This
So
person.
what's that handle?
It's at Doug McDermott. I'm telling you, it's just at Doug McDermott. That's the handle.
Wait a minute. There's no way that this happened.
McDerm. It's.
We sure Doug McDermott just doesn't like Colorado.
I just.
little people
I'm
MMA?
about to say.
Who's this guy?
Okay, wait a minute.
Did you see the video?
Wait, no, time out. Because I double checked this situation and I go to Basketball Reference because they give you the socials.
Oh no.
It's this.
Oh no. Come on, man. Who are the 44 accounts that he's following Shams? He's following the Sacramento Kings. He's following Barstool Big Cat. A lot of Barstool accounts he's following. Legion Hoops. He's
Basketball
following
Reference got Chatty House, bro.
He's following Antonio Brown.
Oh yeah, no, these tweets are crazy.
Yo, these tweets are wild.
I just can't believe Basketball Reference got Chatty House.
This is amazing.
Crazy. And nobody alerted
amazing.
him. Maybe I should reach out to him like, hey, guys.
Y'all need to fix this. That Like the Beam tweet has been retweeted 187 times. God bless it, man.
Now I want to know how you felt. How do you fall for this account?
Oh, okay, how about this guy? Proud of you, man. I'm glad you got picked up. Teams need someone like you. Congrats, Doug. Excited to see you still got it, old man.
Oh, man.
Oh, here's another one from Brian. Sack is going to love this dude. Hope he does well. Excited to see the Kings, what the Kings can be this season.
Oh, man. You know what's crazy is what if it really was Doug McDermott? And he's just throwing everybody off by not having a lot of followers, not following a lot of people. Yeah.
No, Jill is she's found some tweets. This is not Doug McDermott.
The other thing about that is, if I'm doing this correctly, he don't even have a lot of tweets. He may have some replies.
Yeah, the replies are pretty wild. He has little people fighting.
That's just bizarre.
All right. And there's Mrs. Mac-10 just following him. He's funny. God. Someone tell Cody Starks to unfollow that account. We'll come back.
Dude, Downs got I commit war crimes for a Chris Boo power rate. It's pretty solid.
Look at oh man, they got Michelle Draper in here. Michelle Draper.
We're too far gone.
It's over. This is society now. Unbelievable. Matt George isn't following that account. He joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
That's hilarious. Oh man. Nah, hey Zay, come on. No, that's cap. That ain't true, is it, Zay? That ain't true.
You guys can't be lying like that.
Come on.
You guys can't lie like that.
Say that can't be true, bro. Come on now.
Hold on. Hold on. Well, there's oh, come on. Drew down. Drew. Drew down, what are you doing? There's a lot of Kings fans following this account.
Oh man. Oh,
Though
man.
seeing this actually might be up Drew Down's alley. He might find this funny.
Now Drew Down definitely would get some chuckles out of this one. He said I'm with Miss Mac 10. He's funny. Oh man. Miss Mac 10 is the lick, West Side is the click. Can't get enough of this gangster. I wonder what it would look like if I got one of those like the tattooed lineup like Kenny Smith or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what that would look like.
Not good.
I see it on different because I just saw Katino Mobley. Katino Mobley has it too.
I'm terrified. I gotta be in here at 7:30 to do the wake up call tomorrow. I got a haircut at 9.
Oh.
Yeah, which means
Oh.
I'm gonna have to find a beanie or something. Find a hat. I have to find something.
Hat D-Lo on the end. I ain't never see D-Lo in a hat. It bees like that. I missed my shave day on Tuesday. Yeah, on Tuesday. I just had to gut it out till tonight. It's rough under this hat right now. I ain't gonna lie to you.
There he is. Matthew. What's that?
Hello. What?
What's the hat?
It's Brick House Industries Golf.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, our Sacramento-based company.
Yeah, very nice. Did the Kings beat stuff?
That's right. They did.
How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
We are good, man.
Yeah,
Be back in about 45 seconds or so. But we good. Anxious to get your... Man, we got a lot to talk about. Okay, we're coming back, Matt. Happy to be joined by our good friend from the Locked On Kings podcast.
My dog.
And, of course, ABC 10.
My dog.
Our man, Matt George. Matthew, You ready to get this last game over with as much as it seems like every member of the Sacramento Kings is?
You got that right. Get us to regular season basketball. Although I was listening for a little bit on my drive today. Casey, I'm not as confident as you are that just flipping the switch of regular season will solve some of the issues that the Sacramento Kings team has. But I'm ready for basketball to be real, and this is going to be the longest week from today till next Thursday. It's going to be a long week, but it's been a long off season, so we can survive one more week.
Yeah. Now, look, to clarify, I don't think everything will be solved. Like I said, I don't think they'll be the best version of themselves to start the season, but I think they'll be better than what we've seen in the preseason. I think they'll shoot the ball better. They'll defend a little better. They'll be a little bit more cohesive. The intensity will be on par for what you would expect once the regular season starts. They'll still have a lot of things to work on, a lot of things to work through, but I think they'll be better than what we've seen in these 4 preseason games.
But is that more because of they've got now 5 games under their belt, or is that more because of now it's the regular season, so it matters? Because I'm not subscribing to the second part, which so many people I think are just coping to throw out there. I don't think this team has earned that the right to say, oh, it's the regular season. Now we're just not going to shoot 25% from 3-point range. Now shots are just going to go in because it matters now. Now we're going to play perimeter defense because it matters now. Like this team has clear issues and things that I hope will be fixed with hopefully Kevin Huerter playing tonight. D'Lo, you said there's no reason for Kevin not to play. I completely agree with that. Like hopefully when this team gets healthy, that will certainly help things. But I'm not. This team lost to Detroit at home last season because they didn't get up to play. They got their ass beat by Portland the day after Christmas because they didn't get up to play. So why do they get the benefit of the doubt that suddenly against the Minnesota Timberwolves, one of the best teams in the league, suddenly shots are just going to start falling and everything's going to be fine because now the game matters? Like that's the way of thinking that I think this Kings team needs to get away from. And it's frustrated not just me, not just you guys. It's frustrated them. Like they know they're capable of playing better, but when they don't play as well as they play, there's always some, oh, it was this team, or oh, it's preseason, or oh, it's this, it's that. For me, the frustration that I have with the Sacramento Kings from this preseason is these are opportunities. You don't have to look your best in preseason. Going 5-0 or 0-5 in preseason doesn't matter. But these are opportunities for you to show me that you are better. Show that there's a different level to where you were last season. And with the exception of some moments in half-court offense with DeMar DeRozan and stuff and things like that, this team hasn't shown me that yet. And that's what has me concerned going into game 1 against Minnesota, which we know is special, or at least we believe they're going to be special again.
What's the number one concern?
This team can't hit water if they fell out of a boat from 3-point range right now. I mean, and that's one of those things where I get like playing with maybe a little more effort, or the guys getting more comfortable playing together. But like shots falling, that's not something that just is fixed because the game matters all of a sudden. You don't just shoot better because they're getting open looks. And I think within the Kings organization, in fact, I know this, within the Kings organization, they're very confident that this will work itself out, right? But that's also something we heard a lot last season during the shooting woes. The Kings are generating really good looks from 3-point range. They're just not falling. So what are you going to do? Stop taking them? No, the Kings aren't going to stop taking them. But at some point, you have to start making them. Mm-hmm. And if the Kings are showing that if they can't make threes, they're capable of losing to anybody. And they're not going to look their best. They're not going to look close to their best on offense. It doesn't matter if DeMar DeRozan is playing with them, or De'Aaron Fox is playing well, or Domantas Sabonis is playing well. Like this team has been so bad from 3-point range, which again, you look at the addition of Doug McDermott. Great Twitter account, by the way. you look at the addition of Doug McDermott, and everything that Monte McNair has done this summer has pointed to offense. Mike Brown can say defense, defense, defense all he wants. Every move Monte McNair is making, which comes from an analytical background, is all offensive driven. Mm-hmm. You went and got smaller, but you brought in one of the best ISO scorers in the league. You brought back Malik Monk. That was a no-brainer. You went out and had an opportunity in free agency to bring in a Jay Crowder, who is maybe a little more defensive oriented. You went out and got someone whose primary skill is shooting from the forward position when your team cannot shoot right now. Everything Monte McNair is doing is offensive driven. And if this team cannot have success consistently offensively, they're not going to come close to what they're supposed to be or what they believe that they can be. So that's the aspect that has me concerned. The perimeter defense I knew wasn't just going to fix itself. I expect that and I expect them to work through that. But this team not making shots is not just a preseason issue. It's you're not making shots. And hopefully tonight we can see a game where the lid comes off the basket a little bit.
One of the things that I think about with that though is like I don't know if everything will be fixed or anything else like this, but what we've seen in 4 games, I'm not going to say it can't happen. They won't be that.
I hope
like
so.
They can not be good offensively and not be what we've seen in 4 games.
That's
like
true.
Shooting 25% from 3 over 3 games, not getting the game over 30% from 3. I don't think we see that in the first 4 games of the regular season. I don't know what you contribute that to. They could be a situation where it's a mentality thing and just not, being as focused. I don't know, but I'm pretty confident they're not going to shoot under 30% in the first 4 games of the season. And with these games, like it's outside of Portland, which was atrocious. And I think the shooting and the turnovers is kind of what made that game what it was. But outside of the other 3 games, like it's been regular games, like they've been close regular games. So if they're shooting 35% from 3 as opposed to 25%, they win those games essentially. So that's why I think, like I said, everything's not going to be fixed at the start of the season, but they're not going to be this when the season starts. I don't believe offensively.
And where I agree with you, and this is where I kind of argue against myself, is you look at the 2 Warrior games. In both games, the Kings did not shoot well from 3-point range. And in both games, the starters were leading by the time Mike pulled the plug on them. Like, he shut them down. They were ahead, including the Warriors game. They were down 10, like a third of the way or 2/3 of the way through the first quarter, and then ended up going on a run and cutting it down to like 4 or something at the end of the quarter, and then took a lead in the second. So that was good to see. And they were doing that while consistently not shooting the ball well. Like the first quarter of game 1 of the preseason offensively, that opening stretch, actually all the first quarter too, because Malik, the one stretch that Malik played before he had to leave for her personal issues, Malik played really well in that stretch too. Your top 6 guys, our first glance was like, this was really, really, really good. And they still weren't shooting the basketball well. So the glass half full way of looking at that is imagine how great they're going to be when the shots are falling. Good luck. But the reason why we saw the Utah Jazz beat the Sacramento Kings and end that game with 11, 12 blocks, something like that, is because the Jazz felt confident enough going, okay, Kings, we dare you to shoot. You can't hit anything, so we're just going to dare you to shoot. Kings need to be punishing the crap out of any team that does that to them this season, especially when their primary weapons are guys that are more known for scoring inside the arc than behind it. If the Kings can't punish teams for that, it takes a huge chunk away from the advantage that they have on the offensive end of the floor, which when on, I think Casey, you and I have talked about this. I don't know how you guard the Sacramento Kings if they're hitting shots. There's nothing. What do you take away? But the Kings can literally shoot themselves out of their advantage, and that's what we've seen too often in this preseason.
What do you think was so different then from I say the first half of the Warriors game? I do think they played well. The main group played well in the second Warriors game. I think there were some other elements that didn't look too sharp in that one. But do you think if we go with Portland as an outlier, like what was Utah? Like Utah, because I think we're all in agreement. Utah didn't play awful versus Utah, but they didn't really play well. Was that lack of interest? Lack of execution because of lack of interest? What would you boil that Utah game down to?
Yeah, I also don't subscribe to the idea that there's a lack of interest amongst the Kings. Like I don't believe that. I don't. Okay. Like I think this team does care. And I think like they get frustrated with how many times did Domantas Sabonis in the locker room last season?
Well, he cares. Like that was pretty clear.
And De'Aaron, while some fans might get frustrated with De'Aaron coming to the podium after a loss and not looking upset or saying like, I'll leave this building and forget this. I understand if fans are frustrated with that, but De'Aaron Fox is not like, I collect my paycheck, I go home to my 2 children, I'm fine. Like this is how De'Aaron deals with the fact that he spent the vast majority of his career in a losing environment and just now is starting to he's always been a winner his entire life. So that's kind of been how he handles the Kings and playing in the Kings and the struggling and the inconsistencies of the years. But I don't believe for 1 second that the Kings are taking the floor against Utah and going, "Oh, it's preseason. We don't have to play hard." Like, I don't think there's like accountability is a huge word amongst this organization from coaching through the players. So unless they're just saying it and not living it and they're just being hypocritical of themselves, like I don't believe that. Do I think they're giving 110% like they would in a close game against Utah in January or December? No, not necessarily. But I don't think the Kings are just smiling and laughing and going, "Oh, well, this doesn't matter. None of these minutes matter. These aren't important." I think each player has different reasons to approach preseason games personally, and then the team overall has a way to approach preseason. But going back to your question, D'Lo, I don't think there's anything in particular from that game outside of the. Oh, I'll add this. I noticed a lot this preseason. I think I've noticed more this preseason more than any or more over the course of all of last season. I've witnessed more great individual defensive plays this preseason get followed up by a team defensive breakdown. Like, you'll have 18 of a 24-second shot clock, and you'll have Keon Ellis make a great play. Keegan Murray make a great play. De'Aaron Fox had a phenomenal defensive possession in the fourth quarter against Lauri Markkanen when Markkanen was cooking. Now, that resulted in a turnover, which was good. But there are a number of times I was getting frustrated watching the game, and you could even hear G-Man getting frustrated a little bit calling the game. Like, the Kings would play 18 to 19 seconds of really, really good defense and then give up a backdoor cut and a layup at the rim at the end of the shot clock. Like that, I think that is also inexcusable because the Kings' perimeter defense, we know it's bad. But after the Portland game, we talked to De'Aaron Fox, and the first thing Fox said is, defensively, we let them touch our paint too much. Like, they're getting inside too much, which is opening up everything else for them. So I think the Kings' interior defense has also been a concern of how many layups they're still giving up. And I know they're working on things and working on especially communicating on the defensive end, which is super important. But in addition to the shooting, I think that's one of the things that jumps off the page to me.
Well, I mean, I just, and I don't know if they don't care, you know what I mean? But there's a certain degree, you don't care. Like, none of this matters. Like, let's take it to the opposite end. They were 4-0 and looked phenomenal in this preseason. They ended up being 5-0 and looked phenomenal in this preseason. And they lost their first 4 games of the season. The preseason wouldn't matter. Like, it would not matter. And I think as much as I hear you, Matt, where you say, like, they haven't earned that right, these guys been in the league 7, 8, 9 years. DeRozan been in the league 16 years. They're like, all right, like, it's to me, it's like human nature. It's a human nature thing. Like, yes, we want to play well, but the level of focus just isn't going to be the same as it's going to be on Thursday. Whether you're going to be able to beat the Timberwolves and the Lakers after that, I don't know. I'm not saying like you'll just turn it on and win games or play well, but I just think it's kind of human nature. Like, the focus just isn't the same as what it's going to be in a week.
Oh, I think the human nature aspect is spot on by UKC. 100%. Like, when you know you don't have to, I mean, we can apply this to all facets of life. When you know you don't have to give your all, are you going to give your all? Like, that's where we get into like Kobe Bryant, Black Mamba, psycho Mamba mentality territory, where they just hated losing so much that a game that didn't matter, they're like, you know what, you're getting the best version of me because I'm a psychopath. Like, and that's just another level that some of these guys have. I'm not expecting that from the Kings every time they step on the floor in a preseason game or no matter who they're playing. So I agree with that aspect 100%. I think there's 2 aspects of, call it fear or wounded Kings fan syndrome, that I think have stuck with me throughout this preseason. The first aspect of it is kind of what I talked about earlier. A big issue with this Kings team was losing games that they know they should be winning and handling their business in those games, playing to the level of their competition, playing inconsistent depending upon who they were playing against. And with the way the Western Conference was, those games ended up being backbreaking. Like, those losses were backbreaking. And the West might be even better this year, to where I'm expecting the difference between a 3rd or 4th seed and 7th and 8th seed, maybe 2 or 3 games with a bunch of tiebreakers. Like that honestly might be the case with how good the West is. So I tie that into the other kind of fear that I have. And you talked about it earlier. What if this team gets off to a slow start? Like, I'm not saying if the Kings start the season 0-4 like they did 2 years ago that they're buried. Clearly, we've seen that that's not the case. And I think this team deserves time to get comfortable playing together and get their guys back and get to full strength, please God. That being said, like they could lose to Minnesota, LA, drop a game to Portland, and suddenly, whether it's tiebreakers or just being in a hole, the Western Conference is not going to throw you a ladder. Like you're going to have to climb that out with a spoon or with your hands. Like that's the concern that I have with this Kings team is early on in the season is where I feel like the Kings need to strike. That's where they need to jump on some of these teams that are going to ramp up. You're going to catch the Minnesota Timberwolves, a new look Minnesota Timberwolves team trying to implement some guys too. Catch them. Get them. That's your time. And you're on your home floor. Get them. The Los Angeles Lakers, they're worried about saving LeBron James and Anthony Davis for hopefully one last push in May and June. Catch them game 2 of the season. That's where I want the Sacramento Kings to strike. I know they have to implement their own guys, but the early season, not taking advantage of the early season opportunities, I think we could look back in come March and April and go, man, that hurt Sacramento. That was the difference between them having home court advantage or barely holding on to a 6th seed and avoiding the play-in. Who knows?
Do you think Mike needs to manage this group a little differently than maybe teams that he's managed in years past for reasons that you and Casey just laid out? Like DeMar's a Hall of Famer. He's 36 years old. You have a more veteran De'Aaron Fox now. Domantas Sabonis, the same thing. You know, Malik is a veteran. Like at this point, like you have a lot of vets on this team, and I've always believed that you manage vets a little bit different than you would manage a young team. And Mike now has stability with this organization. He has tenure with this organization. He has tenure with these guys. And I thought, like Malik likes to get on him about how much he practices. And that's a little joke between the two and they go at each other. But there's probably a certain point where Mike might have to listen to Malik and like, yeah, maybe we need to chill in how we manage the schedule here for a little bit.
I think there's little elements of when we learn about Mike's coaching, we learn about how stubborn he is. And I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily, but like Mike shared with us, the focus on offensive rebounding, not his idea. That was Monte McNair's idea. And Mike pushed against it. Was like challenged it. And one of the things Mike says is when you have an idea, you bring something to the table, I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to keep challenging you. But if you back it up and continue to believe it, then I'm going to give it its chance. And clearly the offensive rebounding, he's giving more of a chance. Now it's a emphasis. Now it's a focus. That came from Monte McNair. And again, everything Monte McNair's doing suggests offense. And so many of the words out of Mike Brown's mouth last season were defense. So while I don't think there's animosity between the two, right? I don't think they're clashing. I don't think there's any reason to be concerned in that sense. I do think there are healthy competitive disagreements amongst an organization filled with a bunch of really competitive, smart people of how the correct way is to win in the modern NBA. So tying that to your thing, yes, I do think there is elements of Mike Brown where he does need to look in the mirror and go, hey, maybe I don't need to push these guys as hard. But at the same time, and I love Malik, and one of the things I appreciate about Malik is Malik always speaks his mind. He has his personality and the relationship that he has with the media. So if you don't get Malik, you think he's a jerk, or you think that he's like a baby or a diva. That's not who Malik is at all. Like Malik flips off the media, and it's a sign of endearment. Like it just makes us laugh. Like that's just who Malik is. Mm-hmm. When Malik said that this team was tired, and then we talked to Mike right afterwards. Mm-hmm. And we opened up, and I joke because Mike comes up to the point and I said, good luck. Oh, you're following Malik? Good luck, coach. And he kind of laughed and he said, oh, what did Malik say? And Sean said, oh, Malik said, like you said, the guys are tired. And that's where most all of us started rolling. And you see Mike Brown, and if you haven't seen this, it's on my Twitter account. You see Mike Brown's face and he's like, really? Mm-hmm. Like, I think Mike was a little flustered in that press conference. And that was the same press conference where we start asking him about Kevin Huerter. He goes, I don't know. I don't know about. I think Mike was flustered that press conference. I genuinely think he was, because I've never seen Mike act that way. Now he starts talking. He goes, maybe it's more mental fatigue than physical fatigue. But go and watch the video. At the very beginning of the video, watch Mike's face when he hears that we told him that Malik says the guys are tired. Mike's face is like, that's news to him, or that doesn't make sense to him. And he goes on to defend, like, look, I pulled the main guy. The guys didn't play 5-on-5. The top guys didn't play 5-on-5. We haven't had 2-a-days since the first week. They have not been playing heavy minutes in games. Like, he lays out all the reasons why these guys are professional athletes. They shouldn't complain about being tired. So I think there's maybe a middle ground to be met in all of this. But I thought that was very peculiar, and not in a way that people should be concerned about, but just in a way of different viewpoints and philosophies of how to approach the preseason. Malik also said in that press conference that day that he's most excited to get back on the floor. What he's focusing on in preseason is conditioning, nothing else. And I asked him about the 3-point shooting, and he said, it's preseason. We can't show you everything. So again, take all these words and all this personality into effect. All these guys are working together to accomplish the same goal, but clearly there's different beliefs of how you get there, and hopefully they can all figure out the right way to do it.
Hey, Matt, how much of this preseason and guys kind of working on things do you think plays into some of the up and down play, or the down play, or however, people look at it? And the example I used is, in the NFL, we see training camps and preseasons, and Brock Purdy will throw 5 straight interceptions on 5 plays. But what, people will report that, but what they don't explain as well is he's trying something out. He's trying to see, how his receivers can adjust to the pass, or, if he can fit this into this window or whatever. And in training camp, that's when you're open to making those type of mistakes, because they don't count. Or even in the preseason, you look at it that way. Do you see any of that with this Kings team in the preseason? And do you think any of that is playing into kind of the inconsistent play?
There were 2 people on this station that made really, really fantastic points on this thing. The first was James Ham, and James talked about how not just are these guys working on their own thing, they're working against primarily guys that are trying to earn a roster spot, and that matters, right? Like, De'Aaron's not fighting. I mean, he's working against Jordan McLaughlin, but Jordan McLaughlin wasn't guarding De'Aaron the first week and a half of training camp because Jordan was out, right? The Kings are... The second unit of the Kings was featuring guys like all the Jones players and all, like, not guys that you would expect. Now, I'm not blaming them for the Kings not being ready, but that's just a reality of the situation, right? And James kind of laid that out eloquently. The second person who made a great point was yourself, KC, and you were talking about Keegan Murray. Keegan didn't take a lot of threes in the first couple games of this of preseason, especially the Warriors game. He's been putting up a lot of shots. I think in the Warriors game, he put up like 19 shots because Keegan's working on attacking the basket. And Keegan got to the free throw line 8 times in that game, which I thought was excellent. So, yeah, these guys are 100% working on different individual things, too. The amount of DHO play that we're seeing between DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis. And remember, too, we haven't asked Mike this lately, and maybe I should before I make this assumption. But the vast majority of what the Kings are doing on offense is not drawn up. It is all read and react, kind of schoolyard style, which is a big emphasis of this offense, right? Mike gives them the foundation of where they're supposed to be and how they're supposed to play and what to look for, and lets them go. They don't draw up a lot of stuff. So I have to imagine, too, come Thursday against Minnesota or against Los Angeles, once the regular season starts, maybe we'll start to see a little bit more of some specific offensive sets and things that they've been working on in practice that they haven't brought out in preseason because it's preseason. And I'm hoping for that too. But yes, Casey, there are 100% elements of different guys working on different things for themselves and to give different looks for the team. Mike Brown's even said it himself, like outside of Alex Len, Jordan McLaughlin, and Malik Monk, everybody else that he's been playing in that second unit right now is straight experimenting. He's experimenting with guys because he's got some injuries, and plus he wants to know who to keep around at the end of his roster. So that's what this time is about. So 100%, Casey, you're right on that.
Man, all of this is fascinating. Oh, like to see how it plays out and what the outcome is, because it's, are they working on something? Are they experimenting? Do they need to more time playing with each other? Are they not taking it serious? Like, it's all fascinating to see how it plays out. Like, can they just get into the regular season and, flip a switch and play better? Or should they have been taking things more seriously are they not taking seriously? Are they, like, it's just to see how it plays out I'm just so interested to see how they start this season, because there's so many factors and so many different approaches. And then, like, our job, like writing and reporting on it, so many assumptions that some of it may be right, some of it may be wrong, and whose process is right or wrong. It's just, I don't know. I'm just so interested to see how they play Thursday and then in the games following that.
This is the first time that I can remember where I'm nervous going into a season because of kind of the weight of expectations. Last year it was, okay, build upon the great year that you had, but now you've got DeMar DeRozan. Now you've got this team that they're not on a clock like the Lakers or Warriors are on a clock, but time is ticking a little bit, and there's a lot of money tied up into this team and more money coming for a couple of guys named De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray. So this is a really, really, really important kind of, in some ways, make or break year, I think, for this group. And I've said many times this offseason, I think the most important question the Kings need to answer this year is, do they feel confident enough going all in? Like, that's the question they need to answer. Are you confident going all in? Because financially, you're going to kind of have to. Do you do it? Or do you think this team can do it with one more big move? Or do you not believe they can? That's the question they need to answer. And that comes with kind of stress of, okay, you got to perform now. So that the nerves coming into opening week are higher than I think they've ever been, at least from my perspective, because there's a lot riding on this team in this season and getting it right. And the West ain't going to wait around for them.
You brought him up a couple of times, Matt. What was your first and overall impressions of Jordan McLaughlin?
Oh, I love him. I mean, I think he looks fantastic. I think initially we thought, okay, this is a placeholder for Devin Carter. Jordan McLaughlin plays like this throughout the season. Devin Carter is going to come back from injury and have a nice, comfortable spot on the bench. Like that's Jordan McLaughlin is doing exactly, at least in these very small sample size, in these couple preseason games, he's doing exactly what you want out of a backup guard. And he's capable of playing off ball, because when he plays with Malik Monk, he's going to be off ball. He plays with Fox. He might do both. Fox has been playing a lot of off ball this preseason too. He plays with Keon Ellis. Now he's a little more on ball. He can handle that. Defensively, he's doing the job. Had like 4 steals or something like that against Utah. Made a couple of really big plays down the stretch to help keep the Kings in it. Maybe it's just I have low expectations from a backup point guard, but I don't think that's the case at all. I think that's just, you have a job to do, and Jordan McLaughlin knows his job and goes in and does it. And that's for the value. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the way he played in these 2 games, coming back from injury. I wonder, because a lot of people, myself included, wondered how much he would play, because with that bench unit, you may look at like Malik as being like the backup point guard, but I feel like Jordan's shown a lot in these 2 games where he'll be vital to this rotation. His ability to score, his ability to spread the floor a little bit, set up others. I'm sure Mike already knew this, but after those 2 games, he really, he carved a spot in this rotation, I think.
I agree. I think he's stayed put, and he's been a welcome reinforcement with how banged up this team has been. And it gives you hope. Like, if Kevin Huerter can come in and make the same impact, Trey Lyles can come in and make the same impact, know their job and be ready to go, that would be pretty sweet too. Hopefully we get good news about Trey here in the very near future.
Yeah. Let's talk about it though. Dougie McBuckets. Like, come on, man.
Great Twitter follow.
Kings needed a 3-point shooter. They went out and got one. Doug McDermott, the newest member of the Sacramento Kings. 1, do you think he plays tonight? 2, do you think he plays? Period.
Yes and yes. He's there. He sent a video. Kings social media. It's actually him. This is really him on social media.
No, wait a minute. Are we sure?
Unless it's a very, really, actually with AI, you never know. But I think it was the Kings video of Doug McDermott saying hi to the fans, and he's in the Intuit Dome. So Doug's there. Same thing with Kevin Huerter. Why not play him? Like, what's the point of going cold feet into the regular season when he's there and available? So yes, 100%. Who are you going to play over him? Isaac Jones? Like, no disrespect to Isaac Jones, but Doug McDermott's Doug McDermott's an NBA player. We know this. And McDermott is going to help this team with shooting. And for God's sake, he gives Keegan Murray another body out there. Just another guy with like a guy. I'm trying so hard not to pause here with this stupid show and
no, go ahead. No, go ahead. Come on, Matt.
Constantly monitoring the chatty house
out of
Matt, come on. ESP. A guy with length. Take that.
Got length. Yeah. You want a guy with size? I got it.
The guy with size, guy with length. Brought to you by Hims.
If Morgan was here, she'd want a low girth.
Yeah. No comment.
No, that's true.
Anyway, you got a wing / forward who can shoot as a primary skill and directly helps something that you're struggling with right now. So yes, Doug McDermott plays. Absolutely, Doug McDermott plays. Once you're 100% healthy, like now we start talking about how deep Mike Brown's rotations are, because who loses a spot and where are the minutes going? Because I'm already skeptical that Mike's going to have a 10-man rotation. I think he's going to be I think 9 is the sweet spot for Mike.
That's 9-man rotation for this team, man.
So Malik ain't going anywhere, right? Trey, we assume. I mean, but now
Trey ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, Trey's not going anywhere. So you've got 2 that are pretty much locks. Jordan McLaughlin now looks like he should be a lock. So you got one more spot that Doug McDermott and Alex Len are fighting for. And who am I missing? Oh, Kevin Huerter.
Kevin Huerter.
Wow, you're like Mike Brown.
Sorry.
You forgot Kevin Huerter. You forgot Kevin Huerter was on the team. Man.
I understand Mike now. I understand Mike.
Apparently.
But
Kevin Huerter's in there. So it might be 10. And I think McDermott and Alex Len will be situational.
But if that's the case,
I think you're 100% right about that.
When Alex Len's not playing, then it's Trey Lyles as your backup 5, so you're going small, which I think can work, and we saw it against the Golden State Warriors. But that's where you're talking situational. You can't do that against Minnesota, I don't think. Like, you have to have Alex Len probably back up Domantas Sabonis in Minnesota if Rudy Gobert's
still on the floor at the same time. What game was that? Was that Portland?
Yeah,
what game was that?
It was Utah.
Oh, it was Utah.
Day, yeah. Or just let Rudy shoot.
Yeah.
Like, give him the ball, please. Please.
Man, if anyone in your life hates you the way Kenny hates Rudy Gobert, boy, you live a tough life, man. Goodness gracious.
Please post up, Rudy. Please. I beg of you. Run the offense through him. Hell, Jordan McLaughlin, you guard Rudy. I don't care.
Man, the next time we talk, Matt, it's going to be opening
night. Can't wait. Cannot wait. Let's get this going.
Doug McDermott, by the way, number 7. He takes Sasha's number. So,
oh man, what disrespect! That's the EuroLeague MVP. He was going to change everything.
What do they say? The pen on the ink on the paper hadn't even dried yet for the trade. And they gave his number away.
Shout out to Sasha. He's not exactly poor after going back overseas. He signed himself a nice little.
He's doing just fine.
Nice little overseas contract. So I'm fired up. For those who haven't watched Matt on YouTube, especially with the regular season getting here next Thursday, I strongly encourage and I actively avoid listening to you in podcast form because I like watching the video on YouTube because you do such a great job. For those that don't know, especially when the games are at the Golden One Center, Matt has to film all of the games for his ABC broadcast. And
doing a really good job.
Fantastic, and is able to incorporate highlights and press conference stuff right into the podcast. So it makes for a really, really good watch. So for those who are into podcasts and like to watch podcasts, Locked On Kings is really one of the best, if not the best, because no one can edit and film the way Matt does. So that's really good stuff. And then you get Matt at the arena yelling.
Yep.
Which is usually it's one of my favorites because it's hard to kind of judge sound in the arena. So Matt is always a smidge bit louder when he's at the Golden One Center.
I appreciate that. I either piss off because I go and I record the podcast up at the suite level, like the second level right above the concourse.
The Caraway level.
No, not the Caraway.
No, Caraway is closer to the court. I'm not allowed down on the Caraway level anymore.
Right.
Those are not up there. It's public access. There's a staircase. You don't have to scan like a Kenny Caraway badge or anything to get into where I get into. But people are working around me trying to clean up, and they have this loser sitting in a chair that they need to be stacking, screaming at a camera. But some of them I also will see some around my peripherals are like cleaning up, and they start nodding. Oh, okay. So I might be entertaining them, or I see a lot of them just put AirPods in immediately as soon as I start talking. So hey, show business, baby.
What it is, man. It's a glamorous life we live. Glamorous life. Our man Matt George, ABC 10, Locked On Kings basketball 1 week from today. Basketball in about 4 hours, by the way, about 3.5 hours. We got the Kings and the Clippers into it, Dome. I'm fine. Give me some good basketball. Let me see the wall. I want to see the wall.
Shoot 40% from three. Just one. Just knock down a bunch of threes.
We'll give up 35% too while we're at it.
That'll help.
You guys settle down. Settle down.
Now we're asking for the world.
We appreciate you. We got baseball coming up next, running back baseball, a little bit of everything coming up next. We're going to head over to 102.5. We appreciate you for being with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, vamos Mets.
Good stuff.
Yes, sir.
I'm with Mrs. Matt 10. I need to take a nap before tonight's game.
I will. I willingly volunteer my time slot every week to Katie from now on, though. I was laughing my ass off in my car. I was also screaming and cussing at the radio in my car, KC, because you didn't know any of these obvious movies. That I'm on Team D'Lo. D'Lo was giving you good clues.
I literally.
How do you not? No, you didn't get Iron Man. You were terrible. You weren't even close to Iron Man. No, it was obvious immediately. You took way too long, and then
he said, "No, the white thing,"
which is immediately Iron Man. Easy. It's a rich guy with a white thing. That's Iron Man. Easy.
Say the light that comes out of his chest.
You said the rich guy, and then the light that comes out of his chest.
The light. I'm thinking of like something painted on white. I'm like,
you needed to get Jaws too. You didn't get Jaws. I was like,
no Jaws. I was tripping.
I really didn't. The worst part, I didn't realize I could say shark. Like there was no reason I couldn't say shark, and I just didn't.
Jaws. I was tripping.
You made me laugh, D'Lo, because your clue was something along like sharp teeth in the ocean. We all have one. It's like, oh, we have a jaw. All right.
Well, see, I heard about because he didn't say we all have one. He said we have one. So I was like, oh, beard.
Oh, beard.
What? A beard? What?
I like it. I'm listening to the wake up call tomorrow just to hear D'Lo fumble with a caller.
Oh God, I'm terrified, man, because like a person will win a prize if we win, and I don't want to ruin this.
D'Lo's competitive enough too. In case you know this, he's competitive enough to where he'll think he's given like throwing a lob, and the listener who he does not know will not get it, and then he'll get mad at the listener. Listen, you son of a bitch! It's Green Mile. Come on,
D'Lo, say that on the wake up call.
That'd be kind of crazy. Okay. That'd be kind of crazy.
Oh, it'd be so funny.
Oh, I was panicking the first round. It was tough. It was tough tomorrow. I'm legit nervous tomorrow. It's 7. I think I'm in here at 7:30. So somewhere in that 7 o'clock hour.
You were panicking before she started the timer. You were trying.
Yeah,
I was looking for one movie you knew.
Yeah, I was looking for one movie that I could like. Yeah.
Well, also, ironically enough, I knew all the movies. I was worried because I don't be watching a whole lot of movies, but I knew all the movies. Maybe not hadn't seen them all, but I know.
Also, if you two don't bring Katie to one Kings Warriors game this year, just so she can like mean mug Draymond Green, I'll be so mad.
We have a video idea for like a Kings game and maybe the Sac State game. We have a couple of video ideas we want to do, so we're going to get her out to sporting events because she did the Disney stuff last time where I was in her world. So now I want to get her into the sports world to see if we can kind of build off how fun those videos were.
Your Disney adult TikTok was gold too.
Yeah.
I know that stage, but I believe 100% that you would not get that concept. You have no idea what's going on.
Oh yeah, no, like she told me about pin trading, which was funny because we actually bought pins. She was like, we got a pin trade. And here's what we did. We didn't exchange one pin, Matt. Not one. She completely forgot like 5 minutes after we bought them. Completely forgot. Told me how the whole game, the whole thing, we never did it. Never. Did.
I need to go to Disneyland.
But we did have matching shirts on. That was a shoot.
And you look great.
Yes,
you look great.
All right, guys, we got to go. We got to head over to the other station. The commercials are about to end. We'll see you guys tomorrow.